then take that SDI out and put it into this converter.
SDI out.
Yeah, take the one or the one that's going SDI into that.
Into here.
Yeah, no, from the camera. Just take it out the camera.
Oh, the SDI in here.
No, yeah. Eyes on it.
Oh, SDI into here.
That was solid.
Margarita lady. So welcome to our World Surf League qualifier of the PADROL Longboard Classic LQS 1000. We're starting off with the men's heat, and in the commentary booth today we have Jared Mell and myself, Matt Chinoski.
Here we go, folks. We're going live down here at Halfway Kuta. The morning's conditions is quite beautiful. We got our first heat underway, already going. So 9 minutes almost left in the heat. Some beautiful actions, pristine conditions, and smiles down the beach over here. So if you're in the area, come down and check us out. We're going to be here all day.
So the PADROL's a major sponsor of this LQS event, and this is one of two pathways. This is a qualifier for the World Longboard Tour. A lot of these surfers, we have 11 countries represented, and in the water at the moment we have our Indonesian surfer Dani Widianto, Alejandro Flores, and Kang Hoon.
All right, lucky first three guys to be out there catching waves all by themselves. Down here normally it's jam-packed at Halfway. Got surf schools, people from all over the island coming here. It's one of the funnest longboard spots around, and today they're going to show us why. So we got competitor in blue looking at a wave. Let's see what he's got for us, folks. It's a little soft, a little slow. He's going to opt to kick out of that one. Hopefully this tide that's coming in will allow a little push for some beautiful waves for our competitors.
So as you can see this camera angle, Jared, we're looking towards the airport.
There it is.
So we're at the famous Kuta beach. There's Kuta Reef in the background. So we're looking up towards the Bukit Peninsula. As you can see, Uluwatu in the far distance. So where Alejandro is in blue is actually the left. So we've got a split peak here. We've got a left-hander, and then at the front of the contest site, there's a right. You see that big camera spanning all the way back over to the action. So Alejandro's, I would say, about 400 meters down the beach at this point. But as that tide changes, we'll see the left and the right move closer together, and that channel, being a higher tide at the moment, will start to get a little shallower. And at the front there, this is our Indonesian surfer Dani, and he's out in the lead with a 2-wave total at this stage, and we will wait to see a little groundswell. So we got some swell coming midweek. Tuesday, Wednesday it starts to pick up, Jared, and this is the end of that little spike that we had the last 48 hours. Where were you surfing? And I know you surfed here, but you surfed up in Uluwatu as well?
Yeah, we've been fortunate enough to, always go up there when we can and get a wave with all the rest of the people that live up there. It gets quite crowded these days, but it's eventful, and it is what it is up there. It's been that way, and that's one of the best things about this island that's made it famous, is that Bukit Peninsula and all the beautiful lefts that go down the coastline there. It's a special place. But down here at Halfway, it's one of my favorite longboard waves. I had the chance to get a quick one with the competitors out this morning, see all the smiles, all the happy surfers from around Asia coming here to compete. How about yourself, Matt? Did you get a couple waves the last couple days?
It's been an infectious vibe. I can't say, being an Australian coming to Bali, that Kuta is a place as a longboarder or as a surfer that I enjoy hanging out in, but it's been a really nice 48 hours to actually see all the different country people and the nationalities combining. We have Russians hanging out with Filipinos, and Thai hanging out with Indos, and then you've got this correlation of longboarding that I've never seen such a integrated event with so many nations represented, and they're ripping. We haven't seen much wave action at the moment, but we are approaching a high tide at about 9:30 at the moment, and local time is just approaching 8 a.m. So it's got to be a sleepy few hours, but tell you what, it's not really closing out. You've got a nice left and a nice right. The waves have been really fun for longboard, and I think that's as you said before, a pretty vast contrast to what you would normally see at the crowded Kuta with lots of people. And as you see in the distance, Airport Reef there, look at that left running through some surfers out there. So there is a little bit of swell.
All right, thanks,
And
guys.
You can hear in the background, we just had our coffee delivery from BGS. So we are down here at Halfway Beach in Kuta, and there's a fantastic event site down here. There's umbrellas, there's a lot of parking for your car or scooter. So come on down if you're in Bali and check it out. We'll be here till about 3 or 4 p.m. today, and same again tomorrow. And you'll be watching literally Asia's best longboarders with a few key surfers from other regions that are so happen to be in Bali at the same time that are competing. But of course, as far as those points are concerned, there's been a few questions about that this morning.
Yeah, break it down for us. I'm completely oblivious, so not quite the competitor myself, but I do love having a little paddle on the longboard.
So the World Longboard Tour, where there'll be 4 stops this year, kicking off in Huntington Beach at the US Open. The second stop will be at Bells Beach in August, and we'll be moving forward to El Salvador and finishing off in Malibu. This is a qualifying event where we'll have the first one was in La Union in the Philippines, and this is the second one. So the top surfer for male and female will get a position to surf in that World Longboard Tour, and it's a 1,000. So first prize is 1,000 points plus prize money. So it's a little bit in it for these surfers, but the main thing is the opportunity to compete on that World Tour, as we see Kang Hoon having a look at this one.
Let's see what he's got for us today, folks. This morning down here at Halfway Kuta Beach. He's going to cross up to the nose and unfortunately go down. It's a smaller, softer wave. Really got to find that section that's hitting the sandboard properly, and unfortunately he just missed it.
Interesting to note some of the surfers using leg ropes out here too, being at sand bottom and uncrowded, but a lot of these surfers are permitted by law to use leg ropes at home.
Yeah, that's pretty unfortunate on a longboard, as we see our man in red doing it right. He's got no leash. He's up on the nose. He's hanging, riding through this nice section, making the most of it up there, clocking up some tip time. Nice little kick out as he goes down and eats a mouthful of sand. But Blue's got the leash. I heard it's becoming very popular in Byron Bay.
Yeah, the Byron Bay, one of the surfing hotspots in Australia, and yeah, it's been a controversial few months there. But yeah, a lot of these surfers, I know the Koreans and some of the Japanese surfers are not allowed to surf without a leash during the sort of the beach operation hours. So
Yeah.
if you can surf with one, I mean, fantastic.
Good
'Cause
for you.
we talk about the criteria with longboarding. It's quite surreal to actually see a world tour event where these surfers are being rewarded for what we call like proper longboarding, traditional style longboarding. But in the circles of the Californians and Australians and the Europeans, this is what we know as longboarding. Nose riding, turns, trimming in the middle, showing some individual creativity and style, and leg ropes really resist that creativity. The footwork element and using the whole length of the board becomes restricted, right?
Oh man, they definitely tripped my feet up. But let's see our competitor in red dropping in again. Straight up to the nose. He's hanging, a little soft wave, decides to kick out. But unfortunate for that one. Let's see, he'll get a better wave. But his top 2 scores, he's currently still in first with a 6.50 and a 5.33 from our man in red. With we're coming down to 1 minute and 25 seconds. See if we got that buzzer beater.
Yeah, I think the judging criteria is going to be, it's quite a relaxed morning for them to settle into this, but we talked about traditional style longboarding, Jared, but what does that mean to you, and what do you think the judges will be looking for today?
Well, it's going to be a hard one out here today. It's a little soft, but I mean, you've been a fan and front row spectator of traditional style longboarding, as we've had the opportunity, fortunately, to grow up surfing with some of our heroes or heroes to the sport of longboarding, and it's just that classic fluid style, connecting all your maneuvers. Some
Connecting, nice.
Connecting, yeah, you know, don't want to have a bottom turn and then bog and
Yeah.
not make it to the next section, or your nose ride, if
That's
you
of
will.
course what the classic single fin allows, and soft railing. I guess using the board's momentum. We've got speed on a 9-foot board, so how about we use it? We don't need to generate more.
No, we got that weight that it's going to carry us through the sections, especially in these conditions like we have today. So
10 seconds left.
let's count this one down.
Although we do have long boards, it's not going to help these surfers in the last 5 seconds. So Danny taking that one out, and Alejandro Flores was unable to capitalize on that. So that'll be the end of heat number 1, and we'll go to an ad break shortly before we kick off heat 2.
See you guys soon. Alright folks, and we're back with our second heat underway of round 1. Just see a quick one from our surfer in red. It's going to be Sung Lin Han from Taipei. It's a beautiful place over there. Have you done some surfing over there?
I have, and I think the black sand beach Sung Lin will feel very comfortable with. They've got all black sand beaches over there, and warm water and some fantastic setups. Kind of like a combination of like a trestle style setup. There's quite a lot of waves around there like that.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. This is a young man in white.
This is Alphen.
Alphen's all the way from Batu Keras. One of Indonesia's famous right points for longboarding. It's comparable to most of them in Australia, California, Malibu, Barame, Nisa. Similar.
We've got a stacked heat there because our surfer in blue, we have Giri.
G'day.
Today, and we have Alexei Zilkin, a Russian as well. So we've got
Wow.
3 different countries represented here in this heat, and this one's stacked.
All right. Well, hopefully those waves come in for us so we can see these surfers put it on the line.
And we see Gede, he's sitting on that peak over on the left there.
That is unfortunately in blue. That is not G'day.
Oh.
That is Ayok. So I think we've had a replacement. Maybe G'day did not show up, but that is Ayok. Sorry, we call him Ayok down the beach. Yeah, he's one of the local CSC Canggu boys representing Bali, Indonesia. So you can come down and see him at Batu Belong. They put his real name on the list. Oh yeah, look at that set out the back.
So we see that set on the airport lefts there. Have a look at that. So that might just do a little timer here for our competitors and our listeners at home, and let's just see how long that set takes to arrive.
Oh well, might take a bit. It's a bit of ways.
What are you thinking? A minute, 40 seconds, 2 minutes?
I don't know if it'll show up actually.
Okay.
We'll see. It's a bit of way and it's going in the wrong direction, but hopefully it brings us something.
Bit of optimism there, Jared. So
Yeah. These guys have it out for him.
So here we have our surfer in red opening up with a Sung Lin with a. We just missed the beginning of that, so it was a 6.83. So that's a pretty decent score considering how slow it is at the moment.
Wow.
And Alphen opening up with a 5. So the judges being pretty liberal with scores, and I guess having a look at the high tide and the slower conditions and really rewarding completion of waves and catching waves.
Yeah, you definitely got to get that opportunity as we see our man in blue, Ayok, going for a paddle. He's a really good goofy foot surfer, loves the left, so he's going to be down that beach with that airport lefts in the background. Hopefully the camera can pan so we see what he's doing. Oh, here goes Red instead. So our current heat leader.
6 follow, 6 follow blue, 6 follow blue.
Nice little nose ride right there. Drop knee. Setting it up for the inside. He goes out of view. Oh, there he's back. All the way to the beach as we see green behind him. Who's this in green?
This is our Russian surfer. This is Alexei.
All right, Alexei.
So Alexei waxing up his board. Nice style on the nose there. Ooh,
Whoa,
and
whoa.
just coming unstuck there. And so
Might need a little bit more wax on there.
Thinking so. But that was a minute 20. Then that set arrived, Jared,
All right.
from airport left.
Well,
So
there, you're pretty on. You're
yeah.
pretty on for the gas.
So it's a nice little talking point, but you can see the camera is actually cropping some of the surfers out because we're surfing really close to shore here. It's probably no less than 50 meters off the shore. Not because it's tiny, it's just what it does here. Lower tide will break out a little further, and higher tide it breaks closer in.
Yeah, that's why it's so user-friendly. When that tide's pushing in, you can sit right there on a sunbed underneath an umbrella, have a coconut, and watch your friends catch some beautiful waves.
And it's the beauty of longboard surfing is it's easy to learn, but it's very difficult to master. And here we have a young little master in Alpha and paddling on this one at little fade takeoff, stepping up to the nose, 4 steps up, and
There he goes.
both toes over the nose. Really relaxed body language and good timing. And if judges want to be critical there, just a little slip at the end, but that's a really good wave for today. And I love the setup on that, Jared. He didn't just run straight to the nose. He actually did a little check turn. As you know, when you're a grom,
Yeah,
it's pretty easy to nose ride.
man.
But the
Those kids-
positioning was cool.
Yeah, positioning was great. Those guys are fortunate. It's probably like head high for him almost. So he's going to be able to nose ride on just about anything today.
When we talk about the scoring criteria and what these types of longboards and these types of waves accentuate, so we have boards that are minimum 9 feet, and there's actually a weight provision now. Your surfboard, I know in the Australian region, has to be a minimum of 6 kilos in weight.
Wow.
6.5 kilos in weight. So
They're finally catching on.
well, I'm not sure if they're doing the weight measure. I don't think I saw any scales down there, but most of the people are riding a heavier single fin style longboard with the softer rails, which allow that nose riding back in the pocket a little bit more, showcasing the elements of longboard surfing that you can't do on a shortboard or a mid-length or a gun or a bodyboard or a kneeboard.
Well, yeah, you wouldn't want to be riding any of those boards in these conditions today, folks. But it does help with that style of a board today. These longboards that are beautifully made from a whole bunch of different shapers.
Yep.
Have you seen anything that popped out at you down the beach?
Well, Alphan's riding a Thomas from Noosa.
Well, we love
And,
Thomas. Shout out
boy-
to our big boy Thomas.
Thomas Beckson. He might be tuning in right now. It's probably 10:30. Yeah, 10 a.m. So
Get
hello
back to your shaping bay, Thomas. You got stuff to do.
and then we have our Russian surfer. It looks like he's on a local shape Ross concept board.
Yeah, Ross, good guy, all the way from Brazil. Never forget you. It's Ross.
Ross is Brazilian.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Alright.
He's been here for a while. Comes from Brazil. He's quite the character. Well, shout out to Ross. We love him.
And what board do you think Iox's riding from Chengdu?
Well, fortunately, I know he's riding one of mine.
There you go.
There you
So
go.
let's take a as we see Alphan talking. So we do have a legend here in the booth with us, Jared Mell, one of the modern day showmen of longboarding, and here we have the modern day youngest showman. Nice fade takeoff, and utilizing the top of the wave, stepping back into a little check turn. Probably could have gone a little more in the pocket, and here he goes back into the pocket and finishing that. So utilizing the rail, the nose, and that was a nicely completed wave. And he's way out in the lead, Alphan. So
Oh, wow. Look at those scores drop.
so that last wave must have been maybe a 5 or a 6 as well. So we'll see that breakdown shortly. But
That little
So-
10, yeah?
so Jared, what are you doing in Bali? And you're making boards, you're surfing all the time. So tell us a little bit about your journey and how you ended up in Bali.
Oh, man. Well, that'll take up the whole contest to tell you about the whole journey, but we'll keep it short. Yeah, currently I'm residing on over there, just down the beach by Chengdu. A little outside that, and I work for Deus Surfboards and Clothing, Deus Ex Machina. So we got a little shaping bay in the back there, and we get to invite friends and make surfboards with them and ride motorcycles around with some of these great guys. As we see Red Just out there on the shoulder. He's looking for that section to stand up. He's on the nose
Nice.
quickly. Nice little quick footwork to try and make the most of that little wave.
And 6 left.
But, yeah. Oh, here goes Green. Let's see what he's got for us. He's trying to stick on from that last wave. Fortunately, he's not going to have much opportunity there.
I kind of like, I'm looking at Alexi's style there. He's sort of got like he's a bigger frame guy. He's sort of got like a poise like Tyler Hadzikian. You know, he's got a straight back. And I'm interested to see if he can unload on a section to see if he's got a massive carve there, because it's looking like a lot of these surfers. The thing with longboarding is you can utilize your body shape effectively. You're quite flexible, and you know, you use your maneuverability in and around the board. And to see young Alphen, and obviously he's quite light, so he can, well, do things like that
There you go.
a lot easier than a heavier person. So cutting back in the pod, that was a sick bottom turn.
Yeah, it's nice. Little
Snap.
wrap around. Perfect position.
Wow.
There you go. He's flying. No spray off the front of that nose ride. That's what we like to see. He's in the pocket. No spray coming off that nose. He's levitating. He's doing it right there. So beautiful nose ride from our young man in white on the inside there.
I like that word levitation. We just talked about, you know, your body shape helping you when you're surfing and surfing to your advantage, but Alphen actually set that nose ride up with a really nice cutback and bottom turn. We'll see if we can get a replay of that later in the heat, but I'm thinking that's going to go close to excellent range, or at least in the sevens. That was one of the best waves we've seen all day.
Yeah, he's definitely solidifying his first place position right now in heat number 2 of round 1. With 9 minutes left, we've got our competitor in green.
Alexi.
He's unfortunately looking a little soft, but he still managed to get up to the nose. See this inside section. Opts to kick out. Goes back for another one. He's still got 9 minutes. Anything can happen with 9 minutes. It's looking a little slow, but hopefully one of those sets come from airport lefts to give these guys more opportunities.
You know, I was really, and that's something unique, as you see Alphen there knee paddling back out again. Do you prefer the knee paddling with the toes up, like Joel, shooter, or do you like to get the board bumps and put your feet flat under your
Like
backside?
a pickle, Tyler Warren.
Yeah.
He's got some good surf bumps.
Yeah.
Yeah. I actually opt not to knee paddle too much.
Okay.
I gotta save my knees.
All right.
I'll leave that for the young kids. As you getting older, you know,
Yep.
you gotta do things to your advantage. So I'll just take it easy and line out. I still knee paddle occasionally, but yeah, I think I go feet down.
Feet down, yeah.
Yeah. Fortunately, I haven't never got the surfer bumps like old Tyler Warren.
Yep.
But yeah.
So we talk about the surfer bumps. My nickname, the Waxhead, is a colloquial name in the 60s for a surfer in Australia, but a lot of those little quirky features that surfers had in the 60s, one of them was board bumps on feet. So from knee paddling, it was like a callus or like a bone growth that would happen on your feet. Like if you're wearing bad shoes, you'll develop bunions on your feet. And it's the same thing with knee paddling, because you'd have this repetitive strain on your bones, and it would. It was surfers wore it with a badge of honor. You know, it was to show how much time you put in.
Exactly.
Before Instagram and TikTok.
Well, let's
Showed
see.
you board bumps.
Yeah. You just have to show them to each other on the beach, though. Not these days. You can just show it anywhere. So let's see our little man in white right here. If he's got something on the inside, he's kicking out of that one. It doesn't matter, as he's still currently in lead. And right behind him is Red in second. Little soft nose ride right there. He's looking for that section to stand up so he can get completely out of the water, get some speed. Little up and down. Not much happening on that wave. Not looking for
5 more. Yeah, there.
good score there, but he's going to get back out there.
And that board's a classic Malibu from Australia.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
Peter White.
Peter
shaped
White.
board, yeah, beautiful olive green tint there for our surfer in red, Sung Lin from Taipei, Chinese Taipei. And so, look, 6 minutes 40 left to go. We've got a pretty powerful goofy footer in Alexi. We have our surfer Iok, who's really, both surfers haven't unloaded yet. They're waiting to sort of drop a mid-range score to maybe go into those top two, because we have 2 surfers progressing into the next round. But yeah, we haven't had a backup score, I don't think, for Alphen, or even so, maybe the judges deem that to be maybe a small wave, but I thought that was going to go into the sevens, maybe higher.
Wow, that's a...
But it's hard to tell from the camera too. It's really difficult sometimes to see positioning and size of waves.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they knocked down this beach wall, but we still can't see the beach. We're just right there. So we've
Well,
got to
got
stick to the camera, but
We've got the little warungs here as well along the beach of Kuta, and they're still here. But yeah, that famous beach wall that used to block the beach is now in a delicate. Let's just say it's a
pile.
It's a pile.
It's a
yeah,
pile.
it's been, for a better word, bulldozed down,
Yeah.
or sledgehammered down. So it's just some remnants of what was here just a couple of months ago. So if you're down in Kuta, come down, check it out. And we have some coffee on the beach. We got all the rooms that are firing. We've got beach umbrellas. And
Got
it's
some-
a longboard celebration with 11 different nations represented.
We got the power of the Nazi. I had one of those this morning. It was quite good. A little
Good,
sambal, some meat, Nazi. One of the local favorites for the morning. Easy, quite affordable.
And what's your pre-surf food? Does it differ much when you're around the world, or like you've had some nasi this morning? It's obviously not what you'd be eating if you're back in California or
No,
Sydney.
yeah, probably not. But usually I try not to eat too much before I paddle out. But I definitely like to put something down when I come back in.
Yeah, absolutely. Wash it down with some coffee or some beverages of some sort.
Yeah, you know, that hydration, lubrication.
Yep.
Got to get the juices flowing. As we're just under 5 minutes left in this heat 2 of round 1 of 48. We still currently got our little man in white just showing these big guys how it's done. He just floated through those sections. He's surfing quite well today, so he's going to have to keep an eye out for him, folks. Beautiful display of surfing from our young man, competitor in white. And right behind him in second is Red, our man from Taipei. And third, we got the local boy, Ayak, just trying to cling through. Looks like he needs a 7.10 to advance. And in fourth is the Russian competitor in green. And he's looking for a 7.4 to advance, folks, with just under 4 minutes. Let's see if we can get another opportunity for these guys to go, as we see our second place in red. Nice little nose right on the left there. Quick little tap again. Oh, almost there on that one. He's pushing through, a little up and down again. Fortunately can't complete that one, so I don't know if it's going to add too much to his current standing, as he's looking for a 5.51 to jump into the lead.
Take this time just to do a little sponsor shout out, Jared. So this is the PADROL Kuta Longboard Classic. It started as a Japanese fragrance brand, and they set up a little setup in Canggu.
Yeah.
And Key, the owner and the founder, he saw a gap in the market for an Asian longboard brand specifically based in Indonesia, and he saw a lot of these surfers that were developing at a really fast rate. So now it's extended out into all sorts of hardware goods and software, doing clothes, surfboards.
Yeah, they've done a lot of good things for the sport over here for longboarding. They've put on a couple of these events. This is the first WSL that's here, but just normally they bring everybody down here and put on a great display of just like you mentioned before, the camaraderie of the longboard community here in Bali, Indonesia, which generally speaking in surf history isn't much. It hasn't been a staple in the past, but now people are longboarding all over town. They're even surfing Padang on a longboard over there at Baby Padang.
Yeah, Baby Padang and High Tide Bingen, and obviously you've got your famous Madawi long left, which is an awesome left. But PADROL doing fantastic things in Asia for longboarding, and Indonesia in particular. And you can find more about PADROL at Instagram. So it's just PADROL, PADROL _Bali, or padrol.id, and then padrol.jp on Instagram as well. So then Bintang as well, with Bintang Crystal, the first smooth cold brewed beer from Bintang. Smoother taste to help you chill, even in your wildest moments. That's their byline slogan. So
Wow.
I see a little collab there with none other than Bang Bang Boogie, who you can see on Instagram as well.
Well, thanks for the shout out, but as much as I enjoy a cold beverage, I preferably have another choice.
Okay.
Yeah. But Big Tank Crystal, I have had one before. It is quite smooth, and I've definitely had it in some wild moments around this island, because it's always a good time here in Bali, and that's why we're here. Just it's a lovely island. People, opportunity to go get some waves that you've always dreamt of growing up, especially for myself from California. and just the overall culture here and just Indonesia in itself. That's why I've spent so much time here.
And
But
here's
let's get back to the
Alexi.
contest.
Yeah, he's looking for an 8.03 to advance. So it's going to be his last wave. I don't think he's going to get back out in time. So he's on a nice hang 5 there. If he gets a 10, which he doesn't, that may have gone up into excellent, and blue behind him. So
there goes our local boy in blue, Ayok, up to the nose. He's got a little brace. Unfortunately, tweaked his ankle on the beach the other day, so he's trying to pull through there all the way down the beach and just comes undone
with his dodgy ankle as well. And yeah, of course, if you need somewhere to stay, we have the Mamaka Hotel by Ovlo, just down the road here, about 50 meters, one of the event sponsors, and Bali General Supply, BGS Coffee, which is supplying us now with 5 seconds left, rounding out his heat. So it does look like unofficially that we have our surfer in white and red, our Indonesian surfer, taking that win out with a 6.4 and a 5.10, and
the young man showing him how it's done. Good job, buddy.
There we have the 2 progression. So we're going to go to a break, and then we'll come back to heat 3 very shortly.
See you guys soon.
Welcome back. So here we have heat 3 of our LQS PADROL Longboard Classic 1000, and in the commentary booth here we have Californian Jared Mel and myself, Matt Chinoski, and we'll be calling Warren Lopez from the Philippines, Sedawut Chaiwat from Thailand, Nicholas Schwabi, who's an Indonesian surfer, and Zainul Abaidan, who's also from Indonesia as well. So three countries represented here, and here we have our Thai surfer.
There he is, our man in blue.
Powerful, goofy footer.
Ooh, unfortunately can't power his way into that groveling wave. But you were mentioned earlier about PADROL on Instagram, and Instagram is what it is, but it's great to connect and keep all of our friends together as we see our man in red trying to keep it together as he works through the inside section up to the nose. 5, quick 10. Comes through, nice composure, kicks out, making it look easy.
The kick out. We haven't seen many of those. Love that.
This guy in green is one of the local boys down here, putting his knowledge to the test. Oh, kind of comes unglued. But
a few nerves out there maybe too. It's a pretty big longboard event.
Yeah, it's the WSL. It's QS qualifying to get to the world stage. Next, Harrison Roach, Justin Quintal, Joel Tudor, if you're out there, he's somewhere. But
he's tuning in, don't you worry.
I hope so. This one's for you, Joel.
But this is what the foundation laid. Devon Howell did a great job, and Kira Sill now holding the reins, and this is a dream for a lot of us to see longboarding actually in a really beautiful spectacle. But the cultural progression, I would say, has been the biggest influx in longboarding in the last 5 years. We've seen, obviously, some amazing surfers have joined the World Tour that were performing well at other invitational events around the world, Mexico and Huntington, California, all around. But, even locally, the Deus contest in Chengdu many years ago. But to see a lot of those same surfers, us included, joining the WSL, and the pathways now are here for these regions. So we've got surfers from 11 different countries here, right throughout Asia, and even some Australians and Russians and Europeans that have joined this event as well. So it is a global sport, and it's representative, what we're seeing today, of what you see in all those cultural pockets around the world. your Batu Karas, Nusa, Taito in Japan. You're seeing this in, Point Impossible in Victoria. You're seeing it Malibu, Mexico, all these little hot spots around the world. This is this type of surfing that is popularized, and these people are leaders in their community. They're running surf schools, they're sponsored riders, they're running retreats, they're coaches, and they've got a lot of influence in their local areas, and it's really cool for them to be on this opportunity of a world stage and see if they can progress to that world tour. And we do have some updates of the situation. So we did have our winner in our first event in the Philippines, which was JR Esquivel from the Philippines and Natsumi Tayoka from Japan, who are currently leading the rating leaders. But we see a little coffee update here, and this is our local surfer who's found that little left down the beach. You see airport lefts in the background there, and coming unstuck in that messy shorey on the inside. It hasn't been this slow in the last few days. There's been lots of waves, lefts, rights, and there's been hundreds of competitors, but everyone's been pretty well catered for with waves. And it's our surfer in white.
All right, we see our local legend Tippy, just making sure we're nice and cool with his fan, keeping us caffeinated, hydrated.
We'll get Tippy in the commentary booth later on for a couple of heats.
There you go. Hey man, don't take my coffee with you. I need that. Thanks for stopping by. We'll see you soon. Oh, well, I just got a surprising little fun fact drops. Might have a surprise competitor coming up in the next heats.
Okay.
All right. We'll see. We'll keep that one under wraps for now. But we got 14 minutes and 50 seconds left in this heat 3 with our current heat leader in red. He had that 5 to quick 10 walk back, nice and smooth. And right behind him, looks like we just had a heat update. Our local surfer in green jumped to first place with a heat score of 5.83. So he's definitely
two wave total though. So
two wave, yeah.
Yeah, we get to see the other surfers open up their account. So, but yeah, pretty impressive actually watching Warren surfing the last few days. He's been catching lots of waves, and his wave selection's been pretty impressive. And here we have our Thai surfer.
There he is.
Oh wow, gets a little tan and the completion. So finishing off in the sand, and I love that old step off.
Length of ride, Matthew. Length of ride. Some definitely lengthy rides going out there with this high tide pushing in.
Jeez, I'm not going to give you a history lesson, but you asked for it. And
I'm always asking it for you, buddy.
well, in the 60s, the surfers actually started with a perfect wave, and it was up to them to lose points, not gain points.
Wow.
So it was up to them to actually surf the wave and not do tricks, because they weren't trying to score points. And that's why you saw such beautiful surfing in the foundation days. And here we have some beautiful surfing from Warren Lopez.
It's getting tricky there with that tide coming up.
Yeah, all lefts, no rights so far. So interesting to see that right out the front dying off, and they're all down on that left. But we do have a lot of goofy footers in this heat too. So setting this one up, beautiful little touch 5, and nice. I know he's a few nerves there, but you see his composure. His face is pretty relaxed, and body language, and starting off pretty strong.
Yeah, he's starting off strong. He's finishing even stronger. Trying to clock up those points as the heat dwindles down. We see an enthusiast out there in white wearing a leash, a leggy, as you call it in Australia. Yeah, not my favorite. Like we were mentioning before, it trips me up, gets me confused, but so do a lot of things.
But yeah, I mean, it can be used as the safety device of a leash. It stops your board hitting other surfers if you fall off. But I think a lot of the criticism that comes from experienced surfers is that a lot of surfers that are developing rely on the leash as a safety mechanism, and they're not learning. For example, there's always a rip current to paddle out, and if you have a leash, you're less likely to be smart about where you paddle out because you have the option just to bail your board.
Yep.
Just reading the ocean a little bit and a lot of surfers who grew up without leashes end up being able to ride a variety of different surfboards and different size waves. And here we have our local surfer, 4 steps up at the tip.
Looking fast there. Got to definitely read the section and the way it breaks correctly to get the best opportunity to score some points, as we see our current heat leader trying to read this one very nicely. He's got a quick tip time, hanging on, pushing through that soft section, trying to set up for another one inside. There he is. Quick 5, quick 10, quick 10, quick back 5, 10 again. He's moving pretty quick
And I
there.
think he liked that. He sort of was like, yeah.
Yeah, he's having some fun. That's what it is all about. At the end of the day, is just having a good old time with your buddies down the beach and expressing your personality through your surfing and the longboarding. That's always been one of my favorite things, is seeing the different styles of people around the world and their influences that help pave their way in their style of surfing.
And that's what's been so warm in the community in the last couple of days. Actually, feeling the vibes, and everybody's so stoked. You could feel everybody improving, getting better. You can see them every set wave pushing themselves, but they were stoked. You know, they're obviously competitive, and there's a lot for them to gain here. But actually having the opportunity to put on a show, and I think longboarding is more of a performing art than an athletic sport. This is something where
Oh no, we're professional athletes.
you can be professional athletes, but I liken it a lot to interpretive dancing, or a performing art, because you do have a canvas, being the wave, your surfboard. Like even now, we're looking at these beautiful resin tinted surfboards, but this 9.0 longboard's being ridden here. There's 10-foot longboards. I mean, you don't see 1 foot difference in any of the generic qualifying series or championship tour events. You'll be lucky to see a board under 5'8" or over 6 foot, and they're all the same fin setup, very similar rockers and concaves. Well, here there's some creativity in the boards. There's creativity in the personalities of the surfers. You've got the creativity and the styles that are coming out. So you got there's going to be a lot of tricks put on show. There's a lot of tricksters out there too, but they rip from 1 to 10 feet. These surfers are putting on a show, and it's their dance, and that's what longboarding allows you to. It's like an art.
Well, we do love to dance, and
Sure
you
do.
do look good in a tutu. I've seen you out there on the dance floor.
Not quite a tutu, but we can all cut some shapes, and I think a lot of longboarders, you could draw a correlation there to dance. I think that's a prerequisite at a lot of the invitational events.
Yeah, it's always inspiring to see that display of surfing. And we've been fortunate to see some great surfers in our time, and the display of their personality and maneuvers and footwork is just unbelievable. And we got to thank our elders and our teachers, who we've been so fond of, that have, some of them are still with us, and some of them gone to the bigger party in the sky.
Yep.
So we'll all get to dance up there one day, but right now we're down here in halfway Kuta Beach, enjoying the Bali lifestyle, with just 8 minutes, coming to 8 minutes and 20 seconds left in this heat. Read off the current heat leader is red.
Warren Lopez.
He's got a total of 9.70, and then second place is blue, our man from Taiwan.
No, Thailand.
Thailand.
Yeah.
There you go. Even better. Have you been there?
I have been to Thailand, but I look forward to going back and surfing with these guys. I'll have longboards for me to ride. Last time I was there wasn't much of a surf culture, and a shout out to one of my Thai friends, Dew, who's reached out to me in 2019 with some of her friends about their emerging culture, and asked about pathways. Is there any events coming up, or how can they sort of join the World Surf League, or how can they join these invitational events? And I was so surprised that somebody would reach out from a country like Thailand, and she said, no, we've got a full longboard community here, and it was really surprising. And here we have quite a number of Thai surfers here. I think we've got 4 surfers in Thailand that are competing in the event, and putting their country on show on the world stage.
All right, folks.
7 minutes, and these surfers are just waiting. You can see a little bump in the horizon there. We've got a lot of nicknames that these surfers go by too, so when we read out these full names, it's not actually what a lot of them are referred to as. with their friends. So I'm going to get you a little bit of information on some of these nicknames as well.
Yeah, that's the confusion we had at previous heat. Our man in blue was G'day on the heat sheet. As you see, a beautiful nose ride from our man in green, local boy.
Relaxed body language. And this is Ayu.
From Thailand.
Yep.
That's
This is his
it.
nickname.
Oh.
And he's sort of out in the face there. That wave didn't even break, actually. I was going to say it should have been in the pocket, but it didn't quite break. So he's holding down second place. He's got a 3.67. He's back up. So our local surfer would need a 4.84 in that last one. So the judges can't hear us. We are in a remote luxury 5-star commentary booth, also referred to as a Toyota minivan. And
Or the nickname in Indonesia, Alphard.
I'll take your word on that one.
It's just a big luxury van like we're currently sitting in.
That's quite nice, actually. It's good. But yeah, we can speculate on scores all we want because it's not like we're doing the beach announcing. The surfers can't hear us. But 5 minutes 40 left, and you saw our surfer Warren Lopez having a look at the priority board. So a lot of these surfers wouldn't be familiar with priority, and priorities obviously, for those listening that aren't aware of what that means, is it's taking turns. So Red's waited the longest for the wave, and he hasn't paddled, and it might take this one and, for a better term, roll the dice. And it's a good one, fading in, staying high on the face, offshore wind, coming offshore and blowing him. Sort of, it's not strong. It's about 5 knots, but on a fat wave like this, the offshore wind can blow you off the back of the wave. So Warren just making sure he gets a completion there, probably backing up that 4.03. Ooh, and our local surfer Zanil coming unstuck there, and this is Nicholas. 4 steps up to the nose. Carving around Nicholas. So looks like an expat there surfing for Indonesia.
There you go.
He's got the Indonesian country next to his name. So
Spent a lot of time. And if you've got that one next to your name.
absolutely. Might be worth having a chat to him and seeing if he can add any info to the Kuta longboard culture, or ask him where he's from. And anyone who's listening out there, if you feel free to send us any facts or information about any countrymen or anyone that supports, or give us some hate mail, whatever, from on the Instagram. So, Jared, your Instagram is?
Oh man, I don't know. I'll just receive hate mail. No, it's Bang Bang Boogie over on the Instagram. Love to have some fun and chat with anybody out there. Drop a line, say hi, or just not. But my man over to the left of me is Matt Janowski at the Wax Head.
That's the one.
The one and only. He's just waxing heads all over the place.
That's it. And the Wax Head, a colloquial name for, it's like surfing, nothing bad comes from it, right? Like, all these surfers are the most relaxed people in probably this whole city right now, out there in the heat, chilling. But I think when I was younger, I just wanted to be a surfer forever, and that's where that nickname came from. Some kids pick up football or play other sports and get into other things, and I just wanted to surf, and that's where the name was coming from. And I'm sure that's the same for some of our beach boys that are competing, like Zanil here. Beautiful style, great hands. Whoa,
Put it on
little
display.
pose there.
Whoa! Has a stumble and unfortunately just comes unglued.
He's riding a Ross too. You can see that single fin there rolling in there. A generous amount of rocker.
Yeah, and fortunately it's just a soft sand, and it's only 10 feet in front of him, so he's not going to have to go far to collect his board and get back out there with 2 minutes and 50 seconds left in the heat.
Tell us about that board. So nose is a little narrower than the tail. Obviously you got a crazy resin tint.
Yeah, it's got that wide point, looks like pushback.
Yeah.
Similar to, modern pig, kind of.
Aussie style pig. Yeah.
Aussie style. There you go. Those are the ones. I think those have a lot of influences with the single fins being ridden all over the world in this particular traditional style, which
And why? Why does it? Tell us a little bit more. Obviously, I know, but tell the viewers at home what a narrower nose does, the piggy style shape, and those rails.
Yeah, that wide point pushback. You can swing the board, I feel, easier in the pocket, and a lot of them have like a slight rolled bottom. Let's see our competitor in blue real quick before we break that one down.
This is a more conventional mid-wide point. Oh, wow. And he gets a 10 and completes it too, so that might be just what AU needed on that one just to extend that 367 with a minute 50 left. That was good wave selection.
Yeah, he got a nice little opportunity underneath a man in red with priority.
So same with the board. So obviously that wider nose allowed it AO not fully in the pocket, but allowed him a little bit of stability on the nose.
Yeah, definitely. You know, the easier.
The easier. Yeah.
Let's put it that. I don't know if it's too much better, but it's definitely
Easier.
helps with stability.
Yeah, and that can get a little boring when you ride longboards every day.
Yeah. I can't do it. For me, I must have ADD. I just go all over the place. But let's see this guy not go over the place as he walks up to the nose.
Whoa.
A little wiggle. Oh, unfortunately comes down. Falls out the back on that one. But yeah, those boards are great. Oh, let's see these beautiful sets rolling
Wow.
through. Little high tide push as we see our expat in white
Okay, fine with the back, yeah.
dropping in,
Fine with the red.
waiting for that section to stand up properly, and then he cross steps back and fades to the beach.
Tackle 5.
As we see our current heat leader in red, quick tap on the tip, wrapping it around. He's doing the old up and down and out the back. So that's not really going to help his score as he sits currently still in first place with 30 seconds left. He's going to head in and hopefully advance, which I'm most positively sure he will. So good job for our man Warren.
I think that's 20 seconds left, but we have AU who extended his second place hold with a 4.47, but we have our surfer in green who's been chipping away at it. But if he could have made one of those nose rides, pretty technical. After talking to the judges earlier, I definitely see another technical nose rider out there, Augusto Olinto, up in the next heat. The judges might have given him that. So unofficial results is Warren Lopez and AU from Thailand making it through that heat. Commiserations to 3rd and 4th place. But we're going to go to a break, and we'll be back for Heat 4 of the PADROL Longboard Classic very shortly.
Catch you guys soon. Yeah, buddy. Alright guys, welcome back. We're at Heat 4, is it?
Yep.
Clocking away through the contest. Just down here at halfway Kuta, Bali, Indonesia. Come on down if you're in the area. It's a beautiful day down here, pristine conditions. Just that perfect size for this style of longboarding. Around the waist, stomach high. Hopefully some bigger sets roll through, but who's in this heat, man? Break it down for us.
So, kicking this one off, we have our Korean surfer, Junhoo Kim. We have Kim Dong-kun, also from Korea, so 2 Koreans lining up. And Min Kai-hoo and Augusto Olinto from Brazil. So a stacked heat. Another 3 nations represented here. And I know our surfer in blue, his nickname is Mark Surfer.
All right.
On Instagram. So
what a nickname.
Yeah, Mark. I love that one. A very easy to pronounce nickname, that one.
Yeah, there you go. 1 syllable. As we saw him go for a wave, unfortunately it didn't stand up for him to get that opportunity to kick it off here. And Heat 4, round 1. And we're going to see some surfers into action. We got something, nothing. Alright, gonna have to wait. Oh, here we go. Kicking off the heat. Competitor in white. Cross stepping up to the nose. Beautiful 10 on the inside right there. Oh, but he fortunately comes undone. And look at this. We just got window delivery. We got all the treats from lovely friends. Oh, Oh, some croissants. Oh, look
shout
at
out
you,
to
man.
to the Aussie contingent there, Mia Wade and B Conroy, who are down here supporting some of our Aussies there, supporting some of our local surfers here. So here we have Mark paddling for this one.
Let's see what Mark's got for us. Let's see what you got for us. Oh, nice 5 and 10. Manages to hang on there. Quick little nose ride. Kick things off for a man in blue. And to kick things off for us. Look at that croissant delivery, huh?
Unreal. Thank
What
you
do
to the B Conroy and Mia Wade. Noosa. Bali is obviously it's the place where everyone comes to go on holiday or pass through, going to Sumatra or Mentawai Islands or one of the many islands that are fantastic for holidays and surfing. But it's nice to see some Aussies. No Americans here, but some Aussies. We've got some Japanese.
What do you mean? I'm right here, bro.
Oh shit!
Correct you where you stand. We've got one
I
American.
just think of you as a worldly citizen.
Yeah, there
Jared.
you go. Oh, as we see our man from Brazil, he's doing the backwards.
Another worldly citizen.
Yeah, he's all over. He was living in Noosa, was it, or Byron?
Noosa.
In Noosa for a little bit, and he's become accustomed to doing all the tricks. One of the favorites to see out there in the water, displaying his personality, dancing around, having a good old time. So you see a couple lines coming through. Let's see what we got here from our competitors in Heat 4. 16 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock. Anything can happen. I'm waiting to see the level get pushed up and just be blown away by these kids, guys, and everybody that's out there, and young ladies. It's great to see all these guys competing together, everyone just having a good old time down here at halfway.
When you look at that draw, Jared, is there anyone that you look at in this first round that's really blowing your mind? Because obviously we have some seeded surfers in round 2 that haven't kicked off yet.
Yeah, those
Keep in
definitely.
mind, this is round 1.
This is round 1.
We're seeing some great surfing already.
We definitely have, well, obviously in this heat, it's pretty stacked, but Augusto, I've seen him cruise around Mexico, Australia, putting on a nice display of surfing, so keep your eyes peeled on the screen, and let's see what Mark might have a look. No? But in the next heat, we've got a young surfer from Indonesia, Dimas. I've seen him grow up. He's shot up like a root. Oh, here we go, competitor in white. Quick little nose ride, in and out. But yeah, he's going to be in Heat 5 of round 1. He's going to be in white, so keep your eyes peeled for the next heat. Dimas is the local Indonesian surfer who's always happy, always smiling, and a good guy to have out in the water. Besides that, let's see if sometimes, I know these guys by their nicknames. So
Yeah, absolutely.
You're reading these Indonesian surfers, and I'm sure I know quite a bit of them, but they get me confused. Let's get a replay
here, yeah. 4 steps up, and I love the body language here, and just digging the nose in. So the judges are looking for completions. If anyone else is wondering, so here we go. This is another replay here. So he's on a narrower nose board, which is allowing that movement on the nose, and just not getting clean finishes there for our Chinese competitor. So footwork, control, rail transitions, those elements combined with nose riding are what the judges are looking for. And this is our Korean competitor up here.
He almost had reminisced me of some Donald Takayama backside nose ride on that first one. Yeah, that Sunset Donald used to do, that leg out.
Yeah. So Donald Takayama, rest in peace.
Rest in peace, the big legend. The
and
man.
Augusto.
See Augusto, he's working it all the way through.
Oh,
just comes unstuck. His fin might have hit the bottom there.
I think so.
He was on the beach.
Look at that moustache too.
There he is. He's looking like a Brazilian Tom Selleck, walking up the beach right there. And a beautiful display. He's gonna get back out there as we see our man in white. Nice little quick 5 and opts to kick out of that one. So the boys are getting back out there as quickly as they can to score some points
and get priority. That's pretty cool to have. Obviously, there's social priority at certain events. I mean, at certain surf spots around the world where you go out and you give respect to your elders and those surfers who are the better surfers. But it's nice to be. It's nice to be in an event where you do have priority. In small waves like this, it's nice. It comes down to the best surfing, not necessarily tactics per se.
Yeah, that's always It's always a plus. Everyone gets opportunity, and we're going to be watching all day down here in the van.
Talk about some of the old days without priority in the 90s and beforehand, 1990s and beforehand. You hear stories of point breaks like J Bay in South Africa, where you had surfers paddling each other up to the next wave 500 meters away for priority.
Wow, that would be frustrating. As we see, no frustration here from our man in red. Oh, there's a little bit. Just goes down, almost headbutts the sand right there.
Ooh, a little aggressive leggy pull there too. Like, okay.
He's amped.
He's amped.
He's using that leggy.
Yeah, and that's more of a performance shape board too. You can tell just from the way that the rail actually dug in. Ooh, this is our Korean surfer here. This is Mark Surfer. Ooh, upright 10 there. Nice body language.
6 foot low, 6 foot.
And Finn
All
gets
right.
the. Ooh, I would say he gets a finish, but not a nice completion. No,
Finish
nice
on the nose
completion,
ride.
but not a nice finish, I should say.
Completion of a nose ride, and then
Yeah.
he goes down. So we got a replay of our man white. Oh, we saw this way before.
6 foot on the back.
Not much for him. Oh, is a stumble. The wide nose ride. Oh, that's the headbutt in the sand almost.
25 and 35.
The
Some
the
side
leash.
fins in that wave in that board too. Ooh,
Side fins.
use it or lose it is
Yeah.
my philosophy with side fins. If you got them, use them. If you don't, they're gonna get in the way.
Yeah.
If you got them and you don't use it, but you know what it's like on a high performance board. If you're not doing turns, that thing's gonna bog if you're trying to like surf it like a traditional style
Yeah.
log.
Unfortunately, I don't know. I don't really ride those boards. I just grab a smaller one.
Maurice Cole, quad fin, Noosa.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, me
You
too.
got me there.
Yeah, me too.
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Shout out to Maurice. If you're tuning in, we love you, buddy. I actually might go join him soon in South Africa and make some boards with that legend.
Wow.
He's quite the man, quite the character.
When's the Bali Maurice collab coming?
I think he's coming out.
I'm sure.
I hope so soon. I mean, if you guys have a chance to meet Maurice or know him, you will find out why he puts a smile on my face as we see our competitor in red.
I mentioned Donald Takayama earlier, and
Got that
Maurice
arm
Cole
up.
now, yeah.
Yeah. There he is. Nice little nose ride.
Oh!
I think those side fins might have caught on that
Actually, I really think. I mean, look at the rocker of the board there from nose to tail.
Yeah.
35, 35, 6 feet.
But a lot of these surfers are coming to Indo, and on lower tide, if our surfer in red is able to progress, he may have an advantage getting up and over the closeout, because this is high tide now. So in 6 hours' time, we're going to have a very different looking lineup out the front. So the lower tide going to be quite challenging for the competitors. We're going to see a lot of short, sharp rides, and we might see the performance boards having an advantage. And it's our surfer in white, our Chinese surfer,
5 stay with the blue.
Ming Kai Hu.
Ming Kai, catch you later.
So currently in third, was looking for a 3-4-1, but just halfway through the heat on that. So I would say that
6 feet to the green.
yeah, Ming's got a pretty good case to progress through this heat if he can complete some waves, because his positioning's nice.
He can definitely do it. He's just got under 10 minutes. Possibility is there. He just got to make it happen. So let's see if he can navigate his way up into second place. As currently leading the heat is the Brazilian Storm, our man in green, Augusto Linto, the 7.10 and a 3.50. He's out there. It's going to be tough for our man in blue if he wants to jump into first. He's looking for a 6.71, and right behind him is in red, surfer from Korea, correct?
Yep.
Yeah, he's got a total heat score of 6.10 with a 4.27, and we're gonna go to the replay of his last wave. What do you think about this one?
It was a nose ride facing the beach, so nothing critical at the beginning. That's a longer nose ride, but a lot of water coming off the nose, so
Yeah.
I don't think the judges are going to appreciate that, because that's an indication that you're way out in the face.
Yep. And that's why he went down.
That's why I went down too, because as we know, the most important part of nose riding is actually the tail.
There you go. You gotta have that lip behind you holding you up.
Yep. Just imagine the board actually being weighed down by the whitewash and the pressure of the wave breaking, which is lifting the nose up. And that's when you create that levitation, like world champion Harrison Roach in Malibu last year. You remember that side of that 4 feet waves, and he's just elevating.
Yeah. Oh, as we see some beautiful
Right.
footwork right there. He's got the cross step mix up. He's going every which way. Left pinky toe, right pinky toe.
That
Big
was
toes, heels.
and we know that that's what we come to expect from Augusto. Super talented, really creative, and without letting personal bias get involved, that's really tricky to do what he did there.
Oh, yeah.
But in a heat scenario, not necessary, because it probably, as far as the judges are concerned, they're going to look at it and go, yeah, there's not that much risk involved. It's hard.
I don't know if they appreciate all those maneuvers. You know, some surfers can switch their stance quickly and effortlessly, which doesn't seem like it's too difficult to judge if they don't understand that it is actually quite hard to switch around and go switch stance or put your heel over the nose or cross step in a different way. But nonetheless, he's still out in first, as we see our man in red currently in third, looking for the opportunity as he comes close to the shore with a quick 5-10. Oh, he just stumbles off the back there. There's that lovely leash pull, saving his nose from hitting the shoreline.
I think the big thing is as well is Augusto's completing his waves, so he's combining those tricks, and then we have a nice long nose ride.
Yeah,
And
it was definitely long. Oh, there you go.
Oh,
he's feeling it, folks.
I don't think I've seen a claim like that. It'd be up there.
He's passionate. He's definitely feeling the vibe down here at the
Let's
PADROL Classic.
If there's a chance of that replay, let's show that claim. That passion coming out from our Korean surfer. Trying to, well, I don't think he really need to sell it. He completed on a set wave, so it's going to be a good score anyway.
It's entertaining nonetheless.
Yes, a showmanship. We got Augusto doing heel hang spin arounds, and we have our Korean surfer going
Mark?
to town. Mark, yep.
Yeah,
Well,
that's Mark.
Kim Dong-kun is his technical name, but his Instagram is Mark Surfer.
All right, hashtag Mark's claim on this one, folks.
Yeah.
That was great. I love it. You know, you mix it up, you throw your passion out there. These guys, like you said, these entry fees are not cheap.
No.
All right, I had an
Here we
opportunity.
go.
Oh, here it is.
You talk us through it, Jared.
All right, let's see if he goes straight up to the nose. There he goes, the 10. And then he kind of gets out there far on the shoulder, but he's hanging on to it. He's going up and down. And then here's the roller coaster. Lands it. Oh, shabam. That was a flick of the dice in the air or something.
And here we have the Chinese surfer, such relaxed body language.
Yeah, he's definitely on the more mellow side of things. As he gets a nice little quick nose ride, a little toe tap almost to the nose there, and then decides to pull out. And then we got Augusto. Oh.
Relaxed body language there as well.
Let's see what he's got through this inside section. It's going to stand up. Little drop knee. Little roller coaster
Another
up and
completion,
down.
yeah, good.
All the way to the beach.
Stepping off,
oh, there he goes.
Now, one thing on that replay is it showed, I mean, being really critical here, I don't think that'll go excellent because he actually paddled a bit for speed. You don't need to really do that on a 9 feet longboard because you've got the speed. Sometimes when you do that little paddle, it's sort of showing a little bit of lack of speed per se, or perhaps the surfer wants more speed. But there's ways to do that through footwork. And if you're not using your feet for the speed, the judges will pick up on that. So perhaps the judges will keep that down. That might be 7-1-0. That could have been the wave before. But we'll see how that one goes. But really nice completions there for our surfers in blue, now red, and Augusto in green. But a Chinese surfer with 4 minutes 40 to go. We're really liking Ming Kai's style on the yellow board, our surfer in white. But yeah, Augusto will lock in another solid score. So the judges going a 5-1-0 on that. So they're picking up perhaps, Jared, on that that doggy paddle.
Yeah, he got a little help there with the power in those arms to push him through the next section. Sorry.
So that's a 6. They gave our surfer in blue a 6 for
the claim.
For the claim.
The
He
claim
sold
got
it.
the
That
6.
worked.
He sold it. All right, folks. Here it is, live in action. You see it in the shortboarding world a lot, which is great. I love the passion. They get that beautiful ride, but it's great to see it transition to the longboarding, the mellow cruising vibe. But these guys are feeling it. They're having a time out there as the sun is shining on this beautiful day here in halfway Kuta Beach. It's going to be a wonderful time. So if you're in the area, come by and check us out at the PADROL Classic. With 3 minutes and 30 seconds left in the heat, we see our man in blue, Mark. Let's see what he's got for us. A little cross step, drop heel, 5 reverse walk back. Next section. Another quick 5, beautiful, up to the nose with the 10.
Gets the completion.
Oh, nice.
He's feeling it,
He's
yeah.
got the clap. He's got the shake. Stoke. All right.
Lovely to see that passion. So out in the lead, Augusto Linto 7.10 and a 5.10. Judges leaving a little bit left in the scores. Just wanting to see, as we saw with our Surf and Blue, some of these longer, cleaner nose rides.
Yeah, talk us through this one, man.
So it hasn't broken yet, the wave. So nothing critical yet. Stepping back up. Nice footwork. Really clean footwork and gets the 10. Still a lot of spray coming off the nose.
Yeah.
But gets the finish. And look, at the end of the day, if you're getting a set wave, you're able to perform some maneuvers and finish cleanly, that's going to get you a minimum of a 4. That's in pretty much any heat in the world, really. That's the old skip fry adage. There's 4 points in every wave. If you're on a set, you bottom turn, you're in the critical position, and you finish with respect and show your, your respect for the wave and pull out with style. That's 4 points already. You haven't even had to do anything.
Yeah.
Most people don't get to that point yet.
I love how you pointed out it was the a la Skip Fry. Another shout out to legend, masterful craftsman, and just all around great guy. The Skip Fry. On Fridays we go Skip Friday. All right, so we're just under 2 minutes left in this Heat 4 of round 1. Augusto sitting comfortably out in the lead with a 7.67 and a 7.10. Second place, we got a man in blue, Mark, claiming his way to progress with a 6.0 and a 5.83. Our man in red is right behind him with a 4.67 and a 4.27. And last but not least, our competitor in white, 4.07 and a 3.33. He's looking for a 7.76 to advance.
What's that going to be? What do you think a 7 looks? Obviously, Augusto has a 7, but tell us what do you think a 7 looks like for our surfers in red and white.
You're definitely going to be looking for a set, one of the biggest waves of the heat, completely. I mean, obviously, and then
There could be some coming too.
could be, yeah. And then beautiful bottom turn, position yourself right there in the critical section, like we were talking about earlier. We all love a beautiful nose ride on a traditional style longboard. So 5, obviously you want to get up there all the way, and then 10. Another nice swooping carve. Carry that speed through every maneuver. Transitioning.
Connections.
Maybe some creativity.
Yep. Bit of body language.
Yeah, throw
Yeah.
that showmanship. Completion of ride, as always. Walking off onto the sand like Augusto did in the previous wave. Saying hi to the folks spectating down there. Yeah.
And with 20 seconds left, that score finally dropped. So Augusto getting a 7.1, so 7.67 on that long left. So they did reward the length of ride, but also the creativity of maneuvers, exactly as you said. So 5 seconds left, and this heat's coming to a close with 2 and 1. So we're going to go to an ad break, and we're going to be back very shortly for Heat 5.
All right, guys, we'll see you shortly. Enjoy. I guess I'm going to hop out. You're bring Lick in.
Welcome back. We have our heat number 5 in the water here of the WSL PADROL Longboard Classic LQS 1000. We're down at Halfway Beach in Kuta, and we have our special guest Luke here from the Philippines, who's going to be talking us through this one. We've got Who we got in the heat? Do you want to read this one out for us?
Heat 5, we have in red RJ Chico from the Philippines, Kim Han Seong from Korea, and Shabil Dimas from Indonesia. So yeah, thanks for having here, Matt. Thanks for having me here. This is a sick setup.
Isn't it? Yeah, it's pretty futuristic considering what we have here at Kuta Beach. So you hear some people talking in the background for any of those at home. So we have the van set up, and we're at really busy Kuta Beach. So it's amazing that we have such little background sound actually coming through the speakers. So there's scooters here, there's cars. We have the event with the hooter going off. You can't hear that on the
No, you can't. Yeah.
background. So
Here we go. Surfer in white. Local guy. His first wave. Those waves so perfect for longboarding.
They are. And,
So good.
he's pulling out of that wave there. So what's it look like on the beach at the moment? Obviously, we're just back a little bit in the commentary booth. You've been sitting on the sand there with the Filipino crew. What's it feel like? Everyone's on the left, so there's a few rights.
We've just noticed, like, because the judging tower is in the middle, and
Yep.
when you're sitting facing the beach, there's a really nice left-hander spilling in and another right-hander spilling to the right. So it's really hard to sit where you want to sit. Like, I've seen some of the local guys, he's just been going to the left. After that, he's going to go to the right. After that, he's going to sit in the middle. So it's pretty much spread out, which is, I think, is really good for the longboarding, because you can see who's really going to shine on lefts and rights.
Sure. Yeah, there's opportunity.
Yeah, opportunity too. And yeah, it's good, perfect day here in Kuta. The sun is out, the waves pumping. I have good coffee from BGS.
BGS, one of our sponsors, yeah. So
So
let's
yeah.
talk to our surfer in blue here, paddling this one, knifing it, 2 steps up the tip. Critical moment of nosedive, shuffling back to the tail. We haven't seen too much of the shuffle today, Luke, but back up onto the nose. Nice 4 steps there, and waiting in the middle, stepping back, having a bit of trouble turning that board, and he's out of there. But footwork being a major aspect of traditional style longboarding.
That's
and
right.
when the shuffle is initiated, that's usually showing a lack of composure.
Have to
And
cross step, yeah.
yeah, if you're shuffling back, it's kind of like pumping on a shortboard. On a longboard, we have the speed,
Yep.
so utilize it with your footsteps.
Yep.
When you shuffle, you actually are losing speed and your composure, and the way you don't see a ballet dancer or a singer, you don't see them stopping in their movement or their voice.
That's right.
It's a flowing.
With longboarding, there's just so much little details you have to look. Like, I'm sure the judges will pick it up. Yeah, like what Matt's saying, it's just walking to the nose, how you get to the nose and go back to the tail. If you're shuffling or cross-stepping, all those little details in longboarding is really important. And it's good to see too, like, there's Korean team here, we've got the local guys, we have Philippines, we have Taiwan, we have China. It's a mix. We can see the longboarding in Asia is really, really growing too. For example, in the Philippines, we have 14 guys who
Wow.
flew here just for here, and we have a mix of other countries too. So
Yeah.
I remember in my time when we used to compete, there was probably 8 to 10 surfers.
The whole
Now,
country,
now
yeah.
it's full. It's like
Yeah.
48.
And tell us a little bit about yourself. So what are you doing here in Bali, and the Philippine surf culture? When did you start surfing and longboarding?
So here's surfer in red. He's from the Philippines, RJ. Yeah, I'm from the Philippines. It's in the northern part of Manila, around 260 kilometers. It's the wave there is really, really good for longboarding and for shortboarding too.
That's La Union.
La Union, yeah. We've I remember in my day, 20 years ago, we've had longboarding competitions already. That's why most of the longboarders here competing now are from that province. We have one girl from Siargao, Aping.
Yep.
So the longboarding there has started already, and it's growing pretty fast too. And in La Union, because we've had competitions from 20 years back, and we have a single fin comp there run by our friends Buji and Nikki. We have national events there. So my part is bringing the Philippine longboarding team here, making sure, because this is very critical for the qualifying for the World Tour. I think number 1 in Asia will join the World Tour.
Yeah, correct.
And currently leading that is JR, a local guy from La Union. And yeah, we run national comps through Philippine surfing and coaching the teams and doing grassroots development and stuff like that. Yeah, we're pretty lucky. We're supported by the Philippine Sports Commission and para sa Next Gen. So yeah, we've doing grassroots, going around provinces and tapping other provinces that has just started surfing.
And we'll talk about that that event in the Philippines. Were you there? It was just after there was a whole heap of events in the Philippines around that same time. You had Queen of the Point. You had 9-foot single and unattached,
yeah.
And then a part of that was the WSL event right in between. So
yeah.
you were there for that?
Yeah. For the WSL, I was the contest director.
Yeah.
And we're helping also with the single and unattached and Queen of the Point. So within the span of 6 weeks, there's 3 events.
Yep.
So if you guys have any schedules for next year, January and February, it's a good time to go to La Union because you'll hit 3 events at one. So here we go, a local guy, surfer in white.
And just coming unstuck there. So this heat, yeah, we have our Filipino surfer out in the lead with a 2-wave total, and we have our Korean surfer in second place in blue.
Should come next time, Philippines.
Well, I'm going to get onto that because one of your Filipino, I guess one of the modern legends with Buji,
yeah.
He came to a lot of the invitational events around the world about a decade ago. So in Canggu here and Huntington Beach, and he followed a lot of us around and was really warm and welcoming and really enjoyed the culture. And then he set up this event, single and unattached. And we'll get into a little heel hang and just tipping off there, going backwards. So we saw you see the tail rocker of that board sticking out. What the tail rocker does is actually slows down the board a little bit.
Okay.
But in that case, it didn't play too much of a part there for our local surfer in white. Talk us through this wave.
Surfer in red, RJ. Quick nose ride tap there. And just waiting for the setup on the inside. And a quick, just for variation, I guess.
Yeah.
So he's tapped the nose ready and just made a little bit of a floater there on the inside.
So RJ's pretty strong. He's looking like we talked earlier actually when we were talking about some of the body shapes, and we saw like Warren Lopez really using his...
They love their rice.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but it's stable as well. When you're bigger and stronger, you're more stable, and you make you might like the rice, but the advantages of that is more weight.
More stable,
and
yeah.
in the whitewash, you can use that weight to your advantage and not get thrown around as much. And as we just saw then, Chico RJ just tapping that one off the top using his strength.
This is a younger brother of Warren who was in the...
Right, I can see some similarities
earlier.
there, yeah.
Yeah, Filipinos love their extra rice.
The chicken. Yeah. But
so are you based here in Bali now?
No, so I'm based in Australia, and I have an initiative called the Art of Trim, which is a mentoring, coaching, and basically cultural education for longboard surfing. So basically passing on the history and giving purpose behind why we do things, why we nose ride, why we cross step. Barrel technique is it's combination with nose riding, and what we can draw similarities between different boards, and basically 1 to 10 feet, all boards, all waves.
We'll definitely need you in the Philippines then. We'll have to get you there soon.
When you start looking at the history of surfing, it moved really quick and really fast, and there's a lot of lessons when you look back that you can, and a lot of personalities and surfers that didn't have profiles. And as I've got a little older, I'm 33 now, and I can put together the pieces, and you learn a lot from the past and put it in a package. And this is the advantage of what we have here, because surfing wasn't even in these nations back then. We have an interview now with Nick Sharby. I don't know if he's coming into the booth, or we're going to cut to Nick. Yep, I think we're going to cut to Nick now. So we'll be back
Okay,
shortly.
good morning everybody. We are here
Right
at
for
the
McTavish,
PADROL
no?
Longboard Classic 2022 and we have Nick here. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Yeah, doing well.
Can you tell us a little bit about you was living here from the long time ago?
I have been living here for a long time. I first came in 1975,
Wow.
and I've seen it all grow up. This is a pretty fun event,
Sure.
and I enjoy it.
Nice. So, can you tell us a little bit about the longboarder in Indonesia or in Asia, how you can see like people training here, they come from different countries, come together here for the PADROL Longboard Classic event?
Sure, the people that come here for this event and from all over Asia, they're really phenomenal. They're incredible surfers. I feel silly a bit being out with them, but it's all fun. There is amazing talent. It reminds me of the surfing in the 1960s when I grew up longboarding.
Nice.
Yeah, these guys are good.
Cool. Thank you so much, Nick. And then,
Okay.
maybe you want to say something?
I'll say something to the folks back home. Hello, all the family in California, you people in Cardiff and San Francisco area, and not to mention my friends in Tasmania.
Yeah.
All right, guys, ain't cool.
Thank you. Thank you, Nick.
So that was great to get some insight from American expat living over here. We have Nick, who was in that previous heat, had some great style, and shouting out to his San Francisco and Cardiff mates there. So that was unreal to learn a little bit more about why he's here and how long he's been in Bali and traveling. That's obviously the way that surfing has spread around the world was traveling pioneers from Australia and America, going around to these islands, finding waves, connecting with the locals,
Yeah.
and eventually. Do you know, Mike? What's your introduction to surfing and Philippine longboarding? The history,
Because
the roots, the foundation.
My dad's Australian actually, but my mom's Filipina, and we've been living in the Philippines ever since I could remember. And my dad has a surf camp, and there's just boards laying around. His friends would come from Hawaii, from Guam, from America, from Australia. So there's always been like surfers in and out. And it's interesting because in the Philippines, in different provinces, it started different, and it started with a different reason. Like for example, in Siargao, it started there when Mike Boyum flew there, I think from Bali, because he was hiding with some criminal charges, if I can remember it right. And in La Union, it started different too, because my dad was a surfer from Australia, and he opened a surf camp there, and there was Japanese surfers coming, and there's an American air base there too. And in another part in Baler, it started after the movie Apocalypse Now, and those guys left boards after the movie. So yeah, it's really interesting because every province started differently, but it all started with traveling foreigners coming to those provinces.
And that's interesting you say that, because the military, war, and I guess you could say people fleeing from conflict, if not criminal convictions, have been the tale of many islands
Yeah.
and of introduction of surfing to many places. But you contrast that to Australia, where the first introduction to surfing officially was from a native Hawaiian, Duke
Duke
Kahanamoku.
Kahanamoku, yeah.
And it's ironic that an indigenous Hawaiian,
What year was that?
1914. So, and it was very similar with California and New Zealand, and the art of surfing was introduced by a Hawaiian.
So could you say that he was the first surfer?
Not the first surfer, but the Duke Kahanamoku was the first professional surfer in the world. Paid
Oh.
demonstrations for surfing.
Oh.
And that is inspiring, because the first actual surfer in Australia that was publicly documented was a lady, Isabel Latham.
Oh wow.
Yeah, he Duke lifted her up as a tandem in 1914.
Oh wow.
So yeah, with Jared, we've just got last heat winner Augusto Linto. We've just got a recorded heat interview, so we're just going to go back to Jared on the beach.
Hey guys, we're live down here at the beach at the PADROL Classic, the WSL QS event. We're here with our last heat winner, Augusto Olinto. How'd you go, buddy? Good times?
Oh, so good waves. the best spot. Small waves, but so good. Perfect line. Beautiful. Bali, for me, the best Bali is so good.
Awesome, buddy. And congratulations on winning. And you just came from Brazil where you're competing at the Vans duct tape. You said the waves were a little funky?
Fuck waves, big waves, long paddle. Oh my god.
Huge and bouncy. It's better to be here, right?
It's so
Having
good.
a good time.
So good. Small wave is perfection.
All right, buddy.
Longboard.
Awesome. You got a message for your fans back home? You want to say anything in Portuguese?
Yes. Aí, galera, tamo junto. Pô, tava pequeno ali, mas pô, tinha altas ondinhas. Achei umas duas boas ali. E é isso aí. Valeu, tamo junto. Até a próxima.
You. All right, folks. Well, there you have it from our man that won the last heat in green, Augusto Alinto. We'll see him later on in the contest. Thanks, buddy. Keep the snoke alive.
Monster.
All right, you guys. That's us. For us down here on the beach. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Oh, a nice ride. Nice right-hander from Surfer in Red. He's currently in second place. So the first two advance to the next round. And here we see he's rushing out to go out, get back his priority.
2 minutes 20 left on the clock, so that was a really nice insight from Augusto, talking about longboard waves. He's just come from Brazil where it was quite big and turbulent, and the humility and also just the passion that Augusto shows, and just so happy to be in Bali.
I think he's based here now, yeah?
He is based, yeah, traveling around a lot, but
it's good to see that Vans is putting all these comps all over the world too.
The duct tape and PADROL too, supporting
PADROL,
the
yes.
Indonesian surfing, because this is the PADROL Longboard Classic. And in the Philippines, when you had the first qualifying event, it was a long right-hander,
Yep.
La Union, and the waves are pretty consistent and quite good throughout the whole event.
Yep. So when we had the WSL there, it was a longboard and a shortboarding event.
Yep.
So it was sponsored by Parasa Next Gen. It's a government agency.
Yep.
And yeah, hopefully we'll have it consistently. There was a nice fade.
Yeah.
So the fade.
Ooh. So that wasn't quite a hang 10, but a close 5. And we're looking back. That's nice clear. Seems like not
That's
as much
critical,
water coming
yeah.
off the nose. That was a great wave for White, and that is why I think RJ is back into second place. But we'll see if that was the one we caught the end of before. So, but I would say, just on looking at that replay, that Demas's wave was a little better.
So when you say there's no whitewash, there's no splashing in the nose, right? That means it's off the water, yeah.
That's
so it's
right.
more critical.
Yeah, he's in the pocket, and the tail is doing all the work. So the tail's actually like pushing the board back and lifting the nose up, and you get that clarity on the nose. Critical nose riding. That's what the judge is looking for. This is a set 20 seconds to go. He's a heat leader, currently in priority. The left looking really good. Biggest set wave we've seen in a little while, and he's just looking for a section here. It's going to reform on the inside, and he's going to surf this one all the way through. Got a little. This one's connected to the far bank, so long wave, and the heels, but he's way out on the face. So this one won't go into his maybe his top 2, but it'll be close. Oh, I just switched. So that one we have RJ and our surfer in white Demas taking that pretty convincingly, and unfortunately, commiserations to our Korean surfer Han Song Kim. And we'll be moving very shortly after this break into Heat 6. But we'll speak to you shortly.
Okay, we're back. Round 1, Heat 6. We have Leo Sinaga, we have Ivan Sudena, we have Gilang, and we have Jory Putra, all from Indonesia. All local surfers.
So pretty stacked heat. A lot of these surfers are familiar with the flaws and also the advantages that each surfer possesses. So that these guys surf together all the time. You know, they watch each other. They're progressing all the time. So I think we're going to see a lot of waves surfed. We might see some high scores or a lot of nerves.
Yeah, a bunch of these guys are sponsored by PADROL too.
Yeah.
Our major sponsor here now. Here we go. Surfer in white is Gilang.
So 4 steps up, nice poise, a little heel 5, steezy, very relaxed hands. So that was a really well surfed opening wave there for Gilang. So on a self-shaped board, I believe.
What's added to and the criteria is for longboarding is style.
Yeah, that's it. So so we have footwork,
Footwork. Yep.
style, control, speed, flow, and obviously the combination of all of that is if you're using your footwork between turns and rail
surfing.
engagement too. So if you're using your footwork between turns, nose rides, showing a bit of creative flair, which is style, and you're doing it in the critical part of the wave, and you're showing control, well, that's going to be an excellent range score.
So hard to judge longboarding.
Yeah, it is, and it's because you don't see. It is difficult without heat replays and all the little subtle elements. But I love this relax. His hands very relaxed, not anticipating a maneuver. He's just now it just flows. It looks like everything on this wave was put together naturally.
With him turning around on the nose, will that help the score, you think?
A little bit, yeah. I mean, nice hang 10 there. And finishing that one off too. So another nice opening wave there for our surfer in blue, Ivan. So 5.33 and a 4.67. So it's probably a good number to start it off, because I think
It's a keeper, yeah.
yeah, Guillaume was pretty relaxed and could maybe have pushed that a little harder. And there's a lot of sets in that last heat, towards the end of that last heat, so the judges knowing there's going to be a lot of opportunity. See, this right is starting to open up again. We haven't seen this further down. So that one's a bit of a face nose ride. He's out on the open face a little bit. And a bit of water spray coming off here. Relaxed body language. So tapping that one off the top. So, and an incompletion. So I won't be surprised if that goes sort of 3.5 to 4 as a backup wave.
Yeah, this spot is so unique because on the long high tide it's a different wave. On the low tide it looks totally different.
That's right.
And in changing tides, so it's really good to see who's gonna shine, who's gonna get the best of it.
So you see that? I see the water coming off. But that's a pretty fat wave. You know, it's quite a almond-shaped wave. There's not a hollow section, and it's not like he had a whole heap of opportunity in the section. Anyway, so this one's a little more hollow. You see how high he is on the wave. So that's why he's able to hold that nose ride. There's no real pocket, so he's doing his best he can for sure. And this is our surfer in red. This is Leo Sinaga.
I see them weighing their boards and
they are weighing the boards.
Yeah.
We were wondering about that. So we do have a weight requirement. So 6.5 kilos.
And no side fins.
No, you can use side fins.
Okay.
No fin requirements. That is just to implement the traditional longboard element. A lot of us who have competed for a long time and really have been a part of that emergence of traditional longboarding in mainstream culture. I don't think any of us really care so much about side fins or weight of the board anymore, because it is up to the judging to really determine those little subtleties that I was mentioning. But one of the reasons behind that initiative and behind the art of trim is to explain the philosophy and the theories behind why we do things, and pass on those notes, those generational notes that you can learn from the past to incorporate in the modern day as well. And the judging is a big part of that, because you don't need to have all these requirements. Everything's fun, you know. You don't want to be told you can't wear a leg rope, or you have to wear a leg rope, or you need side fins. You know, and it's a 9-foot plus surfboard contest, and a lot of us are like out. We're sitting here in a air-conditioned bus in Kuta, and I'm seeing longboards on scooters next to us. It's a part of mainstream culture now, right?
Yep.
And the traditional aspect just suits so many of the cultural pockets around the world. So we look at La Union, we look at Batu Karas, where we have some of the surfers here today surfing this heat for Batu Karas, Canggu, Batu Belong, Nusa, Byron Bay, Malibu. We look over the in Japan, Korea. Majority of the surfboards are similar to what are being ridden in contests, and it's just an example of what we see every day and what these surfers are riding, because it suits the waves, right?
Yeah, that's true. I would say surfing is one of the fastest growing sports in Asia too.
And longboarding in particular.
And longboarding in particular, yeah. Like in La Union, from November, December, January, we get a bunch of Koreans who would live there for 3 months.
Wow.
Because it's the season there, and after that they go back to their local spot because it's the end of the season. But we could see like a lot of Asians more traveling from here and there and going around in Asia, and there's a lot of waves in Asia.
Yeah.
A lot of waves. Most of it are still I would say secret or still hidden.
Untapped, yeah.
Here we go, a surfer in green.
Juri. A nice middle of the board trim there, and wasn't able to capitalize on that inside section. So it's probably a good start for our surfers in blue and white to get off to that early commencement, because it's 12 minutes gone, so we have seen a bit of a slow 5 minutes. And priority, a lot of these surfers are unfamiliar with maybe how priority works. And I know even in Australia, where the competition, there is many competitions and lots of opportunity for experience, a lot of those surfers are still unfamiliar with how to use priority. And you see that pretty evident, some mistakes that get made. So tell us a little bit about your experience with priority, and any of the surfers back in La Union used to this method.
So when we started doing our national events, we made sure we would adjust to the system what WSL was using. So when we get to events, international events like this, our surfers are used to it already. So at the beginning of when we were forming our association, we made sure we would get help from WSL and from TP and from the ASC guys. I remember we bought their first judging keypads. That was, I think, 8 years ago. That's how we started. So we always look at Indonesia as our big brother with helping us with events and competitions and stuff like this. So yeah, we make sure that we have our priority system, because when it comes to international events like this, for sure we will have the priority system in place. So for people asking how priority works, is there's 4 colored boards right in front of the judging tower, and the boards have numbers under it, and the priority system gives every surfer a priority or a chance
Opportunity
to pick whatever wave they want to, which I think is
and
one
the
of
surfing the advantage of the priority is you get to see the surfers, all surfers surfing waves.
Yep.
Opportunity surf waves.
no
so.
hassling, no snakes, no.
And a long time ago, it's been priority in WSL and ISA for a long time, but there was once a time when length of ride, the amount of waves, and a no priority heat were all part of the scenario. So it became the hassling element, but also like a waterman aspect.
Yeah.
But it just became an aggression fest, and a lot of the good surfers just couldn't make it because of the aggression levels. But
So now I think it's more quality than
quality and
quantity.
quantity, absolutely. 2 waves, 20-minute heats. So, for example, our heat leader out in blue just falling there, but he's already had 2 waves, and this is his 3rd surf wave. So he'll go back out. Now he's back into equal 3rd priority.
Yeah.
So whoever red and blue gets out there first will regain that 3rd priority.
Yep.
And doesn't mean that the surfer can't surf waves. It just means that our surfer in white and green in 1st and 2nd prio, and our red and 3rd have the choice to take whatever wave they want to take over him. So you can still, as we've seen lots of heats, even with people who do get adjudicated for an interference, they can still win with 1 score. And in priority, under priority, you see lots of events where someone holds priority for a long time. They overthink the process, and you can lose a heat when you overthink it if you still need to ride waves.
Plus, the announcers are just constantly updating everyone. There's a board there.
Yeah.
And the judging, I believe there's 5 judges in the panel.
Correct.
They drop the highest and they drop the lowest, and they average the 3 scores.
Yep.
So it's fair, it's equal, and yeah, may the best man win.
And we have an international field of judges there. So we have a
Indonesian and Australians, yeah.
Indonesian, Australian, and
A Filipino was supposed to come, but something happened. He
Yeah.
got sick or something, but yeah. So yeah, 8 minutes in this heat. We have Surfer in blue leading, and Surfer in green in second, and in third we have Surfer in white, only needing a 1.07, and Surfer in red in fourth place, only needing a 2.91. There's 8 minutes left, so there's a lot of time for white and red. Here we go, Surfer in red onto the nose. Oh, a switch foot. Would be interesting to see what the judges give him. He only needs a 2.91, sorry.
And you talked about earlier in the heat we saw the walk back, the hang 5 to the walk back, the sort of tricky little pirouette. Now, the judges will be looking for more so the critical positioning, and if you can incorporate elements like that, that walk backwards can actually be functional in certain aspects of the wave, because you could use it as a stall. So when you're falling off the back of a wave and you walk backwards, that momentum can actually push you forward.
Oh, interesting. I
yeah,
didn't know about that.
And this is a fade, so that's a practical bottom turn to set him up high on the wave now. And closer to put. That's a little heel hang and a run back. So the board sort of stalled a little bit, and then he flipped around, and he was actually able to measure and control the speed.
Oh, so there's actually a purpose for that.
Very, very rarely you'll see the purpose, but there is a purpose in. So you could say that as far as functionality, it's not usually functional, but there is an element of function to it if it's done in the right spot on the wave.
Oh, that's very interesting to know.
So this is
Yes,
more
sir.
conventional hang 5 there, out on the face, and carving back into the pocket. Nice body language, relaxed hands, gets the 10. That's a little soul arch, and that big wide nose, more of a traditional nose rider shape. Wider nose, wide point in the middle, actually nose diving. There are a lot of the surfers you'll see at lower tide actually with slightly narrower noses. They might come into play with the pocket. Narrower nose, a wider tail will always nose ride better in the pocket of the wave. A wider nose and a mid-wide point will sort of be better generally and more stable in waves like this.
Seems like when looking at shapers, like the top shapers shaping, they have like different shapes of the board. Does that depend if, like, say you're a shaper from Nusa, or you're a shaper from Hawaii, or a shaper from maybe South America? It depends with the waves they ride, or it's just what they believe in, that they think it's gonna work for their riders.
So that's a really good point, because you'll have a philosophy that most shapers abide by. So they'll, usually from their team riders, the waves that they're surfing, or the philosophy that they've learned from their master. But yes, generally speaking, certain shapers for the waves that they're surfing will tailor boards for those waves.
Those waves, yeah.
So a lot of these surfers are on PADROL boards, and a lot of them are made specifically for the waves that they're surfing a lot. So around the area, all around Indonesia. But there's some really good quality longboard waves. But the same board that works amazing at Batu Keras, generally those same surfers are surfing pretty well here in Kuta or Canggu.
Same boards.
On the same boards, yeah. But it comes down a lot to the user as well. A lot of these surfers that are riding don't know the technical aspect of the board. They're just surfing. They're stoked to get a new board.
Yeah.
They're happy to have a 9-foot longboard that's got no dings, and they're just frothing and surfing every day, so they'll make it work regardless of the conditions.
That's true.
And that's the beauty of this event. It's highlighting the enthusiasm that a lot of these surfers have. So out in the lead, we have our surfer in blue with a 5 and a 4.67. Still holding on to those opening scores. And the shaper in white coming in second, only needing a 4.34. So that's basically just a completion and a few nose rides. And yeah, it's anyone's game right now. 4 minutes left. All of these surfers, we could see a late shuffle. As we see, Gilong paddling onto the other side. He's moved over to where Red. So Gilong's got second priority, and now he's sitting on Red, who's in fourth priority. Perhaps as a tactical maneuver.
For sure.
But he's only holding on as a 3.6 as his backup, and he's got the highest single wave score of 5.33. So probably not a bad option considering how slow it is. But interesting to see that priority coming into play right now.
What boards do you ride now, Matt?
I'm riding McTavish surfboards, so
Nice.
by the master Bob McTavish, and the inventor of the shortboard, the V bottom, but also one of the first surfers to start doing turns on longboards. So over here I have a speed shape style board and an all rounder and a nose rider.
Like surfing big waves too, huh? I see your Instagram.
Yeah, so it's just a natural evolution. So when you do enough hours in the water,
You're riding a single fin on those waves?
mostly single fin, quad. Ah, beautiful style there. But way out in the face and just not able to get that smooth completion again. So yeah, funnily enough, a quad fin and a single fin have a lot of similarities with the lines that they draw. And
Oh, twin fin so addicting.
twin fin is loose
Oh
and
my
free,
God.
yeah. And Juri Putra here in green, so he's looking for a 5.36 on this, but way out in the face, so nothing critical on this. But he gets a nice completion, so that'll better his 2.83. And with 2 minutes left, that's going to reduce his 5.36 requirement.
Yeah, there's nothing better than competing on a spot where there's a left and a right and there's opportunities for everyone. So here in Kuta halfway, it's such a perfect wave for this event because it's frustrating for a surfer to be in heat and there's no waves coming. That means you cannot show your skills or your talent. But here, you just saw a surfer in green just got a left. Now he's on the right.
So I'm going to go interview Demas about his heat win in the last heat. So we're just going to have a change in commentators in the next minute. So we've got Nathan Sadoon and Jared Mell about to jump back in the booth, and I think we'll count this one out very shortly. But so Jury jumped up 3.57. So now after a 4.07, and our surfer in red needing a 4.47. So 1 minute left. This is going to be very interesting. I'm going to do a swap over very shortly.
Oh, after, yeah. Yeah, so the colors on the left side where you see P, that means white has priority. He's in second. And surfer in blue in red, it has second priority. He needs a 4.47.
And this is Ivan, heat leader. Oh, and pulling out of that one. So, and red, this is
Sinaga.
yeah, Leo, and then back up onto the tip. And just finishing and holding on. So that'll better maybe his 3.5 close. And heat leader up again, just taking whatever waves he can, trying to get rid of that 4.67. Not sure if that'll be the score, but finishing with 20 seconds left on the clock. Lots of waves being ridden. I said this may come down to a lot of these surfers knowing the pros and cons of each other. You see that board's been snapped before. You see the repair across the nose too. When you run it into the shore break that many times, that's what happens. In 5 seconds left, so I think Ivan's going to hold on to the lead here, and Gilang looks like he's held on to the second place as well. So we're about to pass you back to Jared Mell and our Frenchman living in Bali, Nathan Sadoun, an excellent traditional longboarder and goofy footer. So Luke and I are going to step out of the booth and do some interviews, but we'll be back very shortly.
Kerja nggak kenal waktu, itu overwork. Chill bareng Bintang Kristal. Nyegerin, nggak overpahit. Waktunya Crystal Chill.
Booyah! And we're back here at the WSL QS PADROL Longboard Classic here in halfway Kuta Beach. We gave the boys a little break, and now joining us in the luxurious van, AC'd, right here. We're about 100 feet from the shoreline. It's my good pal from France, Nathan Sadon. How are you doing, buddy?
Great. Nice to be here.
Perfect. All
Good to
right.
see you.
You enjoying the competition so far?
Yeah, good waves, good surfers, good performances.
That's what we're looking for down here, folks. So we're going to kick off Heat 7 of Round 1. Wow, look at this stacked heat. Let's see who we've got in this heat. Our man in red, Shohei Akimoto from Japan. I love this guy from beyond. He's one of my favorite surfers and just so stoked. When you see his face, he just absolutely makes you smile. All the way from Miyazaki. Such a legend. Let's see who else we got. In blue, Dmitry. I do not know how to pronounce his name. He's from Russia.
Yeah.
Got another Russian contender here in Bali, which is great to see.
Mix things up.
Yeah, everybody around the world's here. It's going to be a fun time. And then we're going to take it back to Japan with our man in white, Shin Takekawa. Oh, here we go. We got a competitor already up in blue. This is our man from Russia, Dmitry. Oh, he's got a little wiggle to the pocket. Fortunately, that's going to mush out, not give him much opportunity for a score that's going to take you to the next round. So he'll pop out for another opportunity. And
green, Kai Arimoto.
Yeah, Indonesian.
Yeah.
Oh, that's our man from PADROL himself.
Exactly. Yeah,
That's
he's
the
actually one of the organizer of this event.
Oh, well, thank
and
you.
He's going on this wave, green open riding, going on his backhand. Nice little cross step to the nose. A nice time on the hang five here, back on the nose, and he's gonna finish this wave clean with a last little nose, right, all the way to the sand.
That's what we like to see here,
Exactly.
folks. Length of ride. Look at that smile. He's stoked. I'd like to thank our sponsors again, PADROL, for putting on this beautiful event, along with Bintang Crystal, and of course the WSL for having us down here. So, that being said, we're almost at a 17-minute mark. We had a nice completed long ride from our man in green. Okay.
Yeah, and the scores drops. It's a 5.0, so medium score for a nice wave.
Yeah, nice opening wave from our man in green. He's gonna look to build on that, but he currently sits in first. So great start.
Yeah, you've been to this event last year?
I believe so. Oh yeah, I was here.
Yeah, you were
yeah, I was here. I forgot about that. Yeah, it's a good event. It's great to see everybody coming down here and supporting the longboard community here in Bali. It's really blown up lately, so I'm very happy to see that. Keep us doing what we love at one of the best places in the world.
Looks like Blue's paddling on another right.
The Russian contingency. Let's see what he's got for us. Our man in blue on his backhand.
A nice little drop knee bottom turn to set up.
Wow, look at that.
He's
Dimitri.
relaxed.
He's chilling. Oh, a little wiggle.
Yeah.
Set up on the inside. Back to the nose.
Tight hang five.
Whoa.
Critical.
Little foot kick there. Oh. Watch your ankle. You're going to end up like Ayok down the beach. Oh, he's just making sure the fin's good. Might have hit the sand. Is this another wave from our man in green? Looking to back up his opening score of a 5.
Yeah.
As he's doing a 5. Hanging 5. Oh, little stumble back. Oh, he holds on though. Manages to get back to the tail and reset for the inside section to the beach. Alright. Really completed ride, so he's going to back up that 5. I don't know if he'll be as good as a 5, but we'll leave that one for the judges.
Yeah, should be around the same score. Oh, and here we
Hey,
are.
there we are.
Hi
How's
guys.
it going, everybody?
Nice to be with you today.
Who's luxurious fan? We're just sitting in the AC, watching all these beautiful people down here, smiling, enjoying the beach.
Because it is warm outside. It's a beautiful day in Bali.
It's classic Indonesia heat.
Yeah.
We love it down here. So Nathan, how long you been in town this time? You seem to frequent visit? Yeah.
It's been 2 years that I spent most of my year in Bali. It's really nice. Still going back to France I miss it, you know.
Do
home.
you? It's good to hear that.
I miss the food.
Yeah,
I miss
yeah.
my family, but
Of course, there
waves
you go.
are definitely better here.
Yeah,
I shouldn't say that.
it's okay. It's true.
No, but yeah, it's great. It's easy living in Bali. Nice people, nice
All right.
waves.
Well, we're gonna break down this replay. Talk us through this one.
So yeah, it's his best wave so far. I like his second nose ride. This like tight hang five in the pocket. It was really critical, and I think that's what we're gonna reward today. And we see Green, Kai, so part of the organization of the event, part of PADROL, so thanks to them again. And he's getting a second score. Yeah, I think that little loss of balance will affect the score, but it was still a long ride and finished it on the sand, so he's still in the lead. I guess he got a 4.83.
Let's see. We're not going to break us down the two-wave score just yet, but coming just under the 14-minute mark. Still yet to see a wave from our man in red from Japan, Shohei, and our man in white, also from Japan,
Mr. Takekawa.
So, Shin Takakawa and Shohei are looking for a 6.83 to advance. And our man in blue, Dimitri, is looking for a 3.33 to jump into first.
It looks like White might have caught a wave because we saw him paddling back in the corner of the screen. I think those two surfers, red and white, are on another side of the sandbank than blue and green. And here we see blue on a third right-hander with a nice finish, and he holds on, jumps to the sand.
Runs out of that one.
Yeah.
Better watch out for those toes, and sometimes there's some rocks there. You can stub a toe, break a nail. But some more action on the back as our current heat leader in green is just clocking up a wave count.
I think he's enjoying his time.
And I think we're gonna cut to a post-heat interview with Ivan Seduna. So we're gonna take it live down to the beach.
Okay, we are here with Ivan Sudena. Congratulations, the local surfer from Kuta, Bali. Can you tell us a little bit about the heat today and then how was the condition?
Yeah, the heat is so hard because now it's high tide. The wave a little bit mellow to riding right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm lucky get a good long wave.
Cool. Yeah.
It's so good.
So how you prepare for the next round?
Keep same, keep focus to find a good wave.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Ivan.
Thank you.
So that was our man in blue from the last heat 6 of round 1, Ivan Sedena.
I reckon he's a local from Kuta or around Kuta. I had a good session with him up the beach last week. He was training for the event. Super excited. Good to see him getting on top of this heat and moving on to the next round.
Always a pleasure to see the local boys use their knowledge, their stoke, and their skills to progress through this WSL QS event presented by PADROL. So you see a competitor in white not looking for that opening ride that he would like to score to advance, but he does have a 5.90 from his first ride, so he's looking for a 2.01.
It might be the best score of the heat so far, if I'm not wrong.
Oh, Dimitri, looks like we got a heat update. Our man in blue from Russia jumps into first place with a 6.67 and a 5.50, folks.
So I was wrong. Dimitri got the biggest score so far.
Wow.
6.67. Yeah, as I said, that tight nose ride in the pocket really made the difference compared to more like nose ride on more mellow sections.
Oh, here we go from our man in red, Shohei. He's on a smaller wave, but he's using that board to his advantage and his skill to nose ride. Unfortunately, it's not going to be that 8.83 that he's looking to advance. But here we go. Our man in green, he's up again.
That is a really nice wave. A little bigger than the previous ones. Got a nice nose ride.
Oh, unfortunately, it just closes out. I don't think that's going to be an interference. But green goes to the beach. White is out the back, up on the nose, holding on. Nice long nose ride. Little whack off the top.
That was a pretty nice complete wave.
That's complete wave. Sweet nose rider, current heat leader, up in blue. Back to the tip.
Wow.
He's on a mushy section, not so critical, but manages to work through, reset. Oh, a little
Styling
so
it.
large. All right. Oh, he manages to hang on that with a little up and downer off the side. See if that's gonna progress. Oh,
Talking to the judges.
oh, maybe. He's like, come on, guys. What else do you want to see? Maybe some friends down there on the beach. It's great to see all these competitors, fans, supporters, families, friends. They're all down here.
Yeah, that's why I came today. Support my friends. Dimas in the previous round. So many like amazing talents around here. So it's nice to see them giving their best at their local spot with no one out.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good time. Usually this place is packed to the
It is.
gills, folks. There is 200 people out here easily at a time. We got surf schools and just surf enthusiasts from all over the world. So come on down, grab an umbrella and coconut, break out that sunscreen, and enjoy the beach. We're going to be here all day as we see a replay from our man in green, a local PADROL legend, supporting this event and bringing the stoke to our faces, competitors, and fans down here at Halfway Kuta. Another replay from our man in blue, current heat leader. Little nose ride, soft section.
Soft section, but
Gets a
quite
reset.
long.
This is that other nose ride. He got the little hand back right there.
we can feel he's getting confident after his first.
Kerja nggak kenal waktu, itu overwork. Chill bareng Bintang Kristal. Nyegerin, nggak overpaid. Waktunya Kristal Chill.
All right, guys, we're live down here at the beach at the PADROL Classic. All right, folks, we're back. Hot action down on the beach. We got to take a break. Oh, a little tussle there from our competitor in green. Looks like she'll be okay. But yeah, we got to take a little break while we went down with the power. Got to go on the sand, throw some shakas, kiss some babies.
Well, that's it. We went live on Instagram for a moment as well. And
Yeah.
so that was Mia Waite, the Australian. We're just approaching 10 minutes in this heat as we're tuning back in again. And this is our Polish competitor from, maybe one of my distant relatives.
You never know.
Patricia Orlowska in white, so that'll be her second wave. Mia Waite in green. We have our Korean and Japanese surfers currently in first and second at the moment as well. We'll just log in some scores there and see how we're looking. But we just got to chat to Natsumi, who just got a 9.5 and a 9 in that previous heat, and just explained to us it was a set wave with a couple of nose rides and big turns, and she was so stoked with the 9. She had so much lack of nerves. She went hardcore on the next one and got a 9.5, which is generally what happens when you loosen up in heat, right?
Yeah, she's loosening up. Everyone's loosening up. It's getting that time. We're approaching 11 o'clock in the morning. And folks, we're going to cut to an interview with Natsumi Tayoka from Japan, our current best surfer in the contest. I mean, she's absolutely tore it. So we're going to break it down to the beach for an interview. Let's see what they got for us down at the beach live here at Kuta.
Can you please tell me a little bit about your heat? How do you feel about your surfing during the heat?
Yeah, wave was a bit small, but it's really good for longboarding. I got 2 really good waves, and then it was so good. I feel so good.
Can you tell me a little bit more about your hanging tan and like when you put your both hands at the back and you're like, yeah, I'm killing it.
Yeah, the feeling was good. When I practiced before the heat, there are so many people in the water, so it's kind of hard to catch the wave, but this is only 3 girls in the water, so I just catch the wave whatever I want. It was really good.
Amazing. And now, would you like to say thank you to your sponsors or to your family back at home?
Okay, can I?
Yes, you can speak in Japanese if you want to.
いつも応援してくださってる皆さんありがとうございます。今回も一つ一つ丁寧に試合をこなして優勝を目指して頑張りたいと思います。引き続き応援よろしくお願いします。Thank you.
And good luck for your next heat.
Thank you. ありがとう。
Okay.
And back in, so with 8 minutes 30, that was Natsumi we caught up with from that last heat. We didn't have vision of it, but we can tell you that the crowd erupted, so much so that there was a power outage on the beach and people were going wild. We're tuning back into heat number 2, and this is our current heat leader, Katie Inui.
Where's this young lady from, Matt? She's absolutely killing it.
Japanese surfer, actually, and from the, I guess you could call it a enthusiastic longboard, well, all board family, the Inui, so her older brother Taka. On SUPs and shortboards, longboards, everything. They love it all, and then she steps off on the beach, so she's feeling pretty confident about that wave for sure, and her fellow countrywoman Natsumi getting that high heat total. You'd be crazy to think that she didn't feel some influence from that, and we're just seeing lots of waves like in the 4s, 5s, some 6s, but then Natsumi blowing it out of the water, that excellent heat total, so that's a very fitting way to start the women's heat number 1 of round 1. And this is our Polish competitor, Patricia Orlowska.
Let's see what she's got. Oh, gets up to the nose. Just kind of goes out the back on that one. She's going to get back out there with 7 minutes left in this heat. We got competitor in green, sorry. Beautiful nose ride right there. Oh, that low tide's closing the section. Nice.
Steezy
kick out bottom turn. What do you call that? That was a nice little pull away.
Some little setup there. She's been getting some coaching from none other than Jared Mell. That Steez factor pulling out of that.
Can't tell you all my secrets.
Stepping off.
Beautiful surfing. All right, so we got
Inner Realm team rider riding a Andy Warhurst.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
The Warhurst.
Andrew Warhurst.
He's cracking away over there on the east coast of Australia.
One of the OG Victorian loggers. Did his apprenticeship under Ian Chisholm, South Coast Surfboard. Cheers, big shout out to Chiz.
There you go, legend himself. Wonderful board maker and craftsman. It's great to see all these people, these kids learning from none other than the greats all around the world and making board companies of themselves and sponsoring the next generation.
That's it, Jared.
Just passing it along, keeping it going, teaching history the way it should be in our little surfing world that we love dearly.
There's something so wholesome and organic from riding a surfboard that you shaped yourself too, with all those feelings and another thing turning it into a brand. But what's it like shaping your own board and then getting them in the water and feeling your own designs and tweaking it as you go?
Yeah, well for me, I remember the first board I shaped, and when I caught a wave on it and it worked, I know it looked terrible, but the board went. That feeling is it's pretty exciting. I couldn't believe it myself. So yeah, it's definitely motivating, inspirational, and just thankful to be able to keep doing it and inspire others and help them do it, or give them a board design or a board that they might have not have thought to ride and bring that joy to them.
For sure.
Simple good things, good living. So thanks to everybody that helped me along the way. There's so many of you. Surfing's been my life and I love it, and it's such a pleasure. I get to meet cool people like yourselves, Chono, and
the competitors in the water too.
Exactly.
Like, who'd have thought we'd be 10 years ago when this resurgence of traditional longboarding was emerging? Who'd have thought we'd be calling a heat with an Australian, Korean, Japanese and a Polish surfer in Kuta in Bali on single fin logs in perfect log and waves? I certainly didn't think that was going to happen.
No way, not at all. I couldn't be happier about it too. We're just living the life here in halfway Kuta at the WSL QS event, PADROL Longboard Classic. It is absolutely the time down here. So if you guys are in the area, like we mentioned before, get on down here. They're starting to put those beers on ice, folks. The coconuts are as cold as can be, as we say here in Indonesia, dingin sekali. It is going bananas. We've got just under 4 minutes left of this heat. Of Heat 2, Round 1 of 32 for the women's. Our current heat leader is Red with the total heat score of 11.00, and second place is Blue. She's got a total heat score of 5.87, followed by Green with a 5.24, and our Polish competitor in White with a 3.50. Love how calm and relaxed these girls are, just waiting for that next set, enjoying the beautiful sunshine today and those wonderful conditions.
And interesting to note that a lot of these surfers, I don't know if they were overhyped from Natsumi's high wave, but there wasn't a lot of high-scoring waves up until the 10-minute mark of this heat. A lot of the surfers just with low heat totals. So you can see that often with the waves. The waves will pulse in a heat, and then the next one will be pretty docile. So maybe that we could have a late flurry again.
I hope so. It always, it's a little bit frustrating when that happens in your heat and you see the heat before. But these girls are making the best of it, as we see a beautiful wave here.
So fourth in priority, Mia's picked this up down the beach towards Seminyak Way. And just a little left there. So she's looking for 2-4, and I would say that was it. And this is current number 2. So she's in a progression situation at the moment. And she gets a 10. Wow. So pretty safe wave there, but I would say that would better at least a 2.87, maybe a 3. And this is Patricia here just adding to her heat total, looking for a 4.07. We didn't see the beginning of that, but she's a Polish surfer living in Bali. Had a little Instagram follow yesterday, so had a chance to look at the profile.
Oh yeah? How's she doing over there on the Instagram?
Yeah, lots of Bali footage, and seems like a world traveler, surfing all around the world. So that would be maybe one of her first WSL events, and that's the same for a lot of these surfers. It's very expensive to enter this. You got a lot of insurances, you have lots of expense for travel, accommodation, and then the entry fee, of course. So the communities have been really behind a lot of these surfers. There isn't a lot of support in longboarding, but thankful to companies like PADROL that have put their money behind running the event. And here's Mia. She was looking for a very low score.
This is
she
that
gets
replay.
A clean 5. Yeah, this is a replay from before.
See, what was she going after? Was it a 2.8?
Yeah, 2.5 or something like that. So,
might have got it. And the replay of our competitor in white from Poland. The Polish dream right there, stretching it out. Oh, then it cut to the end. We're having a little glitch in the replays as we see our competitor in blue. Nice flying little 5. That wind just holding the wave up so she could progress through this section. Out on the face again with a quick tap of the nose.
and if she completes this, she's actually now, doesn't seem like, so we're waiting for a score to drop in. So that's Hai Hung Sung, who's in 3rd place after Mia locked in a 4.07 for that left. So now Mia's gone down because the judges are awarding a 6.10, even with the incompletion.
That first nose ride.
Yeah.
That's what did it, folks. That wind held it up. She was flying. There was no water spraying off the nose.
So 20 seconds remaining. We have Mia in green needing a 5.04. Out here on a family holiday with her mum, Naomi.
Shout out to Naomi.
Gnomes, yep.
Gnomes, we love gnomes. Hopefully we catch up later for a cold coconut or bentang crystal.
Yeah, and then counting down, 2 seconds left, and in priority is Mia. She gets up on the hooter. We'll see if that one goes into it and she pulls out, even though she had the priority. So it looks like our Japanese surfer and the Korean surfer progressing through that heat, and we'll move into very shortly our heat number 3, but we're going to go to a break.
All right, folks. See you soon.
Kerja nggak kenal waktu, itu overwork. Chill bareng Bintang Kristal. Nyegerin, nggak overpaid. Waktunya Kristal Chill.
More hot action on the beautiful beach of halfway Kuta for our PADROL Longboard Classic WSL QS event. The women are still out there and making the day even more beautiful than it already is. Thank you to all of our competitors and fans down the beach. Splendid day down here.
And out in this heat, we have Sujin Paki from Korea and Chonikan Pait Surukri, who is also known as Mink, and Yihoon Kim from Korea. So we have 2 Koreans and a Thai surfer out in this heat. It's been the theme of the day, mixed nationalities. There was one full Indonesian heat of men, which I felt sorry for because a lot of them are friends too. But this is round 1 of heat 3 of round 32, and up and riding is Sujin, and incomplete on that wave. So the judges will be looking for completions, Jared, and even on little waves like that, I can see the leg rope getting tangled around the back of the board there, and
slowing her down. It's
slowing her down and getting the way of the feet. The leash really can become an obstacle at time, but all 3 surfers are using leashes. So good on them if they can feel comfortable using them. It's at least they're not going to go swimming if they lose their board. So but it's so close to shore. It's 50 meters off, but never underestimate someone's swimming ability. And the safety element we talked earlier about, the legalities behind wearing a leash. A lot of these surfers have to wear one. And here we have our other Korean surfer, Yihoon Kim, and coming unstuck as well.
She just slipped off the tip there. Might need some more wax on that board. There's so many wax companies now, speaking of which. What have you been using? Still sticking to the old sex wax?
Yes, without a doubt.
There you go.
Just reliable.
Yeah.
And this is Sujin up and riding. Nice, relaxed hands, and 4 steps back. And straightening that one out for Sujin. Stepping back up in the middle and getting that trim. Yeah, and nice little wave there, but she's got to finish cleanly. It's oh, that's a familiar fin.
Yeah, and a familiar board.
Oh, Thomas with a wax head fin.
All right. The combo.
Yeah, well, fins. Let's talk about fins.
Let's talk about some fins. I love them. That's another great thing about here is there's so many great craftsmen, especially the local Indonesians, when it comes to board designs, making the boards, glassing them, making fins, whatever you want. You can make clothes here, furniture, you can do it all. But fins, there's some good ones going around, some great makers here.
Some art goes into fin making too, and if you have good surfers to trial them and a good combination of a nice outline, good material, flex to coincide with the board, adds that extra bit of spice to a board. And yeah, stoked to see Sujin Park with my FCS waxhead fin.
There you go. Congrats, buddy. Good job.
Thank you.
Good job on the design, yeah. Fins definitely make the board work the way they should be. And it's great to experiment on different designs. And there you go. Chono has definitely done that. And it seems like it's to be working because Sujin Park just jumped in the first.
And you know what? I just noticed the use of the leash there for Yihu, and I don't want to hound on it too much, but would she have jumped off that wave with that, let's just say, lack of grace if she didn't have the leash? Probably not.
Probably not.
And,
Yeah.
that all goes into judging criteria. When you just pop off the board and just jump off, the judges take note of that.
I hope they do, because at the end of the day, we're trying to make this sport look beautiful, and these women sure do a great job of it.
Yeah.
By jumping
So,
off.
to reiterate, if you don't rely on the leash, you try and surf your waves effectively and really try and place the board in the critical section and surf effortlessly, like you're putting on a performance, and just finish cleanly and finish in control.
Yeah.
Don't rely on that leash to, because that's a problem. Because one day when you actually do need the leash on a big wave, your leash will probably snap.
There is definitely a time and place for them, and right now these surfers are competing at the world's top level, and they're longboarding waves on a close sand beach break spot. I think they should definitely opt to not use the leash, personally.
It's isolated too.
It's isolated.
There's no one to hit.
They're professionals. We've got it all marked out. It's waist high. They get that thing out of here.
These are the world's best longboarders.
Let's see it. Throw this stuff on the line. Leave that thing at home for today, folks. But there's definitely a time and place. And when you're surfing heavier waves or a crowded area, throw it on. But we want to see these girls not get tripped up by that thing and display their beautiful talent and their skills as they so are. And this Heat 3 of round 1 with 14 minutes left. Break it down for us, Chono. What's the heat scores?
Well, before we do that, look at the posture of both these surfers. So we have Mink and Sujin sitting there with such elegant posture.
Yeah.
And that is a huge part of longboard surfing too. It goes into the style element, the way you hold your hands, and often what you don't do with your hands and the minimal hand movement ends up playing a vital role in that overall spectacle of the wave. Less is more. And if you can do some pretty rad stuff in the pocket and on a big wave and pretty critical, you end up being world champion like Harrison Roach.
Like Harrison Roach, there you have it. Great.
But, Sujin out in the lead, 5.83. Yiyu and Kim in second, so the Koreans, and our Thai surfer narrowly down into third place, but she's got priority, and there's a little bit of movement. So Sujin putting the pressure on, and they're sitting pretty close together.
Let's see what's going to happen as the set rolls in. These competitors are eyeing out where they're going to go, what they want to do. As we see a breakdown of the best two ways of our competitors in the current heat with 13 minutes left to go. We see our competitor in blue using her priority. Let's see. She looks like she's going to chuck it to a right, but you never know. Is it fade? There she goes. She's dropping in, folks. In the curl. Ooh. Fortunately, that one's just going to do that low tide dropout as the tide continually going down for us right now. And right behind her, competitor in red, current heat leader. Up to the nose, quick 5.
Nice.
Not much there for an opportunity, but beautifully ridden for what she had.
I just love the way she maintained that composure, stepping back, redirecting. You know, we talked about before with the leash, it's easy just to jump off and end the wave. But she surfed that one all the way to the shore, onto the sand. She's stoked. You see the smile. And,
I think that fin had a lot to do with that composure there, buddy.
Yeah, or at least, okay. Well, we've got to go. We'll talk about stability. And a nice wide base with a little less flex is going to add a more stable feeling under your feet. If you have a lot of flex, so if the fin's moving a lot, and it's got a lot of the tip flex, that gives you some propulsion, but it can also add some sort of sketchy moments, and you can use that to your advantage if you know how to control it. But at other times, when there's whitewash over the board and you're a more petite frame, you kind of want some stability as well as some maneuverability too, right?
Always helps indeed. And she's displaying that surfing well.
Yep.
As we see our competitor White dropping in, we're going to break it down to an interview live down on the beach with Kade Inua from Japan, our last heat winner.
So, girl, congratulations first of all for your heat. You served really well. And can you please tell me how was the condition out there?
So good waves, but difficult. なんていうんだっけな、軽いって。Slow wave?
Slow and massive.
And how is the difference between the training session and during the competition?
練習中と試合中の波の状況の違いについてはいかがでしたか？
練習の時の波とテイクオフは少し軽めで乗りづらいんですけど、乗ってしまったら掘れてる波が結構多かったので、練習とはちょっと違いました。
During the practice session, there are follow waves, more follow waves, and it was massive when we take off. But in this competition waves, it is very different, and I had some difficulty to take off and going straight to the beach.
And last but not least, would you like to say thank you or would you like to say hi to your family and fans in Japan? You can speak in Japanese.
応援してくださった皆さんありがとうございます。そして横で、通訳とかカメラマンとかいろいろしてくれる、母ありがとうございます。そして次のラウンドも頑張るので引き続き応援よろしくお願いいたします。ありがとうございました。
Okay, good luck for your next session. Thank you, Mama.
Alright, rolling back in. That was really nice to hear from Katie and the translator from her lovely mum. Taka Movies, you can find on Instagram. And 9 minutes and 10 seconds left. So Sujin backing up with a 3.33 and Mink into second place. So we have our Korean surfer Yi Young Kim in third place with just a 1.6 to move into second. And that audio sounding fantastic through the speakers. It's amazing. We're sitting here in Kuta and we've got trucks, we've got scooters, we have horns, we have construction, and we've got a world-class longboarding event straight out in the front of us, presented by Jared Mel and Matt Chinosky.
Thanks for coming down and tuning in, folks. It's a beautiful day down here at Halfway Kuta. Everything's happening. Like we mentioned, there's a new open finished skate park just down here on the beach. Reminds me of California down there in Venice. We've got horse carriages. There's a mall just straight up the beach. We got coffee for BGS. We got Bintang Crystal being put on ice so we can crack those open later.
And of course the Mamaka, which is the hotel that's supporting the event as well. One of the sponsors as well. And yeah, the PADROL Longboard Classic.
The PADROL crew down here just throwing the vibe and supporting our community, and we couldn't be happier. So come on down. With less than 8 minutes in Heat 3 of Round 1 for the women's, currently in first place is Sujin Park in red. Behind her in second, and third is White. So plenty of time for these women to score a nice wave.
And it's our current third place holder having a hunt on this one, and she's in second priority, so nothing to lose. 7 minutes 30 left. And a lot of rocker in that Luffy. She's on a Luffy board.
Luffy.
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Wow.
So I know a bit about about Luffy, the Portuguese shaper.
Bringing it all the way to Indonesia. It's great to see these competitors bringing surfboards around the world to our beautiful home here in Bali, Indonesia, down at Kuta. Could have asked for a better day or a better event. Conditions are prime. Wind slightly offshore. Perfect little waves for this longboarding event. And it's going to be a beautiful weekend, folks. We're going to be here today, tomorrow. It's all going to go off. I heard there might be a special guest musical surprise.
Wow.
Maybe. We'll have to stick around and see. Or the Chili Peppers were in town. But you never know who's going to pop up down here on the shoreline.
And there we go. We got people just lining the sand, and there's hundreds of them. But hey, there's still plenty of room. The traffic isn't too bad. There's lots of car spots and scooter spots. You know where to go. There's a really nice array of nationalities there. And current heat leader, Sujin Park, on her Thomas surfboard. And she's using one of my signature fins out there. You can get from FCS, a waxhead 10-inch model, and it's suitable for most people between about 50 kilos up to about 80, 85, 9.0s up to maybe 9.6 in length. And this is our current third place holder. She's looking for a 2.91, so a marginal score, and it is possible, although we haven't seen many sets. And we see the beautiful Kuta Reef in the background there, and the airport, and the Learn to Surf schools down there, and mellow days. The tide's just on mid-tide.
It's a perfect day for anybody to get out there and surf, really. This is why we come down to this beach. It's just beautiful, white sand, flat beach, user-friendly. Look at these. These could be the next generation right here on the screen. Coming to the WSL. It's just all happening down here. It's quite the life here in Bali, as we see waves in the background over there. It's like what? Airport Labs, Kuta Reef?
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, someone's swimming out the back with a lifeguard next to them, and
got fishermen out there catching us lunch. You ever over towards that way in Jimbrin, make sure you stop by the seafood market. You can pick it and they'll cook it right there for you. Fresh as can be, my friend, and it's quite tasty.
Alright, I'll have to take you up on that. It's on our way up to get some waves on to the Bukit Peninsula, and there's Sujin hunting a world tour, well, an aspiring world tour competitor, not on the championship tour. Of course, the winner of this event combined the points from the Philippines event, where Natsumi, who was in the previous heat, is progressed through with crazy numbers. So you'd have to say she's a favorite moving into this event, and she showed it with a 9 and 9.5. But Sujin also competed there, so we'll see how she goes. And here is Sujin Park, current heat leader, up. And you've got to complete those. She went for the 10, and you'd have to say it. If she didn't have a leash, would she have walked back from that and tried to complete? Maybe.
Yeah, I don't think
or just
so.
the positioning was a little bit off.
She was a little high, but it was great.
Leaning
effort.
forward a little bit.
It was great effort. She put herself in the spot. She's definitely trying to earn those points. As we see a replay of that, you can see how she kind of just rides a little high.
Needs a fade a little bit more.
Right there. Oh, she just kind of went down. That wind might have pushed her up. It's all right. She's back out there. She's on another wave right now. Clocking up her points. Oh, goes down, unfortunately, again on the inside. But she's got 3 minutes and 30 seconds left in the heat. She'll be back out there for another wave, folks. It's our current heat leader with a 4.50 and a 3.33. Second place is looking for a 5.20 for our competitor in blue to move to first, and to advance in white, our competitor is looking for 2.91. Very capable of our competitor in white to get that score and advance to the next round.
And then that second place in priority is our Thai surfer Mink, and she's been studying in Australia psychology and in Thailand as well. So a lot of these surfers are educated as well, furthering their education. She's riding a Ross concept as well.
All right, shout out to our boy Ross. I think he's in Brazil, back in the homeland, but he currently resides out here in Bali with us. He's quite the character, makes some good boards. Love to see him around town.
Oh, there she is. Hey! And she makes it, so
see how the judges go there.
Using her intuition on that wave, stepping back and completing, so that you'd think might get rid of a 2.5, maybe even a 3.07. But as I said last heat, that 9 or 9.5 of Natsumi's Their heat totals.
Top of the competition.
An 8.27 for Sujin. Current heat leader is still almost over a full point less than Natsumi's top scoring wave. So
that is wild. What a beautiful display.
Put that into context, yeah.
And even in the men's, she's dominating the whole competition.
Fully. Well, that's it. If you get a set wave, that old Skip Fry quote, where if you can surf all the way to shore, in the critical part of the wave, bottom turn and complete, you got 4 points before you've even done a maneuver.
There you go.
Pretty simple recipe when you break it down like that.
Like you said, simple can be
Do you get
better.
extra points for mooning the judges? The Mickey Dora style?
Unfortunately, I have not.
Hasn't, yeah.
I didn't get extra points. I think I got less points.
Right. You can't do that in Indonesia either.
You can't do that in Indonesia. I did it in Australia where it wasn't too, people weren't too happy. But, you know, it's a la Mickey Dora.
Yeah, that's it.
When you get
the Black Knight.
The Black Cat, the Black Knight is one of our iconic heroes of the sport. He's up in the big party with some of the other legends, having a ball up there. Typically, his birthday is coming up in August, and our friend Joel Tudor and I would traditionally go to Malibu and spend the day there, celebrating and surfing and catching waves down at the point.
Celebrating the Army of Darkness.
The Army of Darkness.
Shout out to Ryan Haywood.
Ryan Haywood.
Siege.
CJ Nelson, and one of our favorite human beings ever, Jai Lee. If you're watching, I love you, buddy, more than you'll ever know.
Vince Felix in the mix as well.
Vince Felix, another Army of Darkness member. Those boys definitely inspired so many people in the longboarding culture.
If you don't know what that is about, feel free to Google it. Probably won't come up with anything, or send us a message. And Sujin, current heat leader, and just coming off the back of that, but I don't think it's going to play into her heat total anyway. And up next we have two Filipinos coming up, and we'll have Luke jumping back in the booth to share some info on them. And counting down in the 5 seconds, so it looks like Sujin and Mink taking that one out. Unfortunately, yeah, for our Surf and White, just unable to capitalise on that. So a little clap of the hands there for Mink as we move into an ad break, and we'll be back for the fourth heat.
Catch you guys later.
Classic WSL 1000 qualifier. This is event 2 of the Asian qualifying series for the World Longboard Tour. And back in the booth we have Luke, our Filipino correspondent, who was there as the event organizer and coordinator at La Union for the first event. And in this heat, lining up, we have 2 Filipino surfers. So to give us some insight on Daisy and Antoinette.
Yeah, we have Daisy and Antoinette. Daisy's probably our eldest female longboarder from La Union. And Antoinette Valdez is one of the up-and-coming Wahinis.
Yep, Wahinis, I like that. And do you know Suaprapa from Thailand?
Yeah, I've seen her in a few other comps.
Yeah.
It's pretty good that there's a Thailand team here too. They're representing for Team Thailand. Shout out to the Thailand team, Jube, and those guys at Phuket. Hope you guys are getting waves down there.
And Surf and White's nickname is Om.
Om.
That's a name that she prefers to go by, and she's riding a Keo surfboard from Australia.
Nice.
The Tom Payne V model, TPV. Shout out to Tom Payne excellent goofy footer, and now actually making surfboards at Thomas in Noosa.
Keo is Australian brand?
Heritage brand, Australian brand from Brookvale, my hometown.
Oh.
And Keo was a label it's a foundation label, one of the first pioneering surfboard labels in Australia, and they were responsible for the shortboard revolution, but also some of the best longboards ever made in the world. So Keo had Bob McTavish, Nat Young, Midget, all shaping boards at any given time for them in the stable. So you had like the equivalent of John Florence, Kelly, and Italo making boards under that label. And of course the famous V-bot on the plastic machine, which was the world's first shortboard made by Bob, went over to Hawaii and blew minds, and that's where Keo's named to fame, was the V-bottom model. So
yeah, talking about Bob, I remember he came to La Union a few years ago with I think Weber.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yep.
They were invited by this this surf shop, and I think it's La Union Pro Longboard Invitational or something, and they did a demo there shaping a blank board.
Unreal.
Yeah.
And so quite heat to start this one up, but
I think the tide's changing already.
it is starting to drop. We saw some really good waves in the last few heats. A bit quiet in that last line, but it's a bit smaller than the last few days. Tomorrow's going to pick up a little bit, but we did have the high tide around 9 a.m. So tell us a little bit about Antoinette and Daisy.
Yeah, Daisy's she was at the World Games 2 weeks ago, and Team Philippines finished 4th overall out of 32 teams. So out of all the Wahinis in the Philippines, Daisy, I would say, would have the most experience. And Antoinette's just starting. I think this is her first international trip. And yeah, Daisy's been mentoring all these Wahinis from back home. So it's good to see that the first generation surfers are looking after the up and coming surfers. It's very important for the sport and for the culture of surfing, I think.
Absolutely, and you and I both have a duty of care, or maybe just a responsibility to pass the knowledge and culture on to the next generation, as Daisy is too. But do you think there's a little bit of nerves perhaps from Daisy's side, just a little bit, after sharing that information, now finally being in a heat with someone that she mentors?
Yeah, for sure. I was just talking to them earlier. She said she's always rattled during the first heat.
Wow,
as long as she
even
gets
with all the
over
experience.
yeah. After that first heat, she says she's more relaxed.
Yeah. So it's a tricky first heat because we have Om from Thailand is used to surfing waves a little weaker and softer. So the small waves is not going to be much of a deterrent. It's not going to be something to put Om off. As you saw a bird or fish diving in the background there. We have a little set moving. So there is priority in this heat. 20 minutes long. The judges will be taking the best 2 waves. And of course it's the WSL Longboard criteria, which ISA is slowly developing. And I think it just is more along the lines of translation and people understanding what good surfing is. And we had a great chat on the beach earlier about the technical aspects of longboard surfing, and beautiful surfing there from Antoinette, getting that 10, nice footwork and trimming through to the inside, seeing if there's a reform.
I think Antoinette is 17 or 18 years old. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, shout out to the boys back home. Shout out to Wendell and to the Alima guys, Archie, Joms, and Otavo. They're all watching now. Here we go. Daisy on her first wave. Quick stall. And I think she's riding a board shaped in Bali. She just picked this up a few days ago.
So maybe a few nerves there because she just realized, okay, at the 13-minute mark she needs to just surf a wave. There's minimal scoring, and in the last heat, the heat total of our winner Sujin, which I'm sure we'll cut to shortly for an interview, was actually lower than Natsumi's second highest wave at 9. So
yeah, that first ride of Hatsumi, and that was crazy. Well
this
surfed.
is Om up here, little replay. Nice middle of the board surfing and just hanging on and coming unstuck there. So
yeah, Natsumi won the WSL in La Union in January, and I believe she's been everywhere after that. She's been to Brazil and New Zealand, so she has a lot of experience. She's Daisy's first wave.
So I'd say probably a good option there, and there's Om just pulling off this one. So yeah, we have Antoinette, Daisy, well, so 583 for Daisy's first wave, unless it was a 2-wave heat total that we haven't seen. And that one, Antoinette, a lot of waves starting to get ridden here, so perhaps a lack of experience from Antoinette's side, just trying to keep busy, and maybe holding on to that priority, maybe a sensible idea. Now Daisy has it back.
I think after the women's round, we'll go to the round of 32 of the men's.
Yeah, I believe so. We'll move
That's
straight
gonna
back into
be
the men's, yeah.
interesting, as the seeded guys from Asia are already on the round 32.
So we would like to say a big thank you to our sponsors. So we have PADROL, who is the presenting sponsor of this event, and a big supporter of Indonesian longboarding with their own domestic tour with some events, and the Mamaka Hotel down the road, and Bintang and BGS Coffee for supplying that coffee in demand. They've got a espresso machine on the beach supplying it here next to the warungs. So you got the Bali coffee here, but you've also got some espresso coffee too, pretty good as well, I must say. But an international affair of surfers. We have Polish, Russian, Thai, Taiwanese, Brazil, Chinese. We've got Philippines,
Korea,
of course,
Thailand,
and of course Indonesian.
Yep.
And a couple of Australians.
Yep. Yeah, very important to have all these sponsors. Made this possible for this event. Without their support, won't be possible for this event. So thanks, guys.
And this style of surfing, you have a lot of tourism, obviously here in Kuta, but you know, these little coastal pockets like Canggu, and we talked about even on the Bukit, we talked about Padang, baby Padang, having longboard waves, and we'll have a pretty incredible, I think, the advantage of having longboarding at these events and represented with that traditional style is that we'll see more and more of these regions promoting longboarding and sponsors getting involved. But as we say that, we have a Korean surfer. We're having an interview with that winner from the last heat, Sujin Park.
Oh, hi Sujin, how are you?
I'm good.
Okay. So, how do you feel to be the first woman in the entire competition so far to be leading the heat?
Yeah, I'm so appreciated in here. I'm so nervous, but I'm so happy to hear and so funny time. It's a good person, good friends making here, and good waves, good weather. I'm so happy to hear.
So, what was the critical movement did you do and during your heat that makes you go all the way to win the heat?
Yeah, I wanted to try to stay the critical section, but sometimes to lose the control a little bit tricky. But I thinking about just relax and enjoy the wave, feel the wave. It's okay. This is fun.
Amazing. And one really important question: as the longboarding in Asia is now growing like so much, what is your opinion about longboarding in Korea?
In Korea, so many friends coming to surf and enjoy the longboard. For easy to coming is the first time enjoy the longboard. It's fun, and we usually no wave in Korea. Sometimes the best of the world, but usually no there. So longboard use the sometime anytime you enjoy the small wave and big waves.
Amazing.
So,
Okay, last but not least, would you like to say hi or to say thank you to your sponsor, family, and fans?
안녕하세요. 제가 처음으로 WSL 인터뷰를 하게 돼서 너무너무 기쁘고요. 지금까지 여기에 올 수 있게 도와주신 저희 사랑하는 박진, 그리고 링커 웨슈트, 그리고 파도 스튜디오, 햄보드, 갑자기 막 생각이 안 나는데 A2AG 모두 너무 감사드리고요. 지금까지 열심히 할 수 있게 도와주셔서 정말 감사합니다. 한국 롱보드 파이팅! 한국 서핑 파이팅!
Well done, and good luck for your next round.
Yeah, next round. Try hard.
So amazing scenes there with Sujin, the last heat winner.
She was so stoked.
So stoked. And we just were talking about longboarding in Asia and those little cultural centers. And of course, we're Yang Yang, which is a very famous area for longboarding, and also the wave park being a popular element. And some, as we see, these quick nose rides there from Antoinette. Oh, and just about to say, comment on those quick footwork. We're going to see more of that as the tide gets a little bit lower. But yeah, Sujin really just expanding on what we were just talking about with the sponsorship and the generation of longboarding coming up through the Philippines included. And
have you been to Korea?
Haven't yet. It's on the agenda. I was meant to go there in the next week.
Yeah, Sam, I haven't been there, but I've seen photos and videos. Surfing's so popular there now. It's crazy.
Well, first I'll come to the Philippines.
Yeah, you should.
Then get in Korea and of course back to Japan, one of my favorites. And then we have Daisy, who's taken the lead with a 5.83 to 5.67, and this one extending right down to the beach. So we'll see what that one comes in at. And in white is just trying to build upon those 1.6 score lines. So, two, you'd say low waves, so incomplete small waves, maybe closeouts. So I know she can surf some bigger waves quite well, actually. So it's going to come down to wave selection for our surf in white. But the Filipinos taking the lead.
Yeah, definitely. We were just at the beach earlier, and what's fun with the longboard comp is, seems like if you're a non-surfer, you can still relate. We've seen a lot of tourists there watching and just cheering, and most of them they just haven't surfed yet, but they can relate to, the waves ridden and the stoke in the face of all the surfers.
Yeah, that's right. And even the Sujin, you see the face lighting up and speaking in Korean to her friends and family back home. And that's the stoke that Jared and I have been talking about. There's no bad vibes when it comes to longboarding and surfing in particular. It's such a good thing to get your kids into and the culture into. It's a sustainable form of tourism as well.
Yeah, that's true.
It's a type of tourism that encourages less, the infrastructure growth, because the surfer's the product that you're selling is the water.
Yep, that's true. Here we go, surfer in red, Daisy. Currently in the lead with 5 minutes left. Surfer in blue in second, and surfer in white in third. Only needing a 5.83. Lots of time on the clock. And on heat 5, next heat, we have Hiroka Yoshikawa from Japan, Ekaterina Vostrikova, and Kacha and Karaheja Musadik from Myanmar. Is that Myanmar?
Yeah, we have some. We have a Russian surfer and Malaysia.
Sorry.
Amazing. I didn't even know we had the Malaysian surfer out there. So, yeah, a stacked heat of internationals, and I've said that it's been, apart from one heat Indonesians, it's been mixed nations this whole event, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, there's such a sick wave in Malaysia. Good left-hander at Cherating. Shout out to the boys of Cherating. I'm pretty sure they're all here watching to support their surfer in the next heat.
So we just have a fan being dropped off in the van, but the aircon's going pretty well so far. So you can hear one of the officials in the background chatting to us, and we are on the beach down here in Kuta, and halfway beach, so if you feel free to
Kuta halfway, shout out to the Kuta halfway board riders club for helping organize this with the ASC. Makasih, boss.
Yeah, in the booth right now we have one of the Filipino legends in the surfing community, Luke. So tell us a little bit about how much longer you're in Bali, and are you looking to get any other waves while you're here, and why are you not competing?
I've been here for a few days, and I need to go back on June 5th because my partner is giving birth soon.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you. Shout out to my partner Danica and my daughter Duna and my son Kai. And yeah, basically I just brought the team here. Team Philippines here, and making sure they're all set. making sure they're ready to compete.
And is there some government support for entry fees and some of the travel?
Yeah, so the top longboarders are supported by the Philippine Sports Commission.
Yes.
They are funded by our Sports Commission and Para sa Next Gen and UPSA, United Philippine Surfing Association. Shout out to the boys there for helping our athletes get here. And most of them have their own private sponsors too.
Right, yep, which is addition to the government help. So that's fantastic because the entry fees, the travel, and the accommodation is very expensive, and it would almost be a quarter of some people's wage for the year.
Yep.
Well and truly.
Yep.
Or even half.
The monthly wage in the Philippines, I would say, would average, if you live in the province, around 10,000 pesos, maybe $200.
Yeah.
That's a monthly wage.
Monthly wage, correct. So it really is almost, at least one quarter, if not half of the year's wage to come. Add flights and add board bags, baggage. It's a big investment to make these events. So thank you to all the sponsors, and anyone's out there listening. You know, this is a fantastic display that these surfers are showing. And
here we go, Surfer in Blue, currently in second place. Yeah, I think the tide changing is making the wave break faster, yeah?
Definitely. Less reform sections. But if someone is able to connect, like if, let's say, Om in third place was able to connect on a set wave all the way to shore and complete, it would probably end up being a decent score. But we saw her pull off a wave then, so we'll see if there's a replay on that. But that was Daisy just finishing off on that with 50 seconds left. With a 5.83 and a 5.67. Not sure what she did on the outside section, but the judges aren't scoring length of ride necessarily. It is more to do with a combination of maneuvers and quality. That's right.
Yeah, shout out to ASC for this event and to the Kuta Halfway Board Riders Club. Thank you guys for allowing this event to happen here and for sharing your lineup to everyone that's here. Very important local surf club. That's why you see mostly where there's successful surfers come from, they have a strong surf club backing them up. Those surf clubs usually start small events, small grassroots events, small drum comps, and when bigger events come, the bigger organizers tie up with this
for the infrastructure.
Yeah.
So that one concludes this heat of heat number 4. So we had Daisy and Antoinette progressing through that, and we're going to go to an ad break, and we'll be back for heat number 5 with a lot of nationalities still yet to surf. We'll see you soon.
Kerja nggak kenal waktu, itu overwork. Chill bareng Bintang Kristal. Nyegerin, nggak overtime. Waktunya Kristal Chill.
And we're back. This is Heat 5 of the women's round of 32. In red, we have Hiroka Yoshikawa from Japan. Here we go, surfer in white paddling. Surfer in white from Malaysia. Just a quick tap. Shout out to those guys in the water, Sean and Tim, both in the water taking photos and videos for our highlight reels. I believe they will post it later this afternoon. So 18 minutes, we have a lot of time. Surfer in red in first with a 367 and surfer in white with a 286. Here we go, surfer in blue.
This is Katya.
With waves like this, Matt, do you prefer riding bigger boards or heavier boards, or?
Yeah, waves this small. It is. You see, the thing today, it's not fluctuating. It's under 2 feet. It's knee to waist high. Some days on beach breaks, you get days that are knee to chest high. So you can get away with riding a smaller, more maneuverable surfboard and wait for those set waves. But the set waves are very few today. So I'd be riding a 9.6, 9.7. My normal board's a 9.3.
So you said a bigger board, so you have more float?
More glide, more float.
glide,
So
okay.
I'm a big fan of utilizing the trim of a surfboard. The trim is the natural momentum inbuilt in a surfboard, and you can do that on a bigger, heavier, longer board. And the way you can turn is quicker, faster feet to get back to the tail. So like this, exactly. 4 steps to the nose. And this is Hiroka Yoshikawa.
Yeah, I believe Hiroka won the single and unattached. And I think Queen of the Point.
Wow,
Yeah,
double whammy there, and Natsumi taking the win in the LQS.
Yeah, the QS.
Japanese
yeah.
clean slate.
Shout out to our friends Carla and Ian from California. They were organized the Queen of the Point in La Union, focusing on female surfing.
Yep. And it's interesting that Hiroka's on a surfboard that her father made.
Yep, I've heard.
A 9.4, 9.3 I believe, and it was between 22.5 and 23 inches wide, and 2 3/4 I believe in thickness.
Well,
and
amazing you remember the numbers.
yeah, quite wide tail considering, but foiled out, so quite thin in the tail as well. So what that'll do is the width of the tail adds stability. So when she gets the nose, it's going to feel quite stable.
So the wider the tail, the more stable.
Correct.
How about with turns?
Yeah, well, if you refine out the thickness of the tail, you can get some release through the turn. But generally, the width of the tail is going to restrict the turning. But there's ways around it, just the way you draw the line and the technique. A good surfer should be able to, with proper technique, turn any surfboard. But the advantage of something like that is going to nose ride really well.
Interesting.
But some of the judges look for, not necessarily on the lower tide, but on the higher tide, a lot of the best nose rides are coming from better turns. So the better the turn, the better the nose ride. But a lot of the surfers spend so much time dedicating themselves to nose rides, similarly to shortboard riding, where you'll see a lot of surfers dedicating themselves to radical maneuvers. It's the in-between parts that are the crucial elements. So when the waves are really good, like the World Longboard Tour finale at Malibu last year.
Oh yeah, that was crazy.
Well, it's all the in-between stuff that made the big difference.
The linking
maneuvers. And it's the
plus setting up for that nose ride is important, yeah.
That's the art of trim. Understanding the intricacies and not how we do it. Because hanging 10's pretty easy. When you can surf, stand up and cross step, you'll eventually get there. But it's why we do it and the method behind it. And here's Katya. See, she waited a little bit, and now she get the 10. Nope, playing it safe, and she's just. Oh, I wouldn't really call that a completion close.
Yeah,
but she could have gone to 10 there, and that board would have actually moved forward and accelerated a little bit. And pushed her down the wave a little bit, and a little technical aspect there. That's why the hang 10 is functional sometimes.
Because some people think if you go to the nose, it might nose dive. So
Correct.
actually, if you go to the nose, it's pushing your board further down the wave.
If you're positioning yourself properly, you're actually nose riding as you're coming up the wave. There's still some elevation there from Hiroka. See that nose has got some air under it, just a little bit. And she'll step back soon into a turn. Yup, sets it up for this inside. She'll hit the nose again and hits it off the top. So nice wave there. I would say that was what we call poise. So it wasn't necessarily about what she did, but it's that when she did it, that was the crucial element.
Yeah, very important, those little details.
The timing.
Heading into those bigger major maneuvers, it starts with the small details first.
Correct. Very much so. It's the small things in longboarding are actually really big things. And I said it earlier, but longboarding it's really easy to start on. That's why a lot of people start on big foam boards and the mini mals, and we're seeing a lot of surfers right now, and out of sight of this commentary booth walking with longboards, but it's really difficult to master. Easy to do, hard to master, and that's the attraction. Here's our Malaysian surfer up and riding. Just struggling to make that completion as the tide's starting to run out and get a little bit low. We're seeing some of the surfers fail to complete.
Yeah,
and that's the crucial.
The surfer must ride it in front of the whitewash.
Yes, correct.
Oh, we have some nasi here, Matt.
Fantastic, the classic Indonesian dish, and this is a
Makasih.
replay of Katja's wave there. So she gets a 5, and she goes to 10 here. She actually pushes the nose down a little bit, and look, the wave's small. It's barely breaking. It's knee high, so it can't be too critical. But as we see here, Hiroka, nice. You see that hips lean back a bit in the middle of the board. She actually adjusted in the middle a little bit. I love, it's just these tiny little things. I would have liked to drop knee turn there a little bit, just rotate the hips a little bit more. I'm really big on body mechanics in longboard surfing. And here's Katja again, nice, just delaying it up. See the back knee is kind of cocked a little bit, and it's a bit wide there. See there? So the back knee is moving in a little bit, and that's, a lot of females do that. It's an elegant style, but it's also a way to push our momentum forward when that back knee is bent. You see it a lot with Craig Anderson or Ross Williams, the shortboarder. You'll see it with Luke Egan, Margot.
Oki maybe?
Oki a little bit on his front side. Tom Curran in barrels. Brad Gerlach. You'll see that back knee move in a little bit. Belinda Baggs and the females, very much so. It's not a wide leg stance on the nose. It's the back knee is tilted inwards. And it does depend on the body shape.
Is that called knock knee?
Knock knee, partially, yeah. Yep, definitely.
I think Bobby Martinez.
Of course, the style master Bobby. But there's a correlation there between the style that I'm mentioning and it pushes the momentum forward. Now we're going to go to an interview with Daisy from the Philippines, one of your country people. So we'll be tuning straight in right now. Let's speak to Daisy.
Oh my, wow, look who we have here. Mommy Daisy or Ate Daisy all the way from the Philippines. How was your heat?
It was really good, like just still on the water because like I'm competing against my niece, Antoinette, so I'm just kind of chill there with home.
Okay, and this is one of the most important questions for me. Can you please tell me a little bit about you, who you are, and how long you've been in the industry?
Yeah, I've been in the industry for almost like, from now 23 to 24 years, so I'm 35 now, and I'm from the Philippines. My hometown is like the first leg of the WSL in Mona Lisa Point.
And how do you feel about now that longboarding is growing so much, especially in the Philippines? Recently, you were just in El Salvador for the ISA qualification for the Olympics. Can you please tell me a little bit about how is the longboarding scene in the Philippines now?
The longboarding scene now in the Philippines is really growing, because WSL was built there, and because that's the first WSL for us to join also, even in the ISA. Now that the Philippines, we can compete against the best surfers in the world. So I think this is the best opportunity to join a lot of competition, to more exposure for our kids.
And last but not least, would you like to say hi and thank you to your family and friends in the Philippines?
Yeah, hi to my 2 kids. I've never seen them for almost a month now. And thank you for all the support from the Philippine Sports Commission para sa Next Gen UPSA, and to Kuta Surf, and to all the people who support us coming here. Thank you very much.
Good luck for your next round. I love it.
There, so we're just talking in the background of I guess the rise of surf retreats and coaching, and
tell me something about it.
Well, a lot of the surfers these days are running surf schools, running their own brands, running retreats. One of the ways for them to make money is passing on their information and skills. So, I mean, what does was some of your Philippine countrymen do for work? They're running surf schools.
Daisy has a surf school, JR has a surf school. Most of them have surf schools. Yeah,
exactly right, and that's what Katja in this heat runs her own surf school as well in Canggu. Kuta actually. She has a surf school in between here and Canggu, and some of their students. And beautiful knock-kneed hang 10 there. We just talked about that. Back leg tilting inwards, and Hiroka quick feet up to the nose, planting 10, stepping back with control and straightening out. And I think we saw Daisy mentoring a lot of the surfers. I see her on the beach filming, and it's the same, and it's a natural evolution what you see on the shortboard tour. Some of the legends coaching. Ross Williams coaching John Florence in the past. You have Micro Hall coaching a lot of the Rip Curl team riders as well. Jay Bottle Thompson, Nathan Hedge, a lot of these guys, coaching some of the best up-and-coming shortboarders. A beautiful 10 there. And it's the same with longboarding.
And I think it's very important to have someone on your team that has experience, has been there before too, yeah?
I mean, it is a natural evolution when you get somebody and you know them. Like there's that little fade there for Hiroka, quick feet up.
Oh, nice.
So that nose ride alone, judging on the computer screen, should be a 6. And she's surfing this one all the way through. She gets a completion. We'll see. Beautiful footwork. And soling arch back, all the way to shore, 6 decks up to the nose, and completed. So that's a smaller wave, and it's difficult to tell on the screen just how dynamic it was. But as far as maneuvers and positioning, that's an 8 to me. But the wave may have appeared a little smaller in person.
Yep, true.
But that was close to excellent positioning and surfing. Not one single maneuver was outstanding, but the whole wave was really well put together.
Well linked, yeah.
So if that went 8, I wouldn't be surprised. If it went 6.5, I'm not going to be surprised either.
A lot of to do with the position of the guy taking the video and where the judges are sitting to sometimes.
Correct. So we'll have that. There's that
look
moment
at that.
there. So you see the tail going through the back of the wave and the fin doing all the work, and she's back in the whitewash there, and she gets the nose with her board in the whitewash. See? Although little wave, there's no critical moment now, but that was further out. Keep in mind the wave was only leg high, thigh high, hip high. So not a lot of risk, but... And here's our Malaysian surfer up and riding in white. So she's looking for a 4.6. That's a smaller wave. We can tell that was actually a smaller wave with not a lot of scoring opportunity. So obviously favouring the lefts at this stage. And same with Katja as well. So
yeah, 5 minutes left. Still surfer in red in first place and surfer in blue in second. Let's see if surfer in white's last wave will get the requirement she needs to advance to second. So after this, you're going to the Mentawais for a retreat, Matt.
Yeah, that's
Tell
right.
us something about that.
I just love surfing, and a lady over there for Vela Mentawai, Etra, she's a longboarder. She runs a surf camp over there. It's a beautiful private villa with room for 5 surfers. And she said, Matt, come along and come surf with me and bring some surfers. And it filled out in 1 minute. But then there was a lot of events, including this one. There was an event in Virginia Beach, the qualifier for USA last week. And then, of course, you had the duct tape in Brazil. So a lot of the surfers signed up, actually had to potentially lose their deposits, but it filled with other surfers. And Katja is one of those surfers who's coming along on the retreat. She runs her own surf school. And a lot of the surfers that are coming have a responsibility to pass down information to their community, their board rider club, their team riders, their students. And I feel like, as I said, it's a natural evolution, and me having an opportunity to learn from the greats, Midget Farrelly, Bob McTavish, and knowing surfboards, technique, history of surfing, and putting that together in a package to help with technique is the only way that longboarding can move forward for that next generation to really learn and yearn for that. They want that knowledge, but they don't know where to get it. So unless it's people like ourselves or say Jared giving back, the culture disappears. And we all had people to give to us.
That's true.
So Hiroka out in the lead. So I don't know if that was at 7.5. I think that was dropped prematurely, unless they gave it straight away. That's 7.5.
I think that's her first wave.
I think so too. So if that's something to go by, we're still waiting on a few scores to be logged in.
Hiroka is from Chiba?
Chiba,
Which-
Japan.
yeah, Chiba,
correct,
yeah. So her dad shaped her board.
Correct, yeah.
There's such a deep culture and history on Japan longboarding.
There is, and Californian inspired, but I would say Japanese perfected. They often did things, and they still do things a lot more refined than a lot of the Americans and Australians do. Beautiful long 5 there.
Nice. Is your
Just
surfer from Malaysia?
Yeah, that's it. So I'm going to pronounce that as Kadeja Musadik.
Musadik.
Kadeja Musadik. If there is any correction on the spelling, I'll find out after this heat. And hopefully get to call it again. And here's Hiroka, quick footsteps up and taps 10. And unable to connect on that re-entry. But hey, it's 20 meters from shore, so not a far way to get the board. And that's long 5, a little bit of lack of control, and here gets a little bit sketchy. So perhaps maybe the footsteps back to an exit on the wave, like a pull-out, traditional pull-out, would be more effective in that moment. But it's easy to say when we have 30 kilos of weight on top of these women.
Yeah,
And I think that's one of the biggest emerging factors in longboarding, apart from the cultural aspect, is the female side. A lot of, obviously with equal pay.
Yep.
For equal play, which is fitting because these surfers are putting on equal amount of show and a spectacle. There is quite literally thousands of people on the beach watching this right now, and we have thousands of people tuning in across YouTube and the WSL app and watching this. There's Hiroka on the knees.
Yeah, it's so good to see all these QS qualifying events around Asia.
See the knee paddling here?
Yeah.
That's something very unique. She must be very flexible too, doing that little yoga projection. See the legs go out in the little frog position and back around. Finishing off the catches wave there, so she got a lot of Russian and Balinese fans there as well. So 45 seconds remaining. It's going to come down with 3.63 is required here.
White only needs a 3.63. Let's see if she can get it with this wave.
Oh, this is going to be interesting. A very small wave, like knee high, but this could be one of her better waves. So very interesting to see. There's not a lot of...
you have to ride it in front of that whitewash.
Yeah, that's it. And there's no risk because it's such a small wave. But great surfing, just on a smaller wave. And you see how small it's getting on the low tide now. Wave selection, if there is any sets, are going to be very, very crucial. With 10 seconds left, Hiroka with priority. Current heat leader, beautiful long 10, and that's what you can do on a knee-high wave. Switching it around. That's a great heat there for our Japanese surfer. Concluding this one, it was heat number 5, and Hiroka surfing this one all the way through. Beautiful footwork and poise. That board trimming beautifully.
Connecting it to the inside.
Yeah, and stepping off on the shore. Well done. Little clap in the hands for Hiroka Yoshikawa from Japan. We look forward to speaking to her in the heat end, saying thank you. So we'll round out our heat 5. What a great way to finish with heat leader Hiroka Yoshikawa and the Japanese. That's the story of this round, the Japanese really taking charge, and we'll move into heat 6 after this ad break.
All right, folks, we're back. More action from the beautiful beaches of Kuta, Bali, Indonesia on this beautiful sunny day. We're dropping in a heat 6 of round 1 of 32 for the women's. Right now, in the water, a couple beautiful girls, women, displaying some beautiful surfing. Our female competitors today have been absolutely tearing apart. And we're just gonna bring you more action all day down here. So if you're around, come pop in. And red, we got Leanne McDonald. Blue, we got Gina Kim. And white, Chulpan Galimova. And in green, that's Patrice Conroy from Australia. So we've got a field of competitors from all over the world. It is amazing to watch, folks. Stay tuned, have those eyes peeled. Great display of surfing is about to go down as we see our competitor red on her backhand, quick in and out. This low tide dropping quickly, making it quite difficult for competitors. But these are some of the best in the world, and they're trying to get on that world stage to be the best in the world. Oh, see White up and at him, and out the back. Matthew, how was your lunch, buddy?
Man, that was the best nasi goreng I've had all trip, you know. It's some amazing food down here on the beach at Kuta at Halfway Beach. It's a phenomenal vibe. The traffic has picked up. We've got a perfect frontside view of it, and the surfing is just heating up. This is Gina Kim pulling out of that one, and behind her, Australian. This one is Beatrice Conroy putting the head down, and she's up and riding. Quick feet. Straightening out on this one, and incomplete. Got to complete those lines to get a score. So just dusting off the cobwebs. A lot of these ladies just dealing with the lower tide, the outgoing tide. And this is our Russian server Chulpan Galimova. And Leanne McDonald, she is, I believe she's surfing for Chinese Taipei on the shortboard tour as well, on the qualifying series, but also with English or Scottish background there as well, or Australian. I can't remember the combo there, but Gina from Korea, and the Russian and Australian Beatrice Conroy. You can tell the surfboard that we're all riding. Oh, here we go. Back up red, up on the nose. Leanne. Oh, and just coming unstuck for Leanne. And wave selection will actually not play too much of a factor coming into this event, because as the tide gets lower, Jared, I've noticed in the last few days, the waves actually are all pretty much the same, the small and the big ones. It's a bit of a closeout. So it's going to come down to technique and really quick footsteps, and basically who surfs the best in these challenging waves.
Yeah, you're going to have to get lucky to find that.
And creative too.
Lucky, creative, and just skillful. It's going to be hard with this tide going out. And but these surfers can do it.
Absolutely.
These ladies have the skill, the talent. Look at them go. As their competitor in blue, backhand, quick nose ride, in and out, hangs on. Ooh.
And we've got the best boards for these conditions too.
The best boards. Speaking about boards, Patrice Conroy on our friend Shama Bunshaw's sweet longboard.
This one's actually a Sean Nettleton.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Yeah, I think she's brought a quiver with her.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there it is. The little Nettleton.
Shout
Shout out to Sean Nettleton.
Nettleton.
Another Victorian, actually. Cut his teeth down there in Victoria, and now shaping up on the north coast of New South Wales. One of the best labels going around for longboards. And our little sit-down coffin ride there for our Russian surfer in white. A lot of tail rocker on that thing. And Leanne, nice footwork and finishing this wave as well, straightening out, and she's out of there. She looks like she's on a Christensen, actually. So onboard stall Christensen, got those that opaque resin panels there on the side. You can sort of see the green. So that's a pretty trademark Christensen.
Yeah, good boards over there.
Shout out to Chris Christensen. I don't know if he's tuning in. He's between making boards for literally the world's biggest waves and some epic gliders and riding motorbikes and drag racing. He's a busy man.
He's quite the guy, quite the craftsman, and he's been coming over here to Bali and doing boards with the onboard store guys.
Yeah.
So it's great to have that inspiration and
Speaking of onboard store, it's a
little shout out to Charlie Waza. Onboard store. He's probably down at Surfers Bar having a cold island Brewing beer, Pilsner. It's his favorite.
And of course,
Shout out to those
one of the
guys.
boards they sell there, of course, the Devon Howard mid-length and
The CI Mid, the CI Mid Twin, and the Triplane Hull.
and the Longboard, I believe, may be coming out soon. Shout out to Wayne Rich, the collab there, and
We
Big
love you guys.
DH. Thank you, Devon, for laying the platform for what we have here today in Asia. We have we're in Kuta Beach in Bali with some of the world's best longboarding going down with that traditional longboard criteria. So thank you, Devon Howard, for your hard work and yeah, I guess just in that trademark year of 2019, getting Justin Quintal, you know, up there with Honolulu Blomfield holding the trophy, some challenging waves and a lot of obstacles, but really putting longboarding in that that whole year was kind of skunked with waves, you know.
It was, but fortunately they had him there to help define what true longboarding should be and look like, especially at the world level that we're seeing it currently here in Kuta. So love you, Devin.
And Beatrice is finishing off. So Leanne and Beatrice, very similar surfing styles. And out in the first and second, and we're just going to cut to Hatsumi Yoshikawa
from Japan. Live interview down on the beach. Let's see what they got to say. Look what it is.
Okay, we back here. Konnichiwa, Hiroka. This is Hiroka from Heat 5, Women Division, going to the next round. How are you feeling?
I'm happy. It was so fun. I feel a little nervous because the wave is getting fast and getting rotate, but we're still okay. It was really fun.
Okay, so what you gonna do for the next hit?
I'm trying to do my best, and I want to get a good wave and good riding.
Okay, thank you, Hiroka. All the best and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
So back live, and that was Natsumi. That was Hiroka Yoshikawa, and we had. I said Natsumi. Yoshikawa. I think I mixed Natsumi and Hiroka up just before because someone had put that on the screen for us to read. But of course, we know that was Hiroka, and Natsumi Teoka was the winner of the heat number 1. So of course, our friends from Japan. I apologize for the name. We're just reading what's on the screen, I should think, before we talk. So, Leanne McDonald, out in lead, 3.53 and 3.17. And in second, we have our Korean surfer, Gina Kim, with a 4.67 and a 1.47. And Beatrice Conroy, 3.33 and a 1.7. So, the incomplete rides really on display here. And we didn't see Gina's wave for the 4.67, but it was obviously a completed wave. And our Russian surfer down into 4th, looking for just a 4.74, and she's on screen now, paddling for this one. She's got the priority.
Let's see what she's got from us as our...
Ooh, and she's missed that one, so we'll see if that transfers over. It probably should, yep. She goes back to 4th priority, which means she's 4th in line.
What a bummer. But she still has just under 11 minutes, so plenty of opportunity. What a day, folks. What a day. Can't wait to see if we're going to go back into round 2 for the men's.
Yeah, I would imagine so. The wind's still holding off pretty nice, and we've got a low tide at about 3:30.
Yeah, 350, I think.
350, okay.
Around there, 1.4 foot low tide. Beautiful day.
Yeah, that'd be interesting to see if the organisers want to run through that round 2 and just try and get maybe men's out of the way, or maybe even women's, we'll see, and try and run the finals on more optimum tides tomorrow. It will be a little bigger, so it's going to be, let's just say, a little more challenging as the tide gets low tomorrow. These closeouts add a little more carnage, for a better word. 9-foot board and a shallow closeout's never a nice recipe, and our surfer in blue, current 2nd place holder, is Gina, up and riding, bottom turning, 4 steps up the tip, clicks 10, gets in the mid, grab there. It was like a bit of a, layback grab thing.
Well, little barrel roll, the old Corky Carroll barrel roll.
Oh, El Rolo.
El Rolo.
But yeah, 64 to 67. By end of 67, shortboards were in. Longboarding was such a short period. And B. Conroy up and riding, Victorian from Australia.
There she goes, a little tap on the nose. Section closes out.
And she got that score.
She's
She's moved up in a second with Korean surfer, minute 20.
Here goes
Leanne McDonald.
currently in thirds. Looking for that 4.60. I don't know if she's going to get that one. It's a little short.
So we'll see the breakdown of what B scored on that last wave. So we don't have the scores logging in front of us, but
our girl in white with 1 minute left.
Chulpan looking for the 6.73.
Unfortunately not going to get it there, but a great display, great effort, and a great try from these beautiful women out in our Heat 6 of round 1 for the women's division here at the WSL QS event, PADROL Longboard Classic.
Big thanks to our other supporting sponsors, BGS, Bintang, and the Momika Hotel just down the road. ASC for supporting it, and it's a pleasure. Jared Mel and Matt Chinosky in the booth. We're stoked. Talk longboarding, our favourite subject.
Our favourite subject, and our favourite thing to do. That's why we've been doing it so long, and I don't think we're going to stop, buddy.
Yeah, that's it. From Blackies Beach, California, and Manly Beach, Australia, it's brought to you live from us two washed up has-beens sitting in the van having a coffee and a beer, and it's a pleasure. No, really, this is so
best.
Awesome to see how far it's come, and genuinely, like, you got a Russian, you got a Thai, Chinese Taipei, an Australian, and a Korean in a heat. I never thought I'd have that opportunity to call, and it looks like Beatrice sneaking through with Gina Kim in that heat. So we're going to go to an ad break, and we're going to come back soon for a stacked heat number 7.
Oh, stay tuned, folks.
Upgrade pakai Business Home. Ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Bandwidth besar, upload downloadnya simetris, dan Business terus berekspansi ke seluruh Indonesia. Business Home, ini baru internet rumah Indonesia.
Welcome back. So we're moving straight into that next heat. This is round number 1 of the women's division in the PADROL WS 1000. This is
Heat 7.
Heat 7, and this is the number 2 event for the qualifying series. So whoever's got most amount of points from the first event in the Philippines and this second event will get an opportunity to surf on the World Longboard Tour and represent the Asia region. One person qualifying in the men's and women. So in this heat, we have another mixed nationality heat. So we've got Aping Agudo. And we have
Philippines?
Yeah, Philippines. And
another Philippines.
Minoza. I don't know. We've got an A Minoza. We don't know the first name of A because there's often a lot of these surfers do have nicknames. Because of course we've got F Buta Buta, who's Flora, better known as Flora. And a lot of these surfers, do go by nicknames, both officially. It's they represent themselves as Flora. You introduce it as Flora, not Buta Buta.
Yeah, Flora's one of the local girls here in Bali from Canggu.
OG.
An OG, as you could say. She's surfing for Roxy and quite knows this beach here at Kuta very well. So let's see what she's got for us on her backhand. She's up, cross-stepping to the nose, taps it, wiggles her way back.
Oh, completion.
Completion.
Wobbly, but she got it.
Yeah. So that's going to kick it off for Heat 7. She'll take the first stab at going closer and moving closer to the next round, but plenty of time. We've just begun.
Ashley Minoza, I think. Ashley.
It's a great name.
Yeah.
Let's see if Miss Minoza in blue can swing around and rack up the points here on the beach as the tide drops. We've still got a couple hours as the tide's still going down, but she's paddling. She's looking determined. She's definitely going to go on this one. Could be quick. Let's see what she's got. She's up. Straight to the nose. Quick 5. Looks like she had a bit more control than Flora on that. Very similar ride.
Yeah.
And Flora dropped to 2.83. So.
Okay, we'll see if that one comes in and a little higher. So I don't envy the judging panel at the moment, Jared. It's be very tricky. It's small. It's getting low tide. The wind is good, thankfully, for the competitors, and there is lots of scoring opportunities, lots of waves. But it's going to be very technical to split the difference. And here's Flora up and running. Not going to get to the tip. Oh, and just hanging onto the board, falling back, grabbing the rail. No leash, but that's all right. Plenty of opportunity. And here goes Ping, the surfer in red.
Here she goes. Oh, up and at him. Up and out. That was our third competitor in the heat to drop in. She's not going to get much of a score. That's all right. Plenty of time to work her way to the next round as we see our competitor Blue straight up to the nose. Oh, a little 10.
Yeah.
Whoa, whoa. Oh! But she caught her rail. She grabbed her board. She'll get back out there, but great dedication.
That's it. And I can't wait to see that replay because... Oh, check that fin. A little bit wobbly. It's funny. A lot of those people use those... I don't know, what do they call them? Fin jacks or something like that.
Yeah, you just screw it in, move it around.
Yeah, move it, but...
You like those?
No, I don't.
Straight, no.
No, I actually prefer a glassed-in fin, or, you know, oddly enough, when FCS approached me about helping them with their fin range, they asked me for a sponsorship, and there was no fins for me to use. So I designed them a whole bunch of new ones.
Perfect.
And their FCS2 technology is to clip in and clip out. It's great for traveling. It's great for R&D. And if you're someone like me, I don't actually change my fins too often. I kind of have one or two fins that I go through most of my longboards, so I don't need heaps of fins. I just need a couple good ones, so I actually just use the same one. I just clip it in, clip it out. If it's a good box, good solid box, FCS or Futures box, it'll fit. And same with like shortboard fins. You know, you don't have 100 sets, you have a couple and you just slip them in, 20 thruster, and your single fin shortboards. Like, unless it's glassed in, you're going to have like your favorite template you're going to ride in your 7.7, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Like you have 2 or 3, but one...
Yeah, I've got one.
And you could use that in a 6.6 or
quite a bit of different boards, yeah.
6.0, you know, it's versatile. So I like the clip in and clip out myself. The fin jack kind of works, but
clip in and clip out sounds a lot easier, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Would you, if you have wax on the bottom of your board and it's a brand new board, you're like, oh, I'll probably just scrape that bit of wax off, right? But people are cool with like a bit of like steel sticking out the bottom of their fin. It's like, I don't know. You know, they think about it.
No.
Although some people have lots of stickers, and you know, people talk about tail rocker slowing you down, but I reckon some of those stickers might too. But moving on to an interview with Gina Kim from Korea, who took the win in that last heat. Let's catch up with Gina on the beach.
Let's see who's got her ready to go. Live down on the beach.
Okay, we're back here with Gina Kim. Annyeonghaseyo.
Annyeonghaseyo.
All the way from Korea to Bali. How are you feeling to going to the next round?
I feel like amazing. I still cannot believe I got like first in the heat.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Like, get ready for the next heat, for the next round?
Yeah, I guess so. I have to.
What you gonna do for the next round?
I don't know.
What you prepare?
I'll drink coconut.
You just drink coconut.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much and congratulations, Gina. All the best for the next round. Yeah.
So, catching back up with this heat. Some sweet little interview with our Korean winner of that last heat.
These girls down here are so lovely. They just make the day better.
They're so stoked.
They're so stoked. They're so sweet. They're so happy. They're just bringing the vibe, keeping the vibe alive.
That's it.
As we see competitor in red. Oh, up and down. She's going to get back out there. Oh, and competitor in white.
Just catching up on some scoring here. So, see a Ping down in third place in red. Still really hasn't opened up. And Flora in second, and Ashley Minoza taking the lead so far with a 3.10 and a 1.9.
All right. Well, they've got their boards. They're back out there. See your competitor in blue, Ashley Minoza, looking to better her total heat score of a 5.00 with 3.10 backed up with a 1.90. She's on her backhand, straight to the nose.
Wow.
Beautiful,
nice
quick footwork. Yeah.
Can I give you a little insight on that one, Jared?
Go for it, buddy. Let's see.
Right, that's what we're here for.
Yeah.
So, lower tide, there's less opportunity to enter the wave, and I really noted how hard Ashley was paddling for that wave. She had a lot of paddle speed, and with a longboard, we're blessed with that glide, so why not use it? And really, a lot of that speed came from the paddle, and she was head down, really pushing hard. We see Flora just tapping off on that one.
Oops. That's all right.
A whole 9 meters to swim for that one. So
the water photographers don't even have to swim.
Yeah,
They're
he's
just standing
that
up.
thigh high. Yeah.
That's Tim from the ASC. Shout out to our water photographer out in the water, taking beautiful imagery. These photos, and there's Sean right behind him filming.
Yeah, Sean.
We got the boys out there working hard this beautiful day.
They'll be clocking up 3 hours in the water now.
Good stuff.
Yeah, wouldn't want to be anywhere else.
No, it's the best office in the world down here at halfway Kuta Beach. Come
Feel
on
free.
down.
Yeah, it's open to everybody. This is a free event, no entry money required. And it's actually a 3.10 and a 2.5. So, I mean, I guess the conditions have changed. I haven't seen the judging scale really adapt to the waves. So the judge is still obviously seeing something out there, Jared. Some open waves, perhaps, that we can't. And there is a factor here because often, after spending a lot of time with female competitors and watching the way they operate, they often surf together. As we see, 2 surfers. Wow.
Wow, she backed out. She had priority.
Yeah.
Interesting move.
So a lot of them do surf together. Flora's complete on this wave. I guess you could just say there's no expansive vision with a lot of women competitors. You can have a left down the beach, but a lot of them will still surf together in that group. And you see it in the shortboard tour too. And it's just something that they enjoy, maybe hustling, paddling against each other and really enjoying that priority battle. But I think, yeah, if that scale's kept low, what we can't see is perhaps down to the other end of the screen, some open rights or lefts. That's the only thing I can tell because, Ashley's completed a wave, surfed quite strong. Put a 10 on one of the waves, but 3.6 being her high at the moment.
Yeah, it was a quick 10, unfortunately, because the waves are just starting to close out. It's hard to find that corner, like you're mentioning, possibly a right or cleaner section that we can't see.
Here's a ping.
There she goes, in red, straight up there, hanging 5, hangs on to it, walks back, nice control, kicks out.
She was a competitor at the World Games last month in El Salvador, surfing for the Philippines, of course, and very well accomplished and experienced surfer.
Another beautiful event supporting this wonderful life of surfing that we all enjoy dearly. Just shout out to all of you tuning in. Thanks again, folks, for supporting this beautiful lifestyle. Surfing is the best, and we love to bring it to you live from Kuta halfway in Bali, Indonesia.
And Aping is the reigning Philippine longboard champion from Siargao Island, and she has her own surf clinic and surf school called Agudo Surf with her sister.
Oh wow!
And they're one of the first longboarders in the area, and they're really talented. Her and her sister, super. Ekit is her sister's name, and yeah, she's a mum.
Keep it in the family.
And she's got her husband's here supporting her too, filming her, coaching her, and watching her throughout. And they're representing their town, they're representing their island, they're representing their surfing culture. And a lot of these people, we talked earlier with Luke, with the average wage being between $100 and $400 per month. This event really is, almost, when you account for accommodation, flights, food, and entry fees, that's their yearly wage to enter in this event. Thankfully, there is some government support that allows them to compete at this. So it means a lot, this event. This is a lot more crucial than it is to a lot of people surfing in Australia and America and Europe, with a lot of those opportunities and obviously higher wage. So surfing is a gateway for a lot of these surfers, and we talked about them being surf school teachers and mentors. And in previous heat we had actually Daisy, who was the mentor to one of the surfers in her heat. She's the coach, and she was competing against one of the surfers she coaches against.
Wow.
Just passing it on to that next gen. So they're all very tight-knit as well, but it's really nice to see longboarding represented in all those different cultural pockets. Here's a ping again. Quick feet and completed again. So 2.7 in her last and 2.13. I'd say she needed 2.64, so it'll be right there. As I said earlier, Jared, everyone can hang 10 and hang 5 in this event. It's going to be those who can use their body and their board in a creative manner to get those scores.
Yeah, they're going to have to do anything they can to score as many points as they can in these quick waves, as the tide is still sucking out until around 350, I believe, and it's just about to hit 1250.
And hypothetically, let's say you're in this heat and you're up against Justin Quintal and Harrison Roach. Apart from just having a beer, what would be your approach right now with 7 minutes to go?
I think you'd have to worry about Justin Quintal because he rides such big boards. He can literally nose ride on anything.
Yeah.
He rides a sidewalk, and personally, for me, I can't maneuver that, but he's a big, strong boy. As we see, our lady in red.
Nice footwork from a ping on her Thomas surfboard.
Nice shout out to the legend Thomas Bexon. As we see our competitor in blue, lengthy nose ride there for these conditions, and a little up and down.
Oh, gee, okay. So opening up there with a turn and a clip off the top there. So the crowd, the atmosphere that you can't hear coming through the speakers is there's a lot of crowd down there, and people are really supporting and clapping, and I reckon everyone was going pretty crazy right there with a ping and her fellow countrywoman backing up. So Flora may go down into third place after this exchange of a ping.
And here's the replay of that. Just up and down. And
does she complete it? Yeah, she does.
And then there's the bang. Wonderful passion. Like you were saying, these guys, females and men, and all their families that are here, these competitors, supporters, they are so dedicated. They do everything like you mentioned. They coach, they surf, they have hostels, retreats.
Exactly. The hostels are a big one as well.
Yeah, and it's great. They're just supporting this lifestyle and really showing their dedication and passion to the sport.
Yeah.
And it's great to see that. It's just inspiring.
Look how much look at her ping. She's going for it. She's dedicated. She's feeling it. 6 minutes to go. She's up in a second place. Well, she got a 2.8. So I don't think that would have been for that one before. This is Flora looking for a 2.67.
She's got a little working room right here. Cross stepping.
So comparable to a ping's last wave, maybe not as dynamic. Yeah. So a ping's yet to have that locked in. I think that second wave and Ashley. So
that a ping wave that she got, that second one, that was a great.
Maybe the wave of the heat. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll wait to see that logged in 5 minutes 30. But I really enjoyed the footwork. But one thing, once again, we're not picking up is the size of the wave. It is very small out there, and if someone is on a set wave and they're able to connect, it's going to get them some pretty solid points.
Oh wow, someone's tuning in, sending live videos, but we're gonna have to give a shout out to the boys. Sorry, some background noise from some friends.
So live on the webcast, and Jared's got a call in.
Oh, sorry, it's my boss over at Deus. He's making sure I got the surfboards going in the factory.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, you got to keep the business going, no matter
it.
where you are.
So, and another thing is to keep in mind, a lot of these surfers are going to have their students tuning in. A lot of these surfers do have their customers watching them. Putting on a show, so they want to show, hey,
the
like
fans, the
I
supporters,
am
everybody's
good.
down here.
Yeah, I'm in a world tour event, so support me. And 4 minutes 20 left on the clock, and Flora with a 2.67. We haven't seen those scores log in yet, so interesting to see. 2.8, 2.7 for I can't see a ping score logged in yet, so maybe a backlog. So, and Ashley on her backside,
less than. We're coming up on the 4 minute marker.
Okay, so very similar to her left, but on her backside.
On the backside.
And maybe the judge is just catching up, so they maybe need you and I in there to delegate, Jared. Just go, that's a 6. Throw it out there, and it's that confidence, that those new ideas and fresh thoughts that go into a judging booth, and they're sitting in the hot sun, it bears down on them.
You gotta amp them up.
Yeah.
They've been out there. They get tired eyes, but they do have those trainees. So.
Yes, of course. The 10 of them there, the ISA trainees. Yeah, 5.13 for a ping and a 6. There we have the scores. Like those trainees right on cue, and a ping. Critical nose ride.
Ooh. Hangs on to that.
If she completes that was kind of critical. But
I think she went down.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looked like she kind of went down there, but.
See the camera span then? Yeah. It's moved so that they are sitting. So there is a right when we're here at halfway.
Yeah.
You walk out, and on the right hand side of the bank is Flora. 2 minutes 50 to go. She needs a 5.11. So She'll either break that down into 2 waves, which you can get out there. Just all it'll be is a 10.
All right, here she goes. Let's see. She's looking for that 5.11, 5.11.
Her backup may still be coming. She may have got a 3 or 3.52, so 4.93. So she now needs a 3.
Wow.
A 3 to progress, and she would have just got that information.
Right here, let's see if she can get a 3. It's on the smaller scale for the wave size, but she's up. Oh, almost. Unfortunately, that's not going to be a 3, but she's got 2 minutes and 20 seconds, and she's a fast paddler.
And look at her ping. She's moved over onto the same bank, and I'm wondering, will her ping follow Flora, or will she try and beat that 2.8? And this is a backup for Ashley. Yeah.
That's a solid ride like her right. She's just building the house, as they say.
Yeah, building the house. The competitive prowess of Jared Mel. Really giving us all the information. The most competitive, non-competitive guy I've ever met.
Oh, just love to put it on display, to hang out with our friends, wherever we may be. As long as we're together, we're always having a great time. As you see Mendoza having a great time. Oh, not so great in the end, though.
And a ping looking to drop that 2.8, so choosing to... Oh, and that 4 steps back, and if she can complete that was probably a 3.5 if she completed, maybe a 4, but incomplete. 1 minute 20. Will she go sit on Flora or look for another wave? You still have an opportunity to get another one.
Let's see what
go, get out there, go.
Get back out
1
there,
minute
babe.
20.
There it is.
Let's
She's
go.
back out there. She can do it.
There's the photographer just giving us some. Let's go, come on.
Gotta get that motivation, fire up these competitors. The day is not over.
And the crowd will be
There
giving it
she
to them
goes.
as well.
Look at her go. Now she's stroking out there for another opportunity. Uh-oh, Flora. She's looking a little relaxed here with a minute. I don't know if she knows she needs a 3 to move on, or if she forgot the time in her heat with 50 seconds.
It's action-packed. There's no shortage of waves in these heats. The quality is diminishing, but the quantity is there.
Pristine. Yeah, the quantity's there. It's offshore. The water is beautiful
That's
temperature. Oh, look at that 5 and 10. Ashley Mendoza just clocking away.
And I'll tell you what's setting up her nose ride is her bottom turn. She's actually like snapping that fade.
Yeah.
Flora, it's 3.01 required.
Oh.
And this is running away from her like a Ulu's freight train, just steamrolling down the point. And she's called it quits on that, and we'll jump back into the ISA judging booth. It looks like a ping is safe in second, with her fellow countrywoman holding in first place.
All right,
She
we're gonna
wants
count
more.
this down. Oh, 6 seconds. This wave's gonna count, folks. There's the buzzer beater. Oh, unfortunately, it's not gonna add to her total score, and that is the end of heat 7. We're gonna cut to a short break, and we'll see you for the next heat coming up shortly.
Pusingin yang gak penting, itu overthinking. Chill bareng Bintang Kristal. Smooth, nggak overpahit. Waktunya Crystal Chill.
Alright, tuning back in, so action-packed heat for that last one with the 2 Filipinos and the local Indonesian, so with Ashley and Ping.
Ooh. Love the dismount right there from Sakura No, our Japanese competitor in red. We got Indonesian in blue. Oh, here's white. Sorry. Bo Young-sung from Korea.
And she's been really one to watch in the free surfs. She's been surfing super fast, super smooth. So interesting to see, like really quick footwork. So she'd be one of my surprise packages after watching her warm up. And this is Daya
Local Indonesian surfer on her backhand.
She's been killing it. She's from here. I asked her yesterday, where are you from? She goes, here.
It's my home.
Yep.
So good.
She's got that little Cassia suit going on.
Shout out to our main girl, Cassia Metter, the loveliest girl I've ever met in longboarding and surfing. She is a total dream. I miss surfing with her dearly. Her smile, her laugh, her just positive energy. She can make anything better.
She loves Bali too.
She loves Bali. She's doing a retreat with one of her friends, Anise.
Yep.
Find her on Instagram at Facing Blank Pages. Lovely girl as well. They go to the Mentwise and get a whole bunch of groups of girls together, just lovely women all around, and do some great longboarding and sound healing and meditation and eating good and stretching and just living the good life. Those girls are awesome, as we see another awesome girl in blue, straight up to the nose, walking back with control, riding that out, completing the ride. Beautiful display of surfing going on from our competitors out here at Halfway Kuta in the WSL QS PADROL Longboard Classic. This is round 1, heat 8. Just beginning. We're getting close to the 17-minute and 20-second mark. So far, we got competitor White jumping up to first with a total heat score of 2.76. I believe that's just from one wave. And in second is Blue, the local Indonesian surfer, Dia, with a 2.50. As we see our competitor from Japan in red stroking in for an opportunity. Looks like she's deciding to go left. Cross-stepping up to the nose. Beautiful 5. Controlling, walk back. Kicks it out, completes the ride. See how that scores with a nice little quick nose ride. Very controlled, walk back, completed the ride. One maneuver, but beautifully well accomplished.
So Dia's style and that technique we mentioned, is she's out to a 6.5 two-wave total at this stage. And yeah, we have some scores locked in. So she must got the Sakura's also got 2, but she's got 8.76 two-wave total. So starting off with a bang is our 15-year-old Japanese surfer, the sister of Taka Inui and Katie, who was in the water earlier.
All right, here's a replay of our competitor.
Nice.
Red.
Bigger wave, really clean footwork and finishing.
And the control.
Safe. I would say cautiously. That's a big board, but finishing. And that's all you need to do.
That is all you need to do, folks. As we see, she's rewarded for that. She currently sits in first place with a total heat score of 8.76.
And after this heat, this is the final heat of the first round of the women's, and we'll be moving into the next round of the men after this.
All right, that's going to be exciting to see what these guys can do for us, these conditions. As we see our competitor in blue, here she goes on her front hand. Wow, a little toe tap.
Wow.
Back up on the nose. Nice
Beautiful.
little arch kind of. She's grooving, feeling it.
Yep.
Fortunately, just walks off the back right there, but still a nice ride. Two nose rides. So she's looking for a 4.77 to advance to first. I don't know if that's going to quite be it with the incompletion of the ride, I feel, but you never know.
It'd be close. It'd be in the 4
close.
range, I think. Yeah, but we'll see what the judges think.
Yeah. All right, so she's going to make her way back out, and here's the replay of that ride.
She gets a little hip there movement, so I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, incomplete in that last one. I think we'll have to go. So maybe keeping under 4. Unfortunate because she had a really nice line and was able to get to the nose. But you've got to step back. It's one of the key elements of the judging criteria is completion of the, control. And if you're falling off, it's not showing control. And although a lack of control, there was a completion there with the stability and the cautiousness of the wide legs. And here we have current 3rd place and not on the nose. Cautiously sitting down to pull out of that wave. And the judges are looking for really controlled, committed, critical surfing. Falling down on the backside is just not awarded, and Wingnut would just be like, come on, ladies, please, just don't grab your rail, because And this is not a retro thing. We're talking about surfing 9-foot surfboards. I'm reiterating, longboarding lasted for 3 years until it disappeared. And it resurged with 40, 50-year-old men, usually semi-overweight. They are referred to as dad boards.
Dad bod.
Longboarding was around for 20 years, and there were some fantastic surfers amongst that. The likes of Colin McPhillips, Bonga Perkins,
those guys.
Ray Gleave.
Gleave.
Talk about legends like
Joey Hawkins, Josh Baxter,
man, Jason Blewett, Josh Constable,
JC.
And then
so many.
Moving into that next era, Harley Ingleby and Taylor Jensen and Phil Rajman, and those guys held it down. Then the Hawaiians, Dwayne DeSoto as well, Kai Salas, some amazing surfers in amongst that. But for the most part, it was marketed to an older generation of surfer who grew up either on longboards or rode longboards because they couldn't ride shortboards. And there was a few exceptions, and those exceptions happen to be world champions and watermen in their own right. They can ride anything. Whoa!
Foot kick. Oh, she clings on. Grabs around, but she manages to pull through. So let's see if she's awarded with that creativity. We got a foot kick.
Oh, yeah, we haven't seen much of that today, but I think in this next men's round, that was a taster and a warm-up of what is to come.
It's definitely a maneuver that a lot of those surfers have up their sleeve, and it can help with your score if you do it properly. And that was a quick, beautiful kick right there. It just adds that extra flair, score a little extra point. Look at that. Boom. See, this is another thing with the leash right there. It almost looked like it kind of pulled her leg back when she was kicking.
It did.
See, folks, we understand the leash, and we're grateful for it, especially when you surf super far out or on a reef or close in front of a rock. But when you're longboarding 1 foot Kuta and you're at the top of your game in your field, just leave that thing at home, folks.
So here's a technical aspect.
All right, break it down for us.
That board would be between 9.2 and 9.6.
So her leash has got to be 10 foot if she wants to do that kick.
And I can tell you it's probably 9 foot.
Yeah.
Now that leash plug is 6 inches from between 2 and 6 inches from the tail.
I hope your leash thing isn't 6 inches. Sorry, I don't know where those go.
I don't know either. That's what I'm saying. But
not on a longboard,
but when you consider you've got your string,
Yeah.
your leash string,
Yeah.
and then that's pushing forward.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the leash is moving forward, and you're on the nose, and you got a knee leash on, so that's taking up even more distance.
Yeah, yeah.
And she's kicking that leg forward.
Wow.
So is she wearing an 11-inch leash? Probably not.
No.
11-foot leash.
No, definitely not 11 foot. Definitely not 10 foot.
Probably 9 foot.
Probably 9 foot. That seems about right for people who wear that.
Lesson being, people out there who do wear leashes, and especially in waves like this,
it's competitive. Top of the
a
field.
long leash is going to help you, and it's actually going to help save your board and you, because when you fall, you want to be so far away from that board so it doesn't tangle up in the whitewash, and you don't want to fall on that board.
Yeah, they're not fun to get hit by at all.
And the only boards I've ever snapped are with leashes.
Well, they're saying something, but they're probably different wave conditions also.
Generally speaking.
Yeah. So
we're going to cut to an interview right now with Ashley Lopez from Philippines, a heat winner of number 7, as we just see our local surfer.
Okay, congratulations first. And then, sorry, what's your name?
I'm Ashley. Ashley Lopez.
Ashley Lopez. Okay, nice to meet you, Ashley. And then, can you tell us a little bit about the condition today, and then about your heat? Like, this looks like a little bit hard today, but can you tell us? Yeah.
The waves are not good, but at least the waves are good today, and I was happy. I was going to second round, and I'm happy with my heat.
Yeah. So maybe you can tell us a little bit about for the next round, and then about for the longboard WSL, the first one in Bali.
First one competition outside the country. Yes, this is my first time competition outside my country, and the next round is I need to focus more and do maneuvers and perfect my hang 10 and hang 5.
Okay, good job. Thank you, and congratulations. Okay.
All right, so tuning back in. That was a great heat interview there with Ashley Lopez. Just catch up with some scores.
All right,
the final heat of round 1 for the women. So this is like a seeding round, and everything will get spiced back up when it moves moves back into round 2, and I'll just have a little sticky beak at what we have planned for next. So
yeah, let's get it. Let's break it down for us. What's going to happen next?
Yeah, so there was no seeding for the women.
Okay. Round 16.
Yeah. So wow. Okay. So it looks like we'll have Natsumi. We'll have Chonikan and Kaidi, who's the sister of a surfer in this heat, and Antoinette Vadas. So wow, okay, so two Japanese, a Thai, and a Filipino, all right. And then after that, Sujin, Suji, Daisy, geez, some stacked heats, 3 Koreans and a Filipino.
Oof. And then heat 3, Hiroka, Yoshikawa,
so this is
Gina Kim.
And I
then
guess
we're going to wait for these competitors from this. I think it'll be 1-1 because there's heat 4 of the 16, and that is Ekaterina Voskova and Beatrice Conroy. So we're going to wait for these 2 women to advance to finish the round of 16.
Yeah, so two will go through, even though it's a 3-person heat, 2 will progress. So that is vying for a 1st or 2nd place. And at the moment, our Korean surfer's looking for a 6.8 in white. So 7 minutes left. Pretty hard to get a 6.8 out there. I mean, it's going to have to take something pretty special, but even then her backup would be a 1.47. So you'd say break it down into 2 scores, perhaps 2 4s or even better 2 5s. If your heat total's around the 10 or 11 mark, you're pretty much going to get through in most heats. So this was a heat leader's backup, 5 and a 10, very stable and cautious, and opting to pull into the whitewash there and not straighten out. Thought there was a little more scoring opportunity for a reform, but the tide drops. Generally what happens around the world on a beach break is the reform sections disappear. There's certain exceptions, like a point break, where you might be able to link an inside section.
Well, that's why it's a point break and not a beach break.
Correct. Yes, thank you for
As
that.
we see our
beautiful
competitor
surfing. Yeah, that's...
But yeah, these low tide beach breaks normally close out unless they've got the sandbar for it. The sand's sitting there from a previous storm or something. So right now it's just closing out, making it a little bit trickier. There's still a couple corners for these women, and we got 6 minutes left in the last heat of round 32. Up in blue again, beautiful. Up, oh, can't hang on to that one and push through, just to drop back in on the nose right there, unfortunately. But she's still sitting in second. To advance to first, she needs a 7.83, which is a pretty high score for these conditions. And in white, our lady is looking for a 6.80 to advance.
I noticed before, Jared, you said corners. So a lot of surfers out there listening to us, and a lot of people are not surfers. They're supporting their friends, family.
That is true.
So in waves like this, we refer to it as corners. Tell us a little bit more about what we're looking for and what a corner is of a beach break.
Oh, corner on a beach break is not a lined up wall. Has that maneuver, that area on the wave where it doesn't close out and it opens up and lets you go down the wave and perform and do the tricks that you want. So you get to ride more of a wave instead of just dropping in. Some of these waves are very quick and closing out. It gives you more of an opportunity to score points and do maneuvers towards the corner, the shoulder, if you may.
Bit of green water.
Bit of green water.
Yep.
Out of that whitewash.
Yep.
Get that white colored stuff out of here. We want that beautiful clean face.
Yeah.
The wind's blowing a little bit cross offshore, but it's nice for these longboarders, especially on the rights.
Yeah.
Looks like the wind's gonna pop up under the nose a bit, give them some lift and some time to maybe pull out a nifty trick.
Yeah.
As we see our competitor white opting to go left. Quick little tap of the nose, and that's more of a closed out wave. That definitely wasn't a corner, but she did have a moment to complete a maneuver.
Yeah.
And score some points.
And she's been surfing really well on the lead-up surfs, but unable to sort of connect with the longer reform or a bigger walled-up wave. But this is where commitment comes into it too. With less of those corners available, we've just seen our heat leader, actually, Sakura's finding those semi-corners but committing on the set waves, because a set wave will allow you a higher area to nose ride on, and some speed, and some area in general.
And more points just for
Generally,
taking off on a bigger
more
wave.
risk. Here's a bigger one.
There she
for
goes.
Korean surf. See it nice and high?
There it is. Oh, I thought she was going to turn switch on that walk
Yeah,
back
me
right
too.
there.
She looked like it.
Yeah. Good job. Definitely laying on the line there. Nice checkered half of her board. cool, fun design.
Yeah, noticed that.
That's another thing about longboarding is great is you see the surfer's personality also come out and their colors and their designs, and just adds that extra style and flair.
Yeah.
Their own personality and what they're into, which is great. It's all fun. It's all fun and enjoyment down here at our Kuta Longboard Festival.
It's quite ironic you say that, because most shapers and professional surfers end up just their best boards are white.
Yeah,
because they're R&D boards, and they're boards that are developed through just quick, fast. Let's change something.
Yep.
Oh, this is it. This is the one, and it becomes, it's the flex element. It's the weight. It's all these little things that are tricky to emulate, and especially if it's a hand shape. So although Jared said the personality and the creativity will be expressed through someone's color and especially their style on land. A lot of these surfers are pretty fashionable on the beach too.
Yeah.
But often their surfboards, the best ones, can be white or kind of banged up and old and crappy.
Yeah,
But this is Sakura, heat lead up, gets the 10, steps back, and just pushing through the back here.
It's alright. Oh, shallow right there, but yeah, and white up and down as well.
Grabbing that rail.
And yeah, mostly shapers though with those R&Ds, and they're popping out quickly, and they're mostly whites because they're popping them out quickly. It's not until they lock in the model or the design and it's available for a customer or team rider that they add their personality flair with the colors. Or
the quickly is the key element there, which is why a lot of those team riders want the board quickly, so to be clear. Here's Sakura adding to a heat total, 2 minutes left.
Oh, another foot kick.
The Japanese, really the story of the day in the women's division here. Super solid performances, and Sakura with a 12-point heat total, and we actually haven't seen all that many heat totals in the double figures. Most of them have been under that 10-point range, but Sakura,
let's have a replay,
joining her sister, another heat win, and Natsumi and Hiroka as well. So Japanese on top with the women, the Koreans slowly fading down. One by one, they're one at Sujin progressed, which was a good victory there. Hard heat, and here's our local surfer Daya. Oh, beautiful 10, great style. And when we talk about style, talk about the body language, the use of hands, and sometimes the lack of use of hands, showing it's easy, hands by your side or appropriately placed by your side. 4.10 and a 417 that she's holding on to at the moment. So I mean, just with a single nose ride, it's difficult to go above that. But it's going to have to be a big wave, showing some commitment, and that's where Sakura is getting those extra scores, the 5 and the 6, because of the commitment element.
All right, folks, with just under a minute left, Sakura looks like she's going to secure the win for this last heat of the women's round, and we got White up and riding. Let's see what she's got for us with 30 seconds left to go in this heat. Just a quick little in and out. I think she's gonna, she's going back out for 20 seconds. Let's see if she can get one more wave, as competitor Blue is looking for that last wave of her heat to solidify her position to advance into the next round. She looks like she's opting to paddle for this one, possibly a right, possibly a left. Looks like she's going left, right. The head bobbles. There goes the body. She's going left, folks, on her front hand, up to the 5. Holding it, up to a 10, holding it, back 5, holding it. Smooth, controlled, good surfing, folks.
Stylish.
And that's the end of our heat.
That was a nice heat to call, and beautiful surfing there from Sakura and Daya. And unfortunately, our Korean competitor unable to connect. But we're going to go to a break, and we're going to be back for men's round 2. PADROL Longboard Classic, LQS 1000. And up and riding we have, this is Dani Widianto, local Indonesian surfer. Got lots of information to give you about these surfers as we're moving into these important points rounds. So this is JR, our current leader in the Asian region for the win that he had at the Philippines at La Union. So he's the one to beat. He's carrying those 1,000 points, and it's up to him basically to get through a few heats, build his potential, and build his points total up so that he can have that chance to qualify for the World Longboard Tour. 4 events that will be kicking off at Huntington Beach, and then moving on to Bells Beach, El Salvador, and finishing in Malibu in October. So we'll have in red Regilio, JR Esquivel, Ryoichi Seo from Japan, we just saw on the screen before, and Dani Widianto and Sung Lin Han from Chinese Taipei. And here he goes, current number 1 on the ratings, holding that 5 and an awesome 10. Tiny little bit of levitation there, but finishing with control, and he's out of there. So great way to open up his account with a legitimate hang 10 and showing relaxed body language. So I would say that's going to be a mid-range score. The judges might be leaving just a little extra room, knowing that they do have some seated surfers coming into this round. So that would be Ryoichi and JR on that wave before. And in the next heat we'll have Dean Permana and Kai from Japan, Kai Hamasi, who was seeded as well. So these are the surfers that did well in that last event, that first event. So up to 5, 2 steps, steering on the nose, gets that 10, back to the 5, and he completes. Very shallow. You can see it's almost, it'd be close to hitting the fin on a couple of waves. So wave selection, not so important, more so than commitment on a wave that comes. So if anything's just a little bigger, like waist, maybe chest high, I don't think we can get chest high, but if you get a chest high wave and you can commit to it and finish on your feet, that's going to go excellent. It's a simple formula. So 4.83 for JR opening up, and a 2-wave total there for our Japanese competitor in blue. So out to an early lead.
Alright folks, I just had to take a quick breather, but back in the booth, in the van, living the life with my friend Matt Chanowski here, calling heat 1 of round 2. Look who is out there. What a heat. The men are about to bring it. Let's see what they got for us in this heat with the outgoing tide.
So it's after commentating the World Longboard Tour last year, Jared, at some of the key, or all of the key events, and seeing the stories unfold and really noticing a trend with the competitors improving as the events proceeded. I think the biggest thing to note is that longboarders in particular haven't been that experienced with priority at the WSL level, and as they get a little more experience, as we have JR in this heat, he competed at the World Games last month, and also he won the first event of the qualifying series. The nerves that might be there at such a big level start to escape when the process of the WSL, the singlets, the check-in, the commentators, the crowds, they start getting familiar and comfortable with that, and that's when you'll start seeing those performances improve. And that's what we've been noticing at this event so far, with surfers hopefully bringing their best to competition. And we're just early days, but we've already seen some fantastic high scores logged. And we just saw our Indonesian surfer open up, and this is our Taiwanese surfer
in green,
pulling off their green board and green rash vest singlet, and here we have.
Oh, here we go, surfer in white, Dani Widianto.
Get a little heel click and a walk back to switch, and he completes. So something a little different for the judges, somewhat functional. He was able to get back down the face with control and into switch and then back around. So it won't be a huge score, but oh my gosh, Jared.
6.76. Wow. For a heel tap.
Wow, I think we'd be going excellent range if we're in that heat. So, oh no, two waves, 3.93 or 2, and yeah, we were thinking, all right, we want to get in this heat and have a surf because
we got ahead of ourselves right there.
A 3.93 and a 2.83, so that's more appropriate to what we would have expected for that that heel hang, unless the judges saw something that we didn't. So, and here he is again, our heat leader. Trying to better a 2.83 as he's low, and he gets a 10 in the critical section, hands by the side, and nice knee-high peeler there, and as Denny's backup waves there, so that's gonna might even replace that 3.93. We'll see. And it kind of looks like he's paddling over away from the competitors now that he's out of priority. He knows, and he was surfing. Interesting note. He was surfing away from all the competitors the last 2 days, Jared. He was actually down the beach.
Smart.
Yeah, and he was practicing on the other side of the left. So, obviously for this exact reason, knowing it's going to get pretty challenging at low tide, and if he can get away from the crowd, they don't know what he's doing.
And you can get used to these conditions.
Absolutely.
So, he's definitely ahead of the field right now in Heat 1 of Round 2 for the men's. Sitting on a 4.67 and a 3.93. Denny Widianto is taking the lead. We're coming down to our 12-minute mark. And that is the sound that dreams are made of, folks, as we are enjoying ourselves here in this air-conditioned, luxurious van. Thanks to WSL and our sponsors, PADROL, for putting on this longboard contest, as well as Bintang,
and
Crystal,
Mamaka Hotels, and
Mamaka
BGS,
Hotel.
the coffee that we're sipping on right now. It's cold,
ice cold
ice
coffee.
brew coffee. That's it.
We love that ice cold coffee, folks.
Refreshing.
Which is keeping us quick-witted so we can stay up with these quick maneuvers and these quick feet that are just tapping all over these longboards.
And look at this, so close to shore, but these surfers just bring in the spice. And here we have Ryochi going for it. 2 steps to the tip.
Oh, what was that? Oh, I like that. That's an interesting style.
He didn't like that. He's looking at the commentators, pointing. Maybe coaches on the beach, telling him what to do.
And he's going down. He's trying to find something. He's definitely got the fire in him as he's passionately paddling out to get into position to find something else that he likes, as he's looking for a 2.49 to advance into the second place position to move through onto the next.
So that 10 before for our surfer in white. Oh, JR way down the beach and finds a left. And being critical here, but that's our job. The hands in the air. It's a de-weighting thing. It's showing that you are struggling to get to the nose. And a bit more relaxed body language. Yeah. See, a straight upper back.
There it is, yep.
So that's a really good combo. And nice poise,
low.
just finishing that. So
nice little clap.
So that was a 4.67. He got on that nice small 10 before. It was really well reserved. And a 3.93. So that'll probably replace his 3.93 or even the 4.67. We'll see. So I'm going to say White's going to go out in the lead with that. Green may build on his heat total. And, yeah, JR, he will block in his second score.
We'll see if it does much. He's currently sitting in last. He's got priority. Means a 0.83 to advance. So it looks like he'll probably get that. As we see the replay from our surfer in green on his backhand up to the nose. 5. Arms down, but he kind of loses control right there. Not going to get the same points as our surfer in white with his replay right here. Up to the nose. Cool, calm, collected, control, going, skimming along, making most of that wave. And he beautifully has control as he turns out of it. So I think that's going to be the top of that exchange.
6, I reckon.
There you go, 6.
6.
From
I'd give
our
that a
man.
6.
Chono knows how to score him, folks, too. He could either be anywhere on the beach, coaching, judging, commentating, or out winning a heat, as he has throughout most of his surfing career. But with 9 minutes and 30 seconds left in this heat, we're seeing surfers paddle all over the place, trying to find those corners that we were talking about and opportunities to score points. Looks like our surfer in blue is having a little trouble, as you see our current heat leader in white. Oh, a little foot kick. Nice control. Oh, but he loses it right there. Like his board's got the Indonesian flag colors of the white and
I
right.
saw that, noticed that. Yes, that's a PADROL board as well, so maybe a PADROL team rider.
There you go. So it's a shout out to the country that we're currently in, Indonesia. Thank you for having us and hosting us. We love you guys. And we're going to bring an interview
Sakura Inui.
From Japan.
When you
Last heat
are.
winner. Down to the beach live. Here you go. Flora, take it away.
Hello, Sakura. Congratulations for your hit. Can you please tell me about how was it up there?
まずはおめでとうございます。このヒートどんな気持ちで迎えましたか？
ありがとうございます。2戦目の大会なので少し緊張したんですけど、結構いい波を乗れてよかったです。
This is a second heat for second competition for me, and I'm a little bit nervous, but I could get a good wave here, so I'm relieved.
Amazing. And from what I've seen, you have been training really hard for the last couple of weeks. How are you liking Bali waves so far?
様子を見ていると、練習の時大変熱心に取り組んでいたようでした。でその間バリの波についてどう思いましたか？
そうですね、見せてる時は結構いい波でいいんですけど、引いてしまうとダンパーで大変なので結構
It's okay.
大変だった？
大変だったので結構そこは意識して頑張ります。
When the tide is high, the waves are very good, but when the tide is low, it is very hard to ride on. So I'm very conscious about it during the competition. But totally, I like these waves.
Amazing. And would you like to say hi to your friends at home, family, and sponsors?
日本にいる友達、家族、スポンサー、応援してくださる皆さんに対して日本語でメッセージをお願いいたします。
はい、皆さん応援ありがとうございます。次も一生懸命頑張りますのでよろしくお願いします。
Okay, good luck for your next round, and don't forget to drink some water because it's really hot.
暑いので。
All right, thanks to Flora, and congratulations to our competitor in red. You know, it's a beautiful thing that you pointed out as Sakura has got a name on her hat, and her mother's wearing her son's name on her chest pocket. Just keeping it in the family. I love that vibe, that camaraderie of the whole family deal. They're all here together, competing, cheering each other on, supporting each other, doing everything that they can. It's great. It's a beautiful thing, a family.
And it's that commitment from each of these cultures that everyone's got around them and help them get here. Some people have had that government support, and others have got their own personal sponsors or just worked really hard to get to these events. And longboarding is a way of life. It's a lifestyle sport. It's a performing art, and it's just a real part of. It's one of the few sports where that you'll be competing on a Saturday or Sunday, win or lose. The first thing you do Monday as a surfer is go check the surf or check the surf report. There's not many sports like that. And here's that longer wave that we saw earlier from Denny, and finishing nice and clean. So that would be into his top two. And I love that one. And that one came in a 6.83. Judges went with that. And JR in the break, he actually did get another backup score. So that's what that 6.17 is. But they're really enjoying that body language that we've been able to see from Danny. You know, relaxed hands. Where JR's had those anticipating hands, high hands, and sort of de-weighting as he's walking to the nose, and it's the judges are picking up on that. I noticed at the World Games, the ISA Games, just recently, that the waves were big and they were breaking quite far out, and a lot of the body language was less of a factor in scoring because the waves were bigger and it was more about setting up big power carves and getting back into the pocket and surfing critically, and the hands with the wobble of El Salvador. You had a big shore break, you had a bit of side chop, and obviously when you're surfing waves, let's say like Huntington Jared, or you're surfing Chungu, Perennian right-hander, the hands can kind of go a little bit all over the place because you're more just trying to control and finish the waves, right?
Yeah, I mean,
so you can get away with a little bit more.
Yeah, it depends on how you use it. If you got the right hand drive, it looks good, but if it's a little bit of out of control, obviously it's going to take away from your scoring. But
let's talk about hands and the origin of hand placement. So the idea in ancient Polynesia, riding waves was, I guess, a reflection of, it was a way of life, but also it was a reflection of your comfortable skills in the water. So, so if you're a waterman or waterwoman, the longest distance you could ride a wave and how easy you look sort of made it a representation of how comfortable you are in the water.
Yeah.
And moving into the Californian style of surfing and the hot dogging and the Malibu style, the result of that was surfers like Phil Edwards and Mike Hinson, the ultimate stylists, and they use their hands very, let's just say, either nonchalant at certain times, but also personal flair. And when you're doing a drop knee turn, for example, the old D-fin boards, and if you feel free, you want to research Phil Edwards or Mike Hinson, you'll have a look at their drop knee turn because it's a functional aspect where their chest opens up, their hands open up, and they twist their thoracic, their upper body, and they move around with a drop knee. It's the only way to turn a big old D-fin. But a lot of those guys, when they're nose riding, a lot of the time when they're trimming, getting barreled, their hands are by their side or they're very reserved.
Yeah, unless you're David Nueva and you got the old hand back.
And that aided his nose riding too.
Yeah.
De-weighted his nose, you know.
Yeah.
But that was just one hand. That was his like signature style.
Signature style. One hand down, one hand back.
Ray Gleave as well.
Ray Gleave.
Functional flair.
Yeah.
This functional flair.
Or you got Tudor. We like to call him the UPS guy. He's got his hands out.
Yeah.
Kind of like he's holding
Package.
a box.
Yeah.
He's the package.
I like to call it a wedding cake too.
The wedding cake. And he does the nose.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And here goes a competitor in blue. Oh,
nearly on the nose. Close.
On the nose. He's fumbling.
So if you see the blue lap, the rail lap there, of
Yep.
so he's he's not feeling that. He waited a long time, and that corner that you referred to in the previous heat, Jared,
it's tricky to find right now.
It's tricky to find, and he only needs. Well, I mean, look, it's kind of blown out, Jared. He needs an 813, and so does our surfing green as well. And
it's gonna be a hard one.
Kang Hoon, look, he surfed good earlier, and his form's really good.
Yeah.
He's on that classic Malibu nose rider. But one thing I do want to say about Kang Hoon is he's been really lucky because in the previous heat he was also in green and made it matches his colour of his board, the colour of his rash vest. That's pretty cool when it's like that, huh?
It helps. Yeah, it helps. Just like Danny in white. He's got his white board.
White board, yep.
The red tail, the colours of Indonesia.
Yep.
So yeah, it definitely helps. Makes you feel more comfortable, maybe a little bit more confidence. When you get that lucky red color.
I must say, Kang Hoon was in white earlier, so I apologise. But he may have had green trunks on, so all the less. And so back to a 1 minute 15. So 8 minutes, with 8.13 to advance for both the surf in blue and green. Yeah, here he goes. So yeah,
Oof.
I mean it's going to be tricky to get an 813 out there right now. So
you can feel the frustration from here, folks. Sometimes that's the way it goes in competitive surfing, especially competing against surfers who want to be on the World Tour stage, the top of the top. This is what you got to go through to get there. As we see our competitor in red.
You could always do a priority interference too. But even then, that wouldn't be enough for him to go to the lead.
No.
Or just, no, maybe. So yeah, if he was to get a priority interference with white, but he's got priorities, that's the thing. Or red even. So, but then, none. Something you don't see in longboarding very often, especially in male longboarding. I know in some of the women's divisions it gets a little bit more competitive. With the paddling.
Man. I get interference calls all the time, and I'm just out there in the water sitting down.
It's because your pants are down, buddy.
Yeah. It's not my fault.
So 10 seconds left remaining, and it does look like that our ratings leader, JR, holds on to the lead, and we have our local, Danny, who's going to take this second place with a great second place showing. So we're going to go into a break now. So we'll catch you soon for heat number 2. Tuning back in for heat number 2 of the QS 1000 PADROL WSL Longboard Classic. Down at Halfway Beach at Kuta. And
we're straight into it, folks.
Tuning into this heat. This one.
This is it. We got a competitor up and riding. He's got his knee leggy on. Definitely doesn't need it. But he's going to use it anyways. Hopefully it'll work out to his advantage. As Kang Hoon, our surfer from Korea in green, starts it off. Here he is. The young disaster master. This kid is smooth as ice. Look at him go, folks. In white. He's just demolishing the first heat he won. Look at that. Up to the nose. Nice control. Oh, unfortunately comes undone right there. He's got plenty of time to come back. Keep your eyes peeled for this young Alvin Siatawan. He's a local Indonesian. I believe he's from Batu Cross. Beautiful place to grow up longboarding and a lovely community there. Shout out to all our boys in Batu Cross. We miss you and we're thankful that some of you are here. Speaking of which, in red, Dean Pranama.
Oh,
look
heels.
at replay. Heels.
No way.
Oh, he went for the switch. Is he goofy? Is he regular?
No, he's regular.
He's regular.
He'll hang back and
he's mixing me up already, this kid.
So I will do a public apology and cop this one because I actually called Kang Hoon in that previous heat, which was actually Sung Lin from Taipei on Chinese Taipei, which is Taiwan, formerly Taiwan, on the Classic Malibu. So a big shout out to Sung Lin, one of my favorite Taiwanese surfers. Great surfing, but not enough to get through that heat, unfortunately, and a great board with that Classic Malibu. But moving into this heat, we have
Kang Hoon.
Yeah, Dean Pernmana.
Dean Pramana, legend, lovely guy, great surfer. But we got up and riding on this replay in blue. Ooh, nice little controlled 10 right there. Definitely having the speed on that right. It's a Billabong surfer, it looks like.
Yeah, that's of course Kai Hamasi.
Hamasi.
Japanese technician. I'm a huge fan of Kai. Shortboard, longboard, mid, fish. Great technique and real analyst, I would say. He's just clinical. Very clinical surfer, and I would call him like the Ace Buchan of longboarding.
Wow, huge call.
Yeah, perfect.
Great surfer, Ace Buchan. Love seeing that guy tear apart waves here over in Indonesia. As we see our young competitor in white, quick 5, control, comes undone again. This kid's on rapid fire. He's catching a wave every 30 seconds about. He's got that young energy. Oh, how I wish I still had that. What a kid, though. He's paddling back out there. We'll be on another wave in 20 seconds.
Well, Rabbit, Jared, back in the day. Sorry, I thought I was Kaipo and Rabbit here in the booth right now. We do a Joe Tapel. Well, Parts, you were former world champion. Like, over to you.
Yeah.
Beautiful clinic. Yeah, look at that.
Oh,
that is what, I mean.
Nice control,
nice core activation. Definitely did his stretches before.
Definitely one of the best nose rides of the competition, I think.
Yeah.
And there goes Dean Pranama. He's going heels. Oof. Kind of just digs into that. It's hard to navigate when you're going backwards and you can't look what's coming behind you. But he did a lovely job of attempting that, and we'd love to see that commitment to performing critical maneuvers in critical places. So we see our competitor green about to drop in. He's opting to go right. He's stalling. He's up to the nose. Kind of wobbles, and he comes unglued. Oh. He's going to get back out there. Plenty of time. 15 minutes. Oh, our man in blue already back on it. He had a wonderful nose on his last wave. He's up there again. He's holding it. He's holding it. And he controls and walks back quickly. I like his quick footwork, like you mentioned, Chono. He must have done his stretches, drank his water, sat down, did his meditation, so his nerves are cold as ice, hard as steel. Can't shake this guy. He's definitely putting on a performance, but so far in the heat, our young competitor in white, Alphon, is in the lead again.
And a shout out actually to Aussie Jason Pettit, who's given us a full rundown on the Badu crew. And we know some of them already, but he was there recently and some back-end info, and he's been DMing and supporting him from Australia. So big shout out to Jason and his Dean there.
That's that replay of that heels, unfortunately didn't make. But he'll get back out there. Here's another replay of our competitor in blue,
Kai Hamasi.
See, he has this nice
Wow.
5-10.
Whoa!
Some quick footwork. See
technical
that?
footwork, and I told you it's going to be the little stuff and the important, and the little flick out. I loved that little 2-step back, and just showing some effort to pull over the whitewash.
Shows
Marginal,
yeah,
but
marginal,
technical.
but shows how much control you have in a technical spot place like that, especially those small waves like that. You have to move very quickly.
And just consider, guys, that this judging panel is just staring straight at a closeout 1 to 2 foot wave. And Kai Hamasi here is showing big first step, small second step, bending
That's
that
that
back
first
knee,
one.
yep, big soul arch, and he's finishing with control.
Yeah.
Now the next one, if we get that one up, was even better. And it's just showing some diversification with the footwork. It's not just the same repetition.
That's what we like to see.
That's what I said. He's a real analyst, and I really enjoy watching it because.
Yeah, agreed. If you do that repetitive, you know, a nose ride's great, a hang ten's great, nice turning, but if you have that just repetitive.
Oh, look at this paddle.
What's going on here?
I don't know. He's just the priority. He's just paddling over the top of them. Look at that.
Yeah,
He's just like
he's owning it. He's owning.
Love that.
The heat.
Look at him, just moving over there. He can see something, and he's gone to a 6.67 and a 6.6. So that's what we call the pep in his step. And he is heard that score. He's hunting and chasing, and he is dominant in this heat. He's
here he goes.
He's feeling it.
He's fired up. He must have had some of this iced coffee that we're sipping
bang.
on from BGS.
Oh!
5 hills. Oh!
He's getting
Nice
excited.
attack. He's feeling the flow.
Yeah.
Feeling the flow. In with the good, out with the bad.
That's it.
It's all in the hips, as they say, my friends. It's all in the hips.
You heard it from the man. It's not just myself that reiterate that. It's all in the hips. And Cassia Maydor would say the same thing as well. Yeah, baby.
Yeah, a little shout out again.
If
to our
you
lovely lady
don't
Cass.
use your hips in longboarding, you
Gotta use
may as
it.
well just do 10-pin bowling.
Yeah.
Just use them if you got them.
You gotta shake it. Shake what
Dancing and longboarding go hand in hand. It is the same thing.
Shake what your mama gave you, folks. Get out
Yeah.
there and have some fun.
We're not running the ball up. We're not doing hit-ups in the football field. I love football, but this is not footy. We are dancing on a surfboard. So
Breaking out
use
those
hips.
James Brown maneuvers.
That's it.
So we see our young competitor in white. Looks like he's going to use priority
Oh,
on our man
yeah.
in red. I
Straight
love
up.
that.
Bang, little 10.
5-10.
And 25 steps back to the tail.
Oh, he's looking great right there. I love how you
It's
get those things out of there. Wow, we love sitting in this van. We're cooled. We're keeping cool with our Ice Long Blacks from BGS. And it's one of the best things that we can watch the competition, but as well as we see life going on around us. It's one of the best things when you get to just people watch and sit back and take it in. We got barbecue going across the street. We can see the flames. We can smell the food. It smells unreal delicious. You can hear the scooters whizzing by. Beautiful people everywhere. Skate parks just down the block.
Yep.
It's all happening, folks. Come on down. Enjoy the fun. We're going to be here for the rest of the day. All day tomorrow. We're going to bring you the finals as you see our man in red trying to make his way to the final. Dean goes for a 5, heels, walk back, controlled. It was a quick one. It was a little one. We'll see how that goes with the judges. It was very technical, though, as our man in greens try to score. Fortunately, he gets a little knocked off. He has to grab the rail and sit down. Don't think that's going to score too many points. And I know we're bringing it up a bit, but just lose the leggy, buddy. As White, Alpha, and hey, the board almost just smashed him. The
A beautiful
commitment's great.
Thomas surfboard. You know, it's
Good thing they're made tough. It'll be fine.
they're good quality, and we talk
good
about
quality.
harmful, toxic chemicals in the surfboard industry. But if you glass them to last, and there's less wastage,
Yeah,
and
it's
they're
reducing-
repairable surfboards,
It's
they're going to
reducing
last a
waste,
long time,
yeah.
like the 120 surfboards that I own.
Yeah. I mean, like that
Look at
beautiful.
that. He's way on the tail there. It's unreal.
Yeah, when we were in Australia a couple weeks ago, you brought that beautiful surfboard, the Rick surfboards,
Yep.
by the one and only Barry Kanapuni. Man, that thing is masterclass as it gets. And you got to think that board was made in the 60s.
Yep.
It is brand new, schmick. One of the cleanest boards I've ever seen from one of my favorite surfers ever.
Barry Kanayapuni and Jared, you know what? It was glassed well and it was surfed back then, but it's also just reiterating that longboarding is not a retro sport. It ended before it really began in the 60s, and then shortboarding kicked off for 40 years, and here we are with the resurgence, and guys like Nat Young, Midget, Lance Carson, Donald, Bob, they never stopped longboarding because they had small waves at home.
Yeah.
And they always had a longboard to ride. And
the list goes on and on. And we're so
right board for the right conditions, right?
And that's the way it's meant to be.
Who's your favourite longboarder?
Wow.
First thing comes to mind. Like, just, like, someone you want to, like, you're just like, damn, you watch it, you're just like, yeah, I want to go surfing.
That's a hard one.
BK? Or no?
BK.
He's shortboarding mainly, but yeah.
Definitely style. I love his surfing, especially in the 70s. Sunset. There's a clip of him just ripping it apart with his family, kids running up to the beach. That's been one of my dreams to have here in Bali. And
talking about kids running around the beach, we have the next gen. We have JR from the Philippines with us on the beach now with his post-heat interview. Over to you guys.
Oh my wow, look who we have here. The #1 in Asia. Can you please introduce yourself, about who you are, where you come from, and also please tell me about your rank in the world and in Asia right now. Thank you.
Hi, I'm JR Esquivel from La Union, Philippines. And yeah, I'm 26 years old. And I won copper medal in the ISA. Yeah.
And what is your current rank in the world right now?
4th.
Yay! And can you please tell me about your heat? How was your heat? I know that the condition is very tough right now. What was your strategy to make it through and like manage to win the heat?
I wait for the set for the first wave, and I got one, and I got my priority and wait for another one again. But it took so long, so yeah, I get the small one, and then the set came, and Danny got it, and he got the best wave of the heat. And yeah, it's really hard out there. It's really low tide and close out. So yeah, lucky I'm here.
Who is your favorite longboard surfer in the world?
Yeah, my favorite surfer for now is Kai Salas and Kanit Tsunami.
Is that why you're wearing? You're actually surfing his board?
Yeah.
And now that we are here right now in Bali for this event, we see so many Filipinos competitive surfers joining this event. And what is your wish for the upcoming generation, for the longboard surfers from Philippines?
My wish is like I want them to like improve their surfing, try to go far as we are now. So I want them to go harder than what we can, and I want them to see on the world tour one day.
Wow, amazing. Last but not least, would you like to say thank you and say hi to sponsor or fans or family back in the Philippines? You can speak in Filipinos if you want.
Maraming salamat sa lahat ng mga Pilipinong sumusuporta sa amin, and syempre sa UPSA, sa House of Representatives, tapos sa Tingog, and sa sponsors ko, Alima, Surftown, La Union, and sa lahat ng nanonood ngayon, maraming salamat sa inyong lahat.
Wow, amazing. And good luck for your next round. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Flora. Very insightful interview there. We weren't able to catch it all, just there was a little bit low volume on our end, but Philippines representative and leading the rankings at the moment. We're going to catch up with this heat. So we have Dean here.
Oh, interesting choice of attack on that wave. Kind of went down that slow nose ride and softer section, then got that speed and came up for another quick one, which was a little bit nicer. As we see, Anna Green just kind of go down.
Kang Hoon there, just unable to connect, just with a couple of 1-point rides there. 4 minutes left though. It's about a 20-second paddle out, so the logistics of getting in the lineup and scoring points, it's pretty easy to reset. In fact, if you had a coach on the beach, you could pretty much go in, have a bit of water, have a chat, and still go out and catch 2 waves. A little
maybe switch a board.
Switch a board.
Switch a fin.
Yeah.
Click it in, click it out.
But hey, you don't want to lose your board because it's a 20-second paddle out. So
make sure you wear that leash, folks.
Jeez, but Kai Hamasi still holding on to the 6.67, a 6.6. That tide has visibly dropped in this heat. You can see the sand literally at the bottom of the screen here, and then where Dion Pamana 4.9 to 4.43, so he's got a comfortable second spot there with our Grom Alvin. And a Grom is what we specify as a young surfer, someone who's young and learning and less experienced. That classifies as a grommet or a Grom. It's an old surfing term, similar to gidget or a waxhead or any of those colloquial terms that are a reference to surfers. And Kai Hamasi, heat leader, 2 steps up the tip, 5.10, makes it and controls the trim back in the middle of the board. So nice measured surfing and 2 steps back and flicking off the end. So critical, expressive surfing. And Alvin tripping over his rash vest.
Yeah, that was looking like a moo-moo.
Yeah, it's the knot has actually come undone, and the poor fellow better be careful that he doesn't get that thing over the face, because I don't know if you ever had a rash vest or a wetsuit top come back over the face. It's not cool. Yeah. It's kind of scary.
Oh, it sucks. Luckily, it's small and friendly conditions today. As we see a replay from our man in blue, 5. Oh, kind of heels.
Yeah, little click.
Heel
click.
Heel click. We'll call it the heel tap.
Foot click.
Yeah, something like that. And here goes our man in red. He needs an 8.37 to go to first. Nice.
Whoa.
5 to 10. Whoa, but that low tide, like you said, it's dropping out quick.
Yeah.
We still have 2 hours, too, to go until dead low.
Alvin's putting up a good fight. He just needs to find a corner.
Needs that 4, 5,
Kang
7.
Hoon, here we have Kang
7,
Hoon up
6,
and riding.
6. Oh, he gets blown out the back, up and over. You know, as we were seeing Alvin with his jersey blown off, his knot come undone, he reminded me of Robbie Kegel back in Costa Rica. He would get these custom rash guards built, made. They're so big, flapping in the wind like that. It just looked like a big old moo-moo. But
they weren't t-shirts, were they? They were rash guards.
Wow. No, they were full rashies. He got them custom made down there. There's this place we used to go by Playa Negra. Shout out to all of our friends down in Costa Rica, Playa Negra, Avianas, the whole Guanacaste. Pura vida, my friends. Pura vida. And as we're breaking back in the action, we got 1 minute and 10 seconds left in the heat. Sitting comfortably in first is our man in blue right there on the screen. Right behind him in red, Dean Pramanama. And he needs an 8.37 to advance. It's going to be quite difficult to score with less than a minute. But young Ripper in white, Alvin Setiwan, is looking for a 4.57. Easily capable of scoring this. Oh, and a man in red.
Wow.
Beautiful nose ride. That was long. That was a 10. His arms were up. He's happy about that one. He almost takes out our water photographer. A man in green. Ooh, looks like he tripped over that leash. Leash is getting in the way again, folks. Get that thing out of here. With 25 seconds left in the heat. Heat 2, round 2.
Well, why don't we bring back the nose guards? Remember the old longboard nose guards used to have?
Nose guards?
The Pope bisect, you know, to separate the board.
Yeah.
You know.
Those are cool.
While we're at it, may as well.
Might as well. We'll just break it all out.
Yeah.
Might as well just, you know what? Let's just start promoting rubber fins.
Dude, why not?
Let's get some helmets on there.
Soft top World Tour. 0 seconds remaining. So that concludes heat number 1 of the heat number 2 of the men's round 2. So we're going to go to a break and come back with heat 3 very shortly, and some stacked heats to come.
See you guys after the break.
nggak bisa lepas dari HP. Itu overscreen time. Chill bareng Bintang Kristal. Smooth. Nggak overtime. Waktunya Kristal Chill.
Booyah! And we're back. World Surf League, PADROL Longboard Classic, QS, halfway, Kuta, Bali, Indonesia. Heat 3, round 2 of 32. These competitors are fired up. The tide is going out. Beautiful display of men surfing in a little bit tough conditions with this tide going out so quickly. I think we still go out for 2 more hours. So we see our man in red. That's Roger Kasaga from the Philippines. And we got our man in green right behind him, Kim Dong-yoon from Korea. So in this heat we've got, oh, nice little 5 and a walk back there. Nice little quick footwork on display. And in this heat we got 3 Philippine surfers and 1 from Korea. So the Asian contingency is beautifully displayed amongst this heat. It's great to see everybody down here supporting. Good old times. I got some fans walking by. Hi folks. Autographs later. Thanks for coming by. As we welcome Matt Chanowski back in the booth. He was just doing some yoga at the front. And he looks refreshed, limber, like our competitors out in the heat.
If you want to learn any more about surfing, yoga, movement, technique, follow me on The Art of Trim on Instagram. I have my first retreat in the Mentawai Islands next week. We'll be tuning in on proper longboard technique. There's a few tubes and get involved surfing, as we just saw Roger coming undone there. One of the seated surfers in this round. Smile, look at him, super stoked, beach boy.
How could you not be stoked? Look at it today. It's sunny, your friends are here.
The crowd's like lining the beach. There's, Jared's not kidding. There actually literally is like fan groups out the front. Like they know we're here. We've got tinted windows. It's like super lo-fi, and they're like, people are offering to do free tattoos. Like some guys like, oh Jared, come get a chest piece, and he's all like, ew, later,
Maybe later. I think I'll save that one for another time as we see a replay of our man in red, Roger, up 5-10.
Sick.
Nice nose ride, but then he just kind of loses it right
like
there.
Like Kai Hamasi in the previous heat, where you get that, you sort of like click onto 10, back to 5, and sort of get that steering. That is kind of about as excellent range, or like as close to a solid score as you could get out here today.
Yeah.
This afternoon at least. So Roger's got the right idea, and is that a 5-3-3 from one wave?
I believe so.
Whoa,
I think it was his wave before.
Okay, so it was a 2-wave. Okay, yeah.
2-wave total. As our competitor in white is about to drop in, we got the Warren Lopez from the Philippines.
Yep.
On his red board.
The brother of Ashley Lopez.
Oh, okay.
Who just walked past us before.
Amazing. Oh, here goes green. Our man from Korea.
Mark, surfer.
Oh, Mark Surfer just coming apart there on the
claim. That was the highlight of round 1. Was
the full claim.
Yeah, Kim Dong-kun, otherwise known as Mark Surfer's extraordinary claim. If you get a chance to tune back in later on to earlier in the day, so that would have been onto
heat 4.
Yeah, heat number 4, round 1, heat number 4. We had Augusto Olinto in there, and it was pretty stacked heat actually, with a couple of like big names.
Yeah.
And Mark Surfer actually really threw down the claim, like one that I haven't seen in a while. You could almost hear the sound of the stoke as the crowd were getting on the beach. He's just like, yeah, hands up, and he just loved it. So
and so did the judges.
They did, and yeah, starting off this heat though, it was just a 3 on that one, and we'll see if you can get that claim going in one of those waves. But good on him if you can do it. Like I like on the World Tour, the Championship Tour.
Yeah.
Jack Robinson's little claim. It's like a little like a little clap, little like fist pump, little click.
Yeah? Nice.
He'll do it after a floater sometimes and be like, yeah, and then go into a big tail blast. And of course Kanoa Garashi and Jordy Smith, they love it.
There's good claims going out there. I actually saw a pretty good one the other day down at Echo Beach at Sandbar by expat surfer who's been living here for a while, a dear friend of ours, Jimmy Jazz James. He got a barrel, he came out, he threw up the arm and he did the arch all the way to the beach. He was really strutting his stuff like he was on that disco dance floor. But another shout out to our man, Jimmy Jazz James. He's a full content creator and filmer down here. And yeah, love the claim. Love the good surfing. Love the vibes. I get stoked. And love the beautiful people around the beach.
It was unreal, you know. It's a good vibe, and yeah, everyone's super stoked.
It is a good vibe as we're coming down to 14 minutes left in this heat. Our current man in red is out the front with a total heat score of a 6.93. Behind him is green, Surfer Mark, and blue right behind him, and then white, Warren Lopez. Plenty of time to advance. We're going to see our surfer in blue right now. Go for it. Let's see. He's going to opt not to go for it.
So a lot of crowd down here at the beach, a lot of fans lining the beach, and I tell you what, it's hot and it's warm, and the buttons that come undone on the shirt. There's a lot of singlets out there, a lot of expats riding scooters over there in the bintang singlets, and
I'm liking the beach attire. Yeah, the bikinis are popping. It's fashion forward down here, folks. Sunscreen's out, the coconut oil is out, the cold coconuts are out, the cold beers are out. Everybody's out. They're having a good time. As he's trying to throw it out
I'll tell you what, he got a bit ahead of himself there. If he makes that, I reckon we'd see
a good score.
Oh, no, we'd see a pretty big claim too.
Oh yeah,
that's pretty wild.
Maybe a backflip.
Yeah.
He's gonna take Jimmy Jazz a run for his money on the claims today, as we see our competitor in red. Up to the nose. Ooh, nice 5. Manages to control that. Walks back. Man from Philippines. Looks like he's sponsored by Vans.
Yep.
Shout out to the Vans community over there. We miss those guys. Always a good time with the Vans team and everybody that's a part of it. Steve Van Dorn, all the skaters and surfers and artists. It's good stuff. Always has been, always will be. And I know we were speaking about favorite surfers earlier. You're saying longboarders are my favorite ones, but you know, it's just hard to put one. There's so many good ones that we've been able to grow up with, and you know, let's ramble off a few names. Of course, I got to give love to my brother from another mother, Alex Nos. I grew up to him. He's helped me out, his whole family. I love them to the moon and back. And of course, the grandpa of it all, Joel Tudor. Come on, folks. He's done so much for this, and we couldn't be here without him. Love him, hate him, who cares? He's a great surfer. He's a good guy, and his whole family are shredders. Well, it looks like we're going to go down to an interview with Kai Hamasi, winner of the last heat. So let's take it live down on the beach here at Halfway Kuta with Flora.
Look who we have here. Oh my God, Kai Hamasi all the way from Japan. How was your heat?
It's fun.
It was fun. And how is the condition out there now that it's very low tide and everyone is a very talented, good surfers? So what did you do to make you won the heat?
I focus on catching the good waves, so it's very coming my place. So yeah, lucky.
Wow, well done for being so patient. And how long are you going to be in Bali for?
2 weeks.
2 weeks, amazing. How are you liking Bali so far?
Yeah, I like Bali.
Amazing. Would you like to say thank you or to say hi to your sponsor, family, and fans? It's okay if you do it in Japanese. Yes.
応援していただいている皆様ありがとうございます。バリはすごいいい波で楽しいです。次のヒットも楽しめるように頑張るのでよろしくお願いします。Thank you.
Okay, well, good luck for your next round, and see you out there, boss.
Thank you. Thank you, Rhoda.
All right, great little interview with our man in blue, Kai Hamasi. So we're going to kick it back to the action out in the water. Well underway here in round 2.
It's actually quite fitting you talked about Joel Tudor for that interview because not making comparisons there, but Joel, love him, hate him, but you can't deny him. So
it's Grandpa, bro.
So good and solid, and that's what you got to be in conditions like this. You've just got to leave no doubt in the judge's eyes that you are the OG and you're the best. And Kai, I remember paddling hardcore halfway through that heat when they announced his 667 and his 6. It was like 10 minutes through the heat, and remember he paddled past everyone like he's the boss.
He was the boss.
And he took that heat by the reins
and that determination.
But he had priority. He didn't have to do it, but he did it to really.
He's giving a little flex.
That's it. A little flex.
Little mind games.
Yeah, I love it.
It's a wonderful song by John Lennon, by the way.
Mind games. Okay.
Yeah. Check that one out. Get your toes tapping. As we see Blue about to tap his toes.
Great.
There he goes. Left, looking for the opportunity. Quick nose ride. Look, there he is, the toe tapper. 5 to 10. Oh, he's still going. Another tap. Look, quick 5. He's gliding around. He found a corner. Look at that. Another 5. Beautiful ride. Up. Oh, but he can't drop that one down as we see Green behind him. Nice nose ride. Mark Surfer.
Wow. Here we go. Let's go back.
Oh,
yes!
Another claim.
Oh, my gosh. I love it.
Bringing it home.
But I must say, the judges do recognize this, and composure.
I just love the showmanship.
Composure is definitely part of the scoring, and showmanship is also part of the scoring.
It's all a part of the
Do
scoring.
they give points for claims?
Oh, you got it. Oh, and then here's our man Roger in red.
Hey, okay, all right.
Soul head
Sorry,
twin.
Stephanie Gilmore.
There you go. Oh, nice reference. I
Here he
like that.
goes. Let's go.
Come on,
Bang.
slow down the claim. Let's slow motion this thing right here.
Bang.
Boom. All right.
Wait,
here it
wait.
is. Yes.
Oh, love it.
Oh, he's back up.
Let's go again, bro. Let's go.
Go, throw it out there. Another one.
Let's
He's
go.
still-
Come
he's
on,
milking
come on.
it. He's milking it like a dairy farmer all the way to the beach.
7 minutes
no
50.
claim.
He let us down there, but he let his surfing do the talking. And
good stuff.
Wow, things are really heating up here down the beach.
It's heating up and cooling off all at the same time. These ice cold coffees are going down a treat, just keeping us real focused.
That's
so we can bring you the best commentary available on the interweb. So you see our man in blue. This is the lengthily beautiful toe tapping surfing of our man in blue, just working it all the way down. Look at that. He's gliding, he's trimming, he's up, he's down, he's back, he's forth. And then he unfortunately just comes unglued right there.
So this is Crisanto Villanueva. Okay, he's currently in 4th place.
Oh,
holding on to that.
currently?
Excuse
Oh,
me.
wow, he just
5 on
jumped
7
to
to
the
6.5 with that one. And you talked about corners. 6.5 on that. So Carl's playing the mellow game of his second wave, going out into the lead from his fellow countryman Roger. So we have
and Mark.
Yeah, Kim down. Mark Surfer down into 3rd spot.
No, he's from Korea. Warren, sorry, is from the Philippines.
Warren's from the Philippines.
Yes,
Yep.
3 Philippines and 1 Korean.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
So the Korean's down in the 3rd spot, but Warren, he only needs a 4.01. He is a goofy footer, and he's been surfing super solid. He has a high completion rate. So 6 minutes 40 left. This heat is going to come down. I'm going to predict it. I think we're going to be having a 2 waves each for each surfer.
All right, 2 waves each. Let's see it, folks. Let's get
little
this,
line
let's get this
on the
show on the
horizon.
road. Lines to the horizon.
Just heating up.
This is just the lemon next to the pie. Speaking about lemon next to the pie.
Oh, he's gone up in a second.
No.
Kim
Mark.
Don Kuhn, he's gone up 4.73, and I would say that second 10, that wave really let his surfing do the talking. The judges agreed with a 4.73. So now Roger needing a 4.71, the 4.8. So it's pretty even across the board. It's just the 6.5 for Carlos. Really
put himself
Cristiano,
up there.
sorry, really holding it out into the lead. So that's the difference, that corner. And actually, we did have a debrief yesterday with the ISA crew and the judges, and we were all watching the waves, and we kind of identified in amongst all the closeouts, each heat there is one wave that is pretty epic, and as it always the case, and it's always Justin Quintal on that wave. But he's not here at the moment, so Carlos is Cristiano's taken that lead. So
there goes Warren Lopez.
Warren,
trying to get that 4.8. I don't
that'll
think so.
get rid of his 2.
Definitely get rid of 2.
Just a little dig of the nose there.
Here goes the red and red. Roger.
Bang.
Yep.
Yep, that'll be...
Nice controlled nose ride. Oh.
It'll be close.
It'll be close.
471, we'll see. It was a nice moment with a 10, so...
Beautiful moment. I don't know, I just need that extra length for me.
Yeah.
But we'll see, it's not
well,
up to
he
me.
got a 4 at the beginning, I think it was, with that long backside nose ride with the steering on the nose. But he was sort of incomplete at the end as well, so, I mean... That goes down to, I think, the width of the nose as well.
Yeah.
Digging in. Where a narrow nose won't have that problem.
Here he goes, our man.
Heat
Heat
leader.
leader in blue. Toe tapping his way through. Nice little 10 right there. Wiggles on down in front of the whitewash and does a flying kick out to return out the back. And priority sitting out the back now on the screen is our man in white, Warren Lopez, looking for a 4.80. I don't believe his last score has dropped.
No.
So he's got plenty of opportunity and plenty of time with 4 minutes left on the clock here at Heat 3, Round 2 at the PADROL Longboard Classic QS event for the WSL. Again, we'd like to thank our sponsors, PADROL, BGS, and Bintang Crystal. And we'd also like to thank all of our competitors, supporters, and fans, all of you tuning in, everybody down here on the beach, and everybody helping to put this show together. It's a fantastic time down here. So come on down and join us if you are in the area. And it's a Saturday night here in Bali, so there's plenty of things going on as well after the event. Come find a beautiful restaurant, a beautiful friend, or just a beautiful time. So we see these men competitors paddling, standing up. We got Warren Lopez in white, quick 5, and he's out. It looks like red was down the line in front of him. White's looking at the judges. See what happens there as we got our competitor in green, Mark Surfer. Oh, he's almost trying to emulate the Lance Carts and nose ride with a straight stand up. We couldn't quite hang on to that one.
So Mark Surfer in the realm of Lance Carson.
Trying to get there.
I tell you what,
it's a hard road to go
if
down.
Mark does win this heat, I'm going to go down and I'm going to do the post-heat interview. I'm going to talk about Lance Carson, and no pressure on the fellow. If
I wonder if he knows who he is.
I would say yes. I would. My soul would hope so.
Exactly.
And for anybody out there, but the rocker of that board would suggest no.
Yeah.
So I will take this upon myself. And
please.
It's one of there's a thing called grom abuse that thankfully it doesn't exist anymore. And when you're at your board riders, and here we have a call for Roger. He's got his hands up, 3rd place. So he's wondering, okay, what position is he in? 4-3-1, second priority. His fellow countryman, Cristiano, holding the lead. So, all right, this will be interesting because he's well out in the lead, Cristiano. Will he do a Bowie Pollard and give his countrymen a wave like Bowie did to me at Noosa Festival Surfing this year?
Oh, wow. Wow, that's nice of Bowie.
Very good, very nice of Bowie. I'll never forget that.
I don't think you've ever done that, but that's nice of Bowie.
Pretty sure I've done it to you before.
I don't know about that. No, we weren't surfing in the heat, but you did give me a wave at the pass. Or no, tea tree, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a good time.
There we go.
Favorable sessions. Oh, honorable mention, walking the screen right there for the next heat, our man in red, Denny. Black boy from Batu Keras, one of our favorite surfers here in Indonesia. Beautiful person all around, human, waterman, and just a good guy. So he's going to come up in the next Heat 4, round of 32.
Time call there. Roger's just wondering, okay, what are we doing here? What have we got? What's the situation? We ask for the time. That's usually the indication when someone puts their hand up. The competitor's sort of requesting a time call. So we have 50 seconds remaining. And just a 4-3-1.
Oh, someone's going backwards.
Oh, okay,
he's going down.
He's only looking to drop a 3.97.
He's trying to pull the Xander Hartman, but unfortunately he couldn't do
Xander
the full
Hartman.
Xander.
Now, I wouldn't expect Mark to understand.
He would have no clue.
Xander. He's pretty underground, but
shout out to our man Xander Hartman.
And I can tell you Xander's probably not listening.
He's definitely not.
Yeah.
Speaking of Malibu, though, quick shout out to the Marshall brothers as well. All 3 of them.
Definitely
Chad,
listening.
Tracy,
all
and DJ.
Yeah,
they're definitely listening.
Here we go. Oh, no! Warren, so
Can't
that's
cling
it.
on.
10 seconds left. Will Roger get one in the last 9 seconds? Oh, no! Cristiano's taken the wave. 5 seconds left.
This is the winner run. The lap of victory.
So it looks like we'll say goodbye to Warren and Roger. Some surprise upsets there as we will go to a break, and we're going to come back with our next heat shortly.
And bada bing, bada boom. We're back, live action down here at Kuta, halfway, Bali, Indonesia. It's a PADROL Longboard Classic WSL QS event. These guys are fighting to make their way to the main stage, the World Longboard Tour, to chase the dream of being the champion. As our current champion Harrison Roach is just living the dream. He is the champ. And on the way to making their way to being champ, hopefully.
That's it. Well, it also just forming a career for him. And out in red, we have Denny Black Boys, Piridos, and in blue, we have our surfer from Chinese Taipei, Cheng Chi Wan, and of course, our Brazilian, Augusto Alinto, and rounding out our Thai surfer, Setuat Chaiwat. So 4 different nations represented in this heat, and look at this, Denny and Augusto having a chat.
Denny's already caught away, by the way.
417, so
he's fired up.
He's stoked. See that paddling, sitting down, relaxed, feet up.
It's that Batu Cross style.
Yeah.
He's on a Thomas
Waikiki
surfboard.
style too.
Yeah, Waikiki. Can't forget a Waikiki, of course, the one and only Duke Kanamoko.
Yeah. Shout out to the Waikiki crew, definitely tuning in.
The Beach Boys. The original Beach Boys.
And Denny, that's
that 417.
So a big shout out to the Filipino community that have tuned in from, and the Asian community in Hawaii and Waikiki. Lots of Asian roots there as well.
Maybe even Dane Peterson's brother's tuning in. Christian,
yeah.
Shout out to Christian.
Yeah. Dane Peterson. Shout out to Dane Peterson. DP.
Brother, another brother from another mother.
Yeah. These legends we're referencing are people that are heroes to us, but also really assisted in the foundation and the development of what we call log riding, traditional longboard surfing. Dane Peterson, an OG, and
his brother,
Christian Peterson.
As we see blue up and riding. Nice nose ride right there. That wind's giving that extra bit of lift so that these guys can get that nose out properly.
Absolutely.
With a high speed. And the suction's coming towards them. So you see Augusto Alinto, the wild man from Brazil. He's trying to trick it up, keep it lively, use that mustache to his full advantage.
I was going to say that. Yeah, extra points for the mustache. Not quite. Don't take us literally. But, Seduit just unfortunately slipping down on that one. So
someone might have put in some baby oil on his board.
Yeah.
You never know with these tricksters out here, these longboarders. They've got a great personality. Let's pull some fun jokes on each other, as they have throughout the history of the sport.
Also known as Jared Mel.
Right.
Here we have Denny up and riding.
Denny, there he is. Nice little heels, very controlled and smooth. Such a lovely guy. I really do love this dude and his surfing, and to see how far he's come in longboarding.
It feels like he's been around for so long, but he's still so young as well.
Yeah, and he's getting married next month, by the way.
Congrats.
Congrats to our man, Denny, and his fiance. They'll have a beautiful wedding over in Batu Cross. I know he's leaving straight after this contest to figure out the plans and planning and preparations. So good luck to you, buddy, and all the best in the game of love. So we watch a replay from our man in white. Quick nose ride. Oh, little off the lip switch. Seen that maneuver once or twice. I like to see the younger generation bringing it back. And another replay of our man in red. He's going to get a quick nose ride. He really likes this wind. I know he's used to it.
And
blows him up. He feels comfortable there.
Denny's actually holding on to third place in the rankings at the moment. So he has a huge chance to take the lead of the rankings. If he was to take the win today and a few positions were to fall the other way, so we have JR and Taka Inui in first and second. So let's just say, theoretically, they don't make the final.
And Denny wins.
He's
up in
He's
first.
in a huge chance to, or if not have a tie.
Well,
but in case of a tie, we talked about this earlier, with only 2 qualifying events, as per the WSL rulebook, it will fall back onto the most experienced qualified surfer in the past, which would probably go back.
Denny.
It'd be, in WSL rankings, it'd be Tucker. He's been
Tucker.
competing for quite a number of years on the tour, and dating back to 2018.
Wow.
And
lucky him. Well, come on, Denny. Don't let it go to a tie.
But yeah, exactly. So basically, Denny's job here is to get as far through the contest as he can. So with that third place in the previous event in the Philippines, the way the points worked out in the Australian region was Max Weston, who qualified for Australia.
Yeah.
He took the win in Noosa, and he actually got knocked out the second round by one of his best friends, Kyle Flint. Now, coincidentally,
Dirty old Kai.
Kai took the win at Manly.
Yep.
And because Kai won, allowed no one else to get that 1,000 points, and Max just qualified by like 100 points, and Kai ended up coming second or third in the rankings as well. So unfortunate for Kai, but fortunately for Max that his best mate helped him qualify. So Kai got the cash, Max got the position.
Hey man, that's what friends do, right?
And, this could be the same with Denny. You know, one of his countrymen might knock out one of the other surfers. So it's early days yet, and there's a lot of situations that could change. We'll go more into that tomorrow.
Well, we got a full day of surfing tomorrow.
For those at home, this is day 1 of 2-day surf competition, and this is a 2-stage qualifying event. So out the lead right now is Denny with 4.17 and a 3.93.
Plenty of time though.
And
we can see our
Cedarwood
man with
hunting
priority.
for this. Our Thai surfer. Here he goes. Up. Gets a 10. And he completes. Oi!
Looked like his rail kind of hit him in the hip there.
Yep.
Remember we said it's all in the hips. You don't want to numb them so you can't feel them. You got to use those
That's
bad
it.
boys.
You can see that big old raked back fin there, and the fin jack in the back, just disturbing water flow.
Slowing him down.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, now priority in red. Look at him. He's hungry like the wolf. One of my favorite songs from Duran Duran. But Denny's going to put it on display right now as he's paddling back to the beach. He's opting to go probably right, knowing Denny, but looks like he's going to shoot for a left. He's going to go on his backhand, straight up to the nose. Smooth, beautiful, casual style. Fortunately, he's kind of looking a little slow, and he grabbed rail. He held control, but definitely not going to give it his best way. So let's see Denny get back out there as we see competitor in white, Augusto Alinto. 5-5, little up and down. All right, he's going to get back out there as quickly as
Now,
possible.
If there's a chance of a replay on Augusto's wave, just talk about that Aussie-inspired shape of surfboard with the rolled bottom.
Yep.
So although this is a Ross shape, it's a Brazilian surfer in Bali who's made this board, but that rolled bottom with the wide point slightly back, and the way that we turn them is that we sort of like bank off the roll and sort of roll it up in the lip and come down with it. It's kind of hard to do that on a conventional nose rider per se.
Yeah.
On a performance board, obviously you're driving up the top and bringing it back down again. But here's Cedarwood on a more conventional nose rider.
Yep.
And
a little more straighter outline.
Yep. And I'll tell you something. That's what a straight outline does, is actually trim through really well.
Goes straight well.
Now, he's on. I'll tell you the board he's on. It's very interesting. Okay.
Let's watch Augusto first.
Oh, steering on the nose.
He's
up
holding
again.
on. There he is. Arms to the side, back and down.
And rolling it off again.
There
so
he is, see? That
nice.
beautiful
And
roll
that
on the
flick
bottom.
off. So that'll be a nice wave there. So Cedarwood is actually on a Thai-made board, but a mass-produced one that gets a lot of bad reputation in the last decade
for its I guess you could say mass influx into the surfboard industry, NSP, New Surf Project, manufactured by the Global Surf Industries. Now, he's actually riding a locally made board in Thailand.
Yeah.
A Thai-made board, and it's similar to, like, say, the more mass-produced brands like your Firewires and your traditional term for, like, pop-out.
Yep.
But that's their local boards. That's they're Thai-made. So
Well, looks like we're gonna have to teach him how to shape so we can get him making their own stuff. Huh?
That's it. That's Sedderwood, you're in good hands, bro. Between Jared Mel and
Matt Chinaski over here.
We'll have you tuned in no time and have your own GSI Thai model.
Let's get it going.
Let's call it the Phuket.
Phuket banger.
The Phuket. The Phuket pocket finder.
There it is. As our man in blue
Finds
He's
the pocket
definitely
himself.
found the pocket. Yep.
That's it. Oi, that flare was nice. Ooh,
looked
getting a
good
bit
in the wind
excited
right
here.
there.
I
Yeah,
love
yeah.
that hair. Look at that. It's the style in and out of the water, and a lot of the surfers got Augusto's moustache and the steves, but
They're bringing the vibes back. The fashion is flaring. And it looks like we're gonna have some cold coconuts delivered. Hello, bot. Apa kabar? Baik. Oh, bye. Oh, look at Dingan Sekali,
And,
Kalapa.
of course, if you
Terima
want
kasih
some
banyak.
cold coconuts, we're down on the beach here at halfway and in
Sesuai,
Kuta,
ya.
and there's some cold coconuts down there at the local warungs, providing us with refreshments. And
that is delicious,
yeah,
folks.
sort of just coming undone.
Keep the hydration flowing. Oh wow, look at that. There's everything down here. We just saw
Kylie Minogue in the background.
saw a wonderful vehicle come by. It was a Bali beer cycle, it said. It had basically a bar on wheels just
With
drive
pop music
past us.
DJ, yeah, it's
Wow.
wild.
Top 80s. Well, she's still sticking around, Kylie Minogue. The wonderful, the beautiful, very talented.
Could have been ABBA, but
Could've been.
same really. The
Oh.
sound, it's pop music, so
Big difference, but alright, same to your ears. Anyways, back to the surfing. We see our competitor in red, Danny. He's having a look. He's got priority. Looks like Augusto's they're gonna split peak.
Split peak. So first and second priority. Will Augusto do a Zeke Lau or a Gabrielle and create an interference? And
here
riding
goes
the
Danny.
top third of the wave, Danny,
Ooh.
and just completing that. So
Completing that. The big drop right there at the end.
Do you think it'll better his 417 or just sort of be on par?
I think it's gonna be on par. I mean, I think it actually might better his 417 to be honest. If I can have a clear think.
Yep.
His 417 wasn't as long as a nose ride. That one seemed a little bit more critical, especially the walk back as the board dropped down when the wave was sucking up.
Yep.
Yeah, a bit more critical. He had it under control and he rode it out. and
But not
completed
sort
the
of
ride.
that corner. That's
Not the length of ride.
yeah.
Not that corner.
Augusto's been sort of finding those corners. So
Yeah.
Sedderwood's asking for a replay. Asking for a video replay, and someone else
Time.
asking for the time. So
7 minutes and 30 seconds, boys. Unfortunately, they can't hear me. But Augusto, let's see if this is those corners you were talking about. See that? He
That's
dropped
it.
down, he came up.
low hands too. That just not a lot of hand movement there. So he's obviously
Complete control.
Been listening to the commentary and adjusted accordingly.
All right. Well,
and of course I mentioned Gabe and Zeke. Like Zeke on the, I guess you could say, controversial side of the calls, but Gabby a few years ago at Pipeline really using his technical knowledge in the rule book and to his advantage, and yeah, it was to win a world title.
oh wow, I don't remember that one, but
Cristiano Villanueva may as well, but from San Juan La Union, we're going to roll down to the beach. So over to you, Flora.
live action. Take it away, babe. Wow.
Oh my, wow, basic cake. All the way from the Philippines, La Union. Can you please tell us a little bit about yourself and tell us about how was the heat?
I'm Crisanto Villanueva from Philippines.
Known as King,
aka King. And then my heat was so crazy because 3 Filipinos there and then one from what is this, Korea, and I'm so getting nervous also, of course, because it's my friend, and so I'll do my best and then pick the good one, wave selection, and I'm so happy to when I move to
the next round. Amazing. And how long have you been in Bali and how are you liking it so far here?
I like here the waves for morning, and of course I like the place. It's cool, and then this is my first time here to go to the other place. It's my first time.
It's your first time
Yeah.
traveling
Yeah.
abroad? Oh my God, how does it feel to finally get your first stamp on the passport?
Of course, I'm so very happy. And then, thank you for Bali.
And last but not least, would you like to say hi, to say thank you to your sponsor or your family? It's okay in the in Pinay na?
Okay. Maraming salamat sa lahat ng mga sumuporta sa akin. At saka, of course, my sponsor, Zebra. Thank you for support. I love you. And then, thank you for Filipino for watching. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time and good luck for your next round.
Thank you.
All right, what a great couple of words from our surfer in blue. Love that hometown pride. You know, the support from them.
And also to see local like Flora, you know, so passionate about Indonesian longboarding, doing that interview. You could see her stoke as well, you know, and really uniting through that. And we got a really international heat out the water with Augusto from Brazil, our Javanese Denny in red, and Thai surfer in 4th place, Sedawut, and our Chinese Taipei surfer.
Looks like in blue, Augusto just kind of snuck by with that 6.2 and 5.83 to take the lead. Denny's now looking for a 7.46 to move to first. And our man in blue is looking for a 4.07, which is very capable. So you see Augusto in white. He's back out there. Oh, he's got the foot both ways, out the front, to the side. Looks like somebody's been listening to ABBA, because he's getting all over that dance floor.
John Travolta.
Let's take it back to Studio 54, huh?
It's
Saturday night. It is Saturday Night Fever.
Damn.
That is us tonight, folks. If you're in the area, there's a dance floor pretty much within 50 meters of every direction down here at Kuta.
Yeah.
Some fun things that happen down here. So come on down and enjoy the good life. As we see our man in blue enjoying the good life as he's up and riding on a nice left. He's trying to wait for this section. Sucks out on him though, and he goes down, unfortunately.
Wow, he's only looking for 4.07 on that wave, so he's close. 3 minutes to go. I don't know if that'll be enough.
I don't think it's going to get it with that incompletion of a ride.
Yeah.
He went down. He was kind of nose riding the soft part, and then when it was getting to the pocket, it sucked out and ran off. And as we see our man in red, Denny, soon to be married husband, looking for a 7.56. Whoa! Beautiful nose ride. Loves that wind. That's his style. I've seen him just be very comfortable in those conditions, and as so, he displayed it beautifully.
And
a lot of control.
It's just when you watch Denny surf, you just can't help but draw comparisons to current world champ Harrison Roach, who spent a lot of time and had a lot of influence on these local Indonesian surfers through the connection at Deus, the former connection at Deus there, and Augusto with the old Rolo. So judges,
this is going to be interesting.
And a look back to the judges showing he's completed that. So we'll go through that in a moment. And
as you were saying though, his comparison with Harrison Roach, you know,
it's
you're
just
right.
pretty effortless. Like I can't help but look at that with the color of the water and the sort of wind blowing offshore to first point Noosa, and you see Harry with that really relaxed takeoff, and like he's got all the time in the world, and you can sort of see even just the hand movements when he straightens out, and a similar body shape to Harry too. So huge influence there.
Yeah, they are.
And it's a compliment to Harry as well, because then he's, you know, one of the best in the world at the moment as well. So he's, well, at least socially, he's respected with the clips that he's dropped and some of the photos that he constantly gets.
Oh, look at this chitter chatter.
Oh, they're having a little chat.
Boys are having a yarn.
I'll tell you what,
little yarn out the back.
Denny's in second spot, but minute 20 is pretty stoked with priority, but our Chinese Taipei surfer, he's only needing a 4.84, and Sedawut only needs a 5.97. So
I love to see that though, with the competitors at the back. They're just smiling, having a good time. It is a contest. There's a lot of things on the line. At the end of the day, these guys are buddies. That's one of the beautiful things in surfing. We kind of notice it's kind of like a separation of 2 degrees. You know, I know this guy, he knows that. It keeps us together. It keeps the family growing, and it's just a beautiful thing. Surfing is a beautiful thing, folks, and we're just happy to be here and be a part of a wonderful event by the PADROL Longboard Classic. As we see our man in white, current heat leader. Let's see what he's got for us today. Nice little heels. It's a victory heels, but unfortunately it goes down. Maybe another El Rolo.
We actually haven't seen.
Oh no, I want to see that score.
We haven't seen a legit. I don't think it's dropped. Maybe it has, but maybe because his hands were on the rails and whatever.
They haven't dropped it.
Wow.
20 seconds left.
All right, maybe they're waiting to ask us what we think. What do you think?
We'll
have to see it again.
Yeah, we'll have to see it. I liked it a lot. It was comparative, like.
Oh, here we go. 4.73.
It's definitely not a traditional maneuver because he was standing up and he launched the board up and grabbed it. That's very modern, obviously. As I wonder what Denny did there, but he lost it anyways.
So that was the end of the heat, but I mean, that was lovely camaraderie there between our Taiwanese surfer and Denny, and I mean, this is special. We saw Denny splashing the water with a gusto, having a ball, and
having a laugh, having a yawn.
Yeah, and the support. Even Cedarwood had his Thai friends down there, and Ching Chi, big supporters.
Photographers are supporting each other. There's Menchos, another great surfer.
Yeah,
down on
all
the beach.
supporting there on the beach, and this is just this is the longboard culture, ladies and gentlemen, and kids and grandparents watching on, and all the different longboard cultures. This is what it's all about, and these people are representing their hometowns, and they're representing themselves, their families, and we'll go to an ad break, and we'll be back shortly for the next heat. And look at this, shaking hands, and that, it's sort of, you can't help but feel the warm feelings and smiles. This is what it's about. So we'll speak to you guys very shortly for heat number 5 of round 2.
See you soon, folks. Folks, good times down on the beach, good times here in the booth, good times all around as we're back for the PADROL Longboard contest, the WSL QS event. We're going to break it down now for Heat 5. This
is red, Tucker Inui.
He's a hungry young competitor.
Current second place holder on the rankings. So we had, look into the judges holding that 5 and 10. A little bit of levitation.
He means business, folks.
Tapping that off. Wow.
Oh, a little switch foot maneuver.
And these guys just laughing.
There's Chos, Minchos. Look at him. Oh, competitor in green. The boys are having
showmanship. You're talking about that showmanship, Jared. And there's a crowd quite literally on the shore break watching. And
they're lining the beach. I think there's about almost 20,000 people down there on the shoreline.
For sure. And probably close to maybe 100,000 in Kuta.
Yeah.
As well. So, Tucker Inui out in red, and blue Adam Basco. So we got the two seated surfers opening up, and we haven't seen them surf yet. And Demas Shabil, so they progressed through the first one, and Leo Sinaga.
So Demas progressed, and Leo.
Yeah.
Basco was
seated. Through.
Yep. Oh, and Taka progressed.
Correct. Look at this.
There's Taka
looking at the beach before.
So
this is another wave. Yep.
Wow. Look at him. He's
hungry.
hungry.
He's stoked.
Oh, what's he? He's trying to do the Gusto Alinto right there. Going all which ways, as we see in green. Or man,
Adam Basco.
No, that's Leo.
Oh no, it's Leo Sinaga. Yep.
Basco is a little bit smaller. He's one of my favorite little groms from the Bati Cross area. He surfs for PADROL, our main sponsor here on this longboard event. But he's an absolutely good kid. Oh, seeing some beautiful artwork on the board walking by. Just, you see everything down here, folks.
melting pot of personalities.
Oh, it is unreal. It's never not entertaining, and the good vibes are just flying through the roof.
All right, we have a replay coming in shortly, and
Here
get
we
up to
go.
speed.
Break it down. Adam Brasco in blue, quick 5, quick ride. He holds on clean. Kind of looking similarities to Denny, Black Boy in that last tee. As we see the young blood in red. There's the look back to the judges, hanging the 5, back to a 10. Still holding on as he goes past our water photographer in shin high water. And completes that ride to the beach. And then another replay of our boy in blue, Adam Brasco. Oh, unfortunately coming undone there.
What board's Adam on, a Thomas?
I think it's a PADROL, actually.
Yeah, PADROL. Yeah, it is a PADROL.
He
You're right.
surfs for PADROL.
Yeah, PADROL.
Our main sponsor.
Yep.
So he was fortunate enough to be picked up by them, sponsored, and
Huge
looks like,
opportunity, yeah.
And he's a good young kid. I've known him for a while, seen him growing up, spending some time over at the Batu Cross region, and yeah, he's a sweet, lovely young boy. He's going to grow up to be a great competitor, surfer, and all-around good guy, as there are so many down here at this
So
beach
many.
event.
And the talent that's watching on,
Yeah.
and perhaps they didn't have the prize money, and a lot of the beach boys that are here watching us, which there is literally hundreds of local surfers here running lessons and surfing, and
there goes another local Indonesian surfer.
Exactly. This is the example. This is one. They're product of their environment.
Dimas.
Up a nice little drop knee there.
Yeah, how tall he is. He's just
he's
sprouted
grown a
up
lot.
like
Exactly.
A root, man. He's up there. Oh.
I had seen him. I'd seen
And
a
blue.
couple of clips, and this guy's growing.
He's growing.
Super quick.
These kids are changing their style, growing up quick, loving life, living it to the fullest. Look at these guys.
Tucker out the back, sitting down. Just,
he's-
hey, all right,
Hey.
waiting the scores. He's got a 6 and a 5.5 for Red, and he's wondering what's going on.
Oh,
Come
I
on,
wonder
read
if
my
it-
scores out. Let's go. Come on, Red.
Red. Oh, yeah, he's got
All right.
priority. There you
Yep.
go. There,
Yeah,
you got
he's
the priority.
seeing red.
He's seeing red. Oh. Reminds me of Kill Bill, the movie. He's going for the absolute win. No holes barred, nothing holding back. This guy wants to make the stage.
Someone who's looking pretty aggressive. He's pretty relaxed right now, sitting on his ball.
I know.
Look at that flexibility. You wonder how they can do that stuff. Well, that is how.
That is
flexibility.
limber.
Look at that.
Just chilling. Just a beautiful Saturday afternoon here at Kuta in Bali, Indonesia. Thank you again for all those tuning in, listening to us talk jargon, and just having a good time up here in the air-conditioned van.
So there's literally tens of thousands of people lining the shores here, and at least a few of those are here to watch the event, and online, Jared, across YouTube and across the WSL app, and the replays that this will be available after this event. So basically anything you say is going to be online forever.
That's pretty much my whole life.
And
there's always someone watching.
Yeah. Hashtag Snapchat, TikTok,
whatever.
There's the airport left. So very quiet out there on the lower
Look at that
tide
view.
compared to. Well, we're not out there yet. We're close. But yeah, no, we are.
Yeah, it's almost, what time is it? I think low tide's at 3:50.
Yeah, not a lot going on out there, being a more mid to high tide wave.
Look at that. What a beautiful view. This area in Bali is just spectacular.
It's the airport where you fly in there, and
yeah, there's a beautiful wave out there. Airport lefts and airport rights. You got Kuta Reef just amongst that as well. And there's the beautiful bucket behind you. And as we see our competitor in blue, Adam Brasco, straight up to the nose. Little loses control for a slight second, but recovers. Very short ride. He's currently sitting in 4th place. He's a 4.83 to advance. Unfortunately, I don't think he's going to get it. I'm rooting for the youngster, but can't do much with that wave. With 12 minutes coming up.
we talked about young Denny getting married shortly, but big shout out to Kira Seal, recently married, our longboard commissioner, our director, and pregnant as well.
Wow,
Soon to be,
double down.
That's it. So
she's going for the full boatload.
Doing a great job as a competitor in previous years, and also holding the fort.
All around stand-up gal.
And you know what? This is the example of what's been set by by Kira and Devin Howard in the past, and we thank Jesse Miley Dyer and Elo for allowing this platform for the next gen to sort of be showcased, and even just on regional scales, Will Hayden Smith in the past, who was a big help on the longboard tour in the early days, 2017, 2018, and 2019 as well, and all the crew, the filmers and the audio guys and all the back end stuff. So, and here we have a little replay for Surfer in Blue.
There's definitely no I in team, folks, and it takes all of us and all of them and all of you to make this happen. So thank you to everybody, past, present, and future. We love you guys. And let's just break it back down to the event. It is just spectacular down here. I'm in awe every second as we're watching the replay. Up, down, and over. Another competitor out the back in green. He's on the nose. He's clinging on. Ooh, out of the water.
And that was a bigger wave. Shoulder high.
Shoulder high.
Chest high.
He had it for a second. I like that slow down little moment. Everything was in slow motion. He was in control. He was out of the water. Oh, he's got another one. That was a little bit faster.
Do you think, was that his 4.5, or we're still waiting on another score to, I think we might be waiting on another score to be locked in, and that one as well.
For Leo?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're still waiting for that.
So if you contrast back to Tucker's first wave, it was a lot smaller and technical.
Uh-oh, we're having a glitch on our replay, folks, so bear with us.
We're going to just shoot down to Augusto where we have this glitch, our last heat winner.
From Brazil.
And live action, here's the 10 from before. So yeah, back to Augusto, if we can do a...
He's going to keep the Stoke alive for us, for all of our fans. From here to his home country in Brazil. We're going to bring up that interview shortly and fill the Stoke. Here we go.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. Beautiful day. It's very hot, but so good.
Yeah. Well, you don't seem very familiar to me. So can you please introduce yourself for a little bit? Who you are, where you're from, how old are you, and so on.
Beautiful day.
What's your name?
My name is Augusto Linto. They're from Brazil. Live in Nusa, in Australia.
And how old are you?
Beautiful spot, beautiful people.
And how was your hit?
Small.
Very small waves.
Waves.
Low tide.
A little blocking, no perfect waves, but so
it's
good.
Closing out.
Yes, so good. The best beach break. I like beach breaks.
Amazing. And last but not least, would you like to say hi to your family? Would you like to say thank you to your fans? And you can speak in Portuguese.
Em português.
Yeah.
Galera, valeu. Pô, tá muito pequeno ali, mas achei uma ou outra. Adoro beach break. I love Bali. Thank you, Bali. So good.
Amazing.
Bye, family. Sorry.
Amazing. Thank you for your time and good luck for the next round. I'm really good.
All right, folks. Another lovely interview from our team and Flora down there on the beach. Congratulations, Augusto Alinto, for the win. Part of the Brazilian Storm.
There he is, walking past us right now.
Yeah, talented.
So, yeah, I'm looking at that longboard. So I reckon it's 9.6, probably 9.8, knowing Augusto, 9.9. Be a 17 tail and a 18 nose, a little bit nose concave, belly towards the where the wide point is. Yeah, big old square tail.
One of Ross Concepts models.
Yep.
Another Brazilian that's living in Bali, Shaper. Good, funny guy. He's got a factory setting up here. Oh, as we see, oh, wow. Our surfer in red, Taka, he just hung that foot out for a couple seconds there, but unfortunately he wasn't able to complete that ride. But a nice hang of the toes.
So interesting, Tucker's 7.33 and a 6, but yeah, Leo with just a 5.63 and a 4.5 for those committed backside nose rides. So the judges may be seeing something with the body language, or perhaps actually the nose riding was going down the face. not overly critical, but I was expecting those to be a little higher. But 6 minutes 30 left on the clock, in a pretty comfortable second spot. But Demas just hitting a 4.87, holding down that 5.27 as his highest score.
Demas
And Adam Basco just kind of still a little
Unfortunately,
sleepy in this heat
yeah.
and not able to connect with a couple of those corners.
He's seated, and he's part of the PADROL team. We would love to cheer him on as he goes left right there on his backhand. He surfs
6
out of
steps
frame.
up.
Can't really see what he did there, but he's still standing, so that's a plus.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got a Van sticker on his board
Van
too.
sticker and
a
Pintail.
Always love that reference to pintails and square tails in the old Big Wednesday movie. The square tail. Gary Busey loves a square tail. Jan Michael Vincent looks at him and goes, "Oh, that's just your Oklahoma attitude." Too many good references in that movie.
What did he say?
That's just your Oklahoma attitude.
Oh my gosh.
'Cause he loves the way a square tail breaks the water. And
Yeah.
you just it's a stable ride. And yeah, it's no Hodad Squid Lips. It's Matt Johnson, and our boy in red, definitely surfing his way through like Matt Johnson.
Before the word kook was used, Hodad was one of those words to describe I guess a surfer of less ability and a little bit embarrassing to be around.
Yeah, it was. I love it's a special thing. All those surf jargon words from back in the day, they didn't make sense unless you knew them.
And that's
it's kind of like it's a modern resemblance to a lot of words today,
Absolutely.
especially in rap music.
Yep.
Oh, there's some funny stuff in that. I love it. It's kind of like stand-up comedy, but with some dancing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Always get a kick out of that.
And that's what culture is all about. As we talk about longboarding and we talk about rap music, we talk about all these little underground cultures. Longboarding is one of those where
we got some fans.
we've got our one of our photographers tuned in, but longboarding's got its own references, its own language, and it's a cultural integration where you're passing through information from era to era, and it's those words, stuff like Hodad and Big Wednesday references, but it's also the ability to talk about surfboard design and technique and tales of isolated waves, and you talk to somebody in their 70s and they'll go, "Oh, we heard about this place called Uluwatu in the 70s and we didn't know it existed, and we saw a film and we just decided to go there, and there was like 5 people there."
Oh man,
and it's a storytelling. That's what surf culture is, right?
Yeah, of course. It's storytelling, it's the history, passing it down to the young generation to make sure that they know the proper way to surf and to respect everybody in the water and the surf etiquette. Unfortunately, we've lost some of that these days, Back in the day, there was that seniority or that hierarchy of locals and better skilled surfers. Still to this day, there is that in places, but, longboarding's a little bit laid back. We're welcoming, we have fun, but it's never a bad thing to push people in the right direction and just make them a little bit more aware.
That's it.
So they're not the Hodad or the kook.
That's one of my initiatives with the Art of Trim, is to get surf schools and all these surfers, pro surfers running retreats who don't know. These people they're responsible for that next gen. They're responsible for teaching hundreds of people a year how to surf and introducing them to the surf experience. But without anybody to share those stories and without talking about hierarchy and respect for the elders and where it all came from, even referencing Duke and being happy that we're sharing waves in the water and enjoying that vibe, it's really important to pay respect, to pay homage to our elders past and present.
Yeah.
And it's happening in Australia where everyone's really embracing our indigenous culture and our roots, and it's super important here you see our Hindu ceremony at the beginning. That was really nice that we had opening ceremony here, where a lot of people partaking, a lot of competitors as well.
Yeah, there's some great culture here in Bali. It's a beautiful thing. Wonderful people. They're so happy. We've got Hindus, Muslims living together, people from all over the world, different cultures, different religion backgrounds. At the end of the day, everyone's smiling. Everyone's just feeling happy. They're loving being on this beautiful island together. And just another shout out to the Indonesian people, culture, government, everybody here partaking. Just thank you for letting us participate, visit your island, live here, be a part of the experience and the life here in this beautiful island as we see our competitor in blue quickly nose riding 5:10 for a short second.
And the ASC as well as WSL for allowing events like this to happen, because these surfers have got a chance to see other places around the world, you know, and obviously build a reputation internationally. And we have like Denny in that previous heat, who he's with Tucker in this heat, and Kai Hamasi. They had a huge opportunity to, I mean, Kai and Tucker have travelled the world, but Denny, you know, travelled the world to these places.
And another
Demas
right here.
Nice drop knee set up there, 4 steps up at the tip, and
5. Whoa, he goes down
last minute, but he's still going to have time to get back out there and grab one. He's got that 5.27, so he can do it.
He's a quick paddler. He's really light, so he's definitely got the desire to move forward. Unfortunately, he's got 4.87 he's chasing, and it looks like he's going to call it a wrap.
Look at Demas. There's 40 seconds left. He's out there, and Tucker looks like he's paddling. He sees something. I don't know if he'd be playing priority game with that.
He's doing a victory lap.
I think so. He's looking at the time. He's got the watch on. He's not going to leave. He knows the quality of these surfers too. And in waves like this, let's face it, one wave comes through, it's a bomb.
Oh yeah.
You get a good nose ride, you're pretty much going to go.
He's looking good though. 7.70. 10 seconds left. We're going to wrap this one up. Heat 5 of round 2 of the round of 32 at the PADROL Longboard Classic WSL QS event here at halfway Kuta Beach. We'll see you after this ad break, folks. Stay tuned. Boom shakalaka. We are back, folks. So you see competitors from last heat making their way in for a nice coconut, some water, maybe a fruit juice. And out the back we got Teddy, the legend in red. He's got one of the most, look at that. Nice little footwork, tricky, controlled, critical. He's got one of the most beautiful photos we've seen in longboarding. Him over at Nias. I like his rounded pin too. I like the diversity in design here at the PADROL Longboard Classic. Folks from all over Asia are riding different boards, experimenting and research and design, feeling the function and evolution of the design. As we see our competitor in blue, nice little quick ride to open up his storm to win the heat.
That was our Filipino surfer Jean-Marie Ibueza, and he's a seated surfer with Teddy as well. So Teddy in red,
Teddy Hardware as we call him,
in blue, and then we have Ivan Sudina in white. He's from Indonesia as well, and rounding this one out is RJ Chico Lopez.
Awesome.
So we saw Chico earlier surfing.
So we got
super strong, solid surfer, and we'll see how his stability comes into it with this lower tide. It's a lot different to what we had this morning, Jared. A lot of that higher tide was a little bit sleepy and very precise with movement.
Yeah, it was easy flowing.
Yeah, it was. It was cruisy. It was probably a really good way to settle into the morning. And good for the judges too to really get an idea of what to look for and
sink their toes into the wax or the sand, feel the flow. Now we're gonna break it out and kick it into a different notch as we got our competitor white trimming along. Fortunately, that one sucks out and closes it out on him. But you know, it's interesting in this heat. We got 2 Filipino surfers and 2 Indonesian surfers. It's a battle of the Asia. Great camaraderie competition here.
That's it.
Look at these guys. They're stoked. Living life here in Kuta, Bali, Indonesia. Such a beautiful place.
Oh, you know, I think back to some highlights today. There's been so many. I don't know where to narrow it down, but I can't get our Korean surfer Mark's claim. I just can't. It was one of the most. That was one of those dynamic claims I've ever seen.
I think you're gonna start having to incorporate that into your surfing because you love it so much.
It's really rattled me. Oh, Teddy.
Wow. He's doing a little fancy footwork right there.
Yeah.
Little cross-step toes to the nose, upside down.
Putting on a show.
Putting on the show. True gentleman, in and out of the water. True showman. Great surfer. He does some camps too, I believe. He takes people around, shows them a good time. He is a local Indonesian, so he would know. And yeah, it's great to see him smiling on the beach and a part of the event and the culture. Another great one to have on our side. As we see our competitor in white, up on the nose. Wow. Just trimming along, cruising, real relaxed, controlled through that rough little whitewash section as the tide sucks out. Becomes a little turbulent.
A lot of supporters here on the beach as well.
Look at that. All right. Great outfits, good fashion. Look at these guys.
Matching bucket hat. Look at that. Styling.
Styling. Look at that. Styles for miles. They got the cameras.
And they, ladies and gentlemen who are listening and tuning in, these surfers are not very far offshore, and these spectators are on the water's edge. They cannot get enough of it because all of the rooms are packed. All the umbrellas are full. People sunbaking, people on the sunbeds. It's all going on down here today at Halfway Beach, Kuta. And up in red is Teddy again. A more conventional nose ride, and he's stepping back. And I tell you what, for today, a 4.17.3, pretty good way to start your heat with 14 minutes remaining.
Especially right now, this tide's still going out. Let's see, let's double check. Yeah, we got 50 more minutes until it's a dead low. So, could get a little bit more hard. You're gonna have to be more selective, more precise with your maneuvers, and luckily we got some talented surfers out there in the water, so they'll be fine. They definitely put on the show, and yeah, stick around, watch the action-packed longboarding at Halfway Kuta Beach for the PADROL Longboard Classic WSL QS event. Let's shout out to our sponsors, PADROL, Bintang Cristal, and BGS Coffee, and of course WSL for coming, supporting, and bringing this wonderful event to you live around the world, wherever you may be. Thanks for tuning in. Much love out to everybody out there. Enjoy the longboard culture. Sit back, put on your favorite tune, crack open your favorite beverage, kick those feet up. Let's have a laugh. We'll see you guys soon.
So the, you know, just I'm not too sure what the contest director's got in mind, but just keeping in mind the tide's almost at dead low, and we do have an increasing swell tomorrow, some pretty high quality waves, but this will improve as well. There's going to be some of those corners, and we've already seen a couple in this heat after that low tide, as the tide starts coming in. Oh wow, and connects and finishes. So a Filipino representative.
He's going to back up a 6.
Chico, JR. Oh no, that's Roger Chico. So in this heat, we'll have Blue, which will be Obueza, Jean-Marie Obueza. And Jean-Marie competed, I think, at the World Games, the ISA. And 4 steps up to the tip, backside, and just straightening out there. So
let's get back to
Ivan Sudina.
Oh, look at that!
Whoa, he's stoked.
That's great. He's stoked.
Yeah,
he's a beginner. He's on. He's right there by the contest. That's what it's about. You're down here.
Yeah, he just wants to be front side, and
that's what we're talking about. It's so packed down here on the beach. People are just taking lessons to be amongst the surfers.
That's it. Drifting into the contest area just to get a piece of the action. But yeah, you know, the lower tide, I mean, I'm looking at it going, okay, tomorrow you've got to run through a bunch of rounds. So instead of finishing at a similar time, maybe wrap it up a little earlier and some more quality and more time for the festivities afterwards.
And there's definitely going to be some festivities tonight, folks. It's Saturday night here in Bali. So bring your dancing shoes and anything else you might desire. Because there's some bands playing, there's some DJs playing, some people on the beach swaying.
That's
The
it.
waves are rumbling the shore. People are sinking their toes into that sand. It's going to be a beautiful sunset, as it always is this time of year. You can't beat it down here at halfway Kuta Beach. As we've had a heat update, our man in blue is currently in first place with a 6 and a 4.67, followed by Teddy, our man in red, 4.93 and a 4.17, looking for a 5.75 to jump into first. Our man in green, Mr. Lopez, with a 4.17 and a 4.03, looking for a 4.93 to advance. And how's this score update with our man in white? He also has a 4.17, but he has a 3.50, but he only needs, or he needs, a 4.93 to advance as well. Interesting scores right there, but you gotta do what you gotta do.
That's it, and of course the judging it's run from 0 to 10. So 10 being the best score, 0 being impossible, because if the surfer's hands leave the rail, well, they're going to get a score. Now there's 5 judges, the top and the bottom are dropped, and then those 3 are evened out. So, what are they looking for? Well, the waves are pretty hard right now, and the judges are looking for critical surfing, not small, weak waves that are showing no complexity. So if the surfer's taking off, looking for pretty critical nose rides, but the key is utilizing the full length of the board. If they can get a rail turn in there, using their feet smoothly, and surfing a longboard in the traditional manner, that is what's going to garner a critical score. So we've seen Teddy on medium-sized waves with more an emphasis on nose riding and finishing cleanly, and that's around the mid-4 mark, which is very consistent with today. But our surfer from the Philippines, we've got a little nose ride at the beginning, stepping back and tapping it off the top with a lot of control. One of the first re-entries that we've seen all day, and Jean-Marie actually got a 6 for that. So pretty rare to look at that. Just in the distance we have that.
There's the Discovery Mall in the front and big statue in the back that you can see atop the Bukit. Just over by Dreamland, the CGK Bali Park. It's a beautiful area up there. There's a lot of different things that people don't know about you can quite enjoy. So if you have the time to come visit the Bukit, please do.
Jean-Marie here, just a heat leader. Just coming unstuck, but no, pulls it off.
Wow, that was interesting. He was kind of doing a Bali squat, like I saw you doing earlier on the sidewalk out here.
Of course, and it's
the favorable Bali squat. If you ever get tired, folks, just do the Bali squat. It'll last for hours. You can sit anywhere.
Much better than just sitting down on your backside on a normal conventional seat.
Does everything for you at once. Rejuvenates the blood flow. Gets the squats, the glutes,
digestion,
the hamstrings, the digestion. Gets it all flowing. Positive vibes. As we see the positive vibes out here in the lineup with 8 minutes and 30 seconds left in this heat. We got some competitors out the back, loving life. And we got some fans coming up. We're giving some free giveaways over here. We got teddy bears and wax bars and some wax combs. So come on down if you can find us on the beach for a little gift. But as we pay our attention back out to the lineup, we got red, green, and blue having a great time, and we're gonna drop it down live to an interview shortly.
Taka Inui.
Taka Inui. He was absolutely destroying that heat, and here it goes. Yeah.
So tuning back in now to the action. Nice to hear from Tucker. Another heat win there from Tucker. He's had lots of those in the last few years. 5 minutes 30 remaining of heat number 6. So we will be concluding after this round. So we'll be going into the women's next round. The official call's been made, so we'll be kicking back off tomorrow at about 7 a.m. local time for the call. Today we started a little later at about 20 to 8. So tune back in early in the morning for finals day.
All right, folks. 5 minutes left. What a day. Thanks for tuning in. It's going to be spectacular tomorrow as the swell pushes in like we've spoken about earlier. And if you are down here at the beach, kick around. The sunset's going to be beautiful. People are hanging. It's a good time. It's good life. It's a good vibe. As we see less than 5 minutes left in this heat, our competitor in blue, who is our current heat leader, paddling his way, but red, Teddy's got priority. Let's see the drama on reveal. Oh, he's waiting. Maybe he's going for a block. He's trying to jump into first. All he needs is a 5.75. Very capable, but our man in green takes that right underneath them all. Nice little nose ride, but he kind of gets hung up towards the end. Needs a 4.93 to advance. What do you think, Chono? You think he's going to get it?
I was a little sleepy and lacked a little bit of, I guess, well, here's a bigger set now, but...
You know what we're going to say? It lacked a little bit of how our man Herbie Fletcher always puts it. The thrill of it all.
The thrill of it all. Love that. And that, you're exactly right. And here we have Teddy, the thrill of it all, steps up to the tip and elevated nose ride and straightening out. So a little head flick there. So
the body jump was good.
Yeah, and that head flick, I really like that. A bit of LJ Richards in there as well. LJ Richards, of course, made the final of the first world titles in 1964.
What
Super
a
stylish.
legend.
And
was it Phil? Phil took it out, right? The first one?
No, Midget.
Midget, that's right.
But,
Rest in peace, Midget.
But surfing similar to Phil.
Yep. All good legends. People that define the sport.
That's it. And 3 minutes 30 left on the clock, and we'll see what this one comes. So, biggest set, bang! Highlights reel, right there. 4 steps back and that little head jive to boost. So, that was pretty sick. I don't know, like 5.5 to 6.5. I wouldn't be surprised if it went 7 if it was a set, but we'll see. I'm going to say between 6 and 7.
Hey, a little fun fact for you before we end the day, just for the history books. Phil Edwards isn't a big fan of Joel Tudor.
Oh, man.
Oh, it's the greatest song, greatest. But it's all good
Yeah,
here down at Kuta.
I have heard of that, but
it's a good story. I'll tell it to you maybe tomorrow if you stay tuned. Joel told me personally, but he's like an encyclopedia just like you, Chono. There's stories here to come and go and make us entertain and laugh, and it's just spreading the history of
if
our
you like someone like
sport.
Joel, you have so much history, and
he's known the greatest.
Knowledge,
he learned from the greatest.
Knowledge is power.
It is,
it really
especially
is.
here in this sport. And here's some power as we see Red drop it in, and Chono cracking the power as we see a 5. Nice little arms up, arch.
Cockroach.
Ooh.
Corky Carroll would be stoked. If you don't know who Corky Carroll is,
Please
check
look
out
it up.
Bruce Bounce. Endless Summer, who's at Malibu, and he, of course, does the El Rolo.
Or he does beautiful commentary, which I actually watched before we did this, in North Shore. The movie North Shore in 1987. He's one of the final
Yes.
commentator
Right.
at the final contest at Pipeline. Old Rick Kane and Turtle. So it's another one to tune into if you want a good laugh. But with under 2 minutes left in this heat, we're going to take it out to our competitor in green. Up to the nose. There's a 5. He's standing. He's hanging. He's relaxing. And then he whacks it.
Right. So, breaking that down, that was on the heels, and it was a break of flow, and came down super cleanly. It was very big. I don't know. It was a huge Rio. I would love
a huge
to smack.
Rio.
I don't know. I'd like smacking a section every now and then.
He'd love to smack a section,
but I don't
doesn't
know.
like
It's like
smacking.
I can't because I'm 5'7" and
you got those like little short legs.
That's it. Like
You're like a staffy.
I mean, I like getting barreled.
You do. You fit well in the barrel. I've seen you.
Yeah, I like pulling into barrels that are bigger than me too.
Yeah, who doesn't? Jeez.
Well,
Pulling in barrels that are smaller than you is not the thing. You gotta go low, bend the knees.
Well, I mean, there is a lot of people who don't like pulling in big barrels, so that's sort of like.
I can't go too big. I'm not pulling into Tahiti, but I sure do appreciate watching those guys.
For sure.
As we
Getting
see,
barrel and nose riding is very similar, actually.
That's pretty wild. Competitor in white. There he is.
Whoa.
Look at him go. Standing
Oh
tall.
no! They went down in the bank there. That's kind of critical too. It's pretty shallow.
Sedona.
So all right. So Teddy's 5.73. Wow. Okay.
He's a 4.95.
Wow, a 5.73 they gave him on that
nose ride.
Yeah, nose ride. Okay.
All right.
I thought it was
maybe better.
Yeah. I mean, we hadn't seen much like it in the heat, but what's that wave going to come in for Mr. Lopez?
We're going to count it down here with 5 seconds left in the heat as we see
Heat
our competitor in blue, heat leader, riding it. It's a victory lap. I don't think there's going to be any other changes.
I think that, although I think we still had a couple of scores to lock in for our surfers in white and green. So we will love you and leave you go to a break, and we'll update those scores very shortly. We'll speak to you very shortly.
Oh my god, it's hilarious. How ridiculous that is. Great throw, 1 minute. Kian, our boy Kian. Alright, folks, it seems to be like we're back live. And that looks like there's another heat.
Yeah, that's it. So
last heat today?
No, this is actually heat 7, so we have 2 more remaining. Final 2 heats of the day. So out in red, we have Arip from Indonesia, and we have Jefferson De La Torre from the Philippines. These two are the seeded surfers. And then we have Dmitry Lilisov from Russia and Roland Lefebvre from France.
All right, so Roland's from Biarritz. We had Nathan Sanan, a countryman, Frenchman, lovely guy. He came in and then...
I actually, I've seen Roland in the lineup, and I think I remember him from France as well.
Oh, nice.
It's just kind of difficult when you see them across the other side of the world. You'd have a double take. Is that person really that person?
He's double taking this heat, so he can make it on to the next round. But also in red, Adib, also known as, that looks like Menchos, my friend.
Yep.
This guy is spectacular. Switch, regular, goofy, backside, upside down, but right now taking the heat and the attention away from everything is our man in green, the Frenchman. Nice, beautiful 10.
And some updates in that last heat. So Teddy did hang on to second spot. So Joe Marie took the lead, and Teddy in second spot, the showman. And RJ Chico Lopez coming in third, and Ivan Sudina wasn't enough at the end. So He did reduce his requirement, our surf from third, but wasn't enough. And here we have Mitt, our
Dimitri. The Russian.
He's up and out of there. He had a pretty good heat this morning, actually.
He's fired up. He's throwing love all over the place on the post-interview.
Yeah, that's it.
Good guy right there, as you see a competitor in blue. Another good guy. He's got the style, the wild style. He's hanging on, though. Right now he's got a 1.17, and that score is going to back it up.
I tell you what, on his forehand, he was ripping yesterday and the day before, just watching him free surf out the front. I would assume he's from La Union, like a lot of the longboarders here. I believe from Sirago is only Aping Agudo, so that being a right-hand wave, similar to, say, like a combination of like Watergoes at Byron Bay or San Onofre.
Oh, wow.
Kind of like a soft right-hand point, a little bit sectiony, but some
Which
really,
wave is that?
at times, La Union.
Oh, really? Yeah, unfortunately I haven't been there. But there he goes, he's showing that right
So yeah,
knowledge.
you could probably say his, his forehand, and a lot of these goofy footers as well actually prefer going right, especially in the Philippines and Australia and America. But a lot of the Indo surfers enjoy going backside unless they're from Batu Crass.
Yeah, well, I mean, it helps to be a goofy footer here, as we have some of the best lefts in the world here in Indonesia.
Oh,
there's the Chos.
Chos.
Oh, no, the Chos.
He's on a PADROL Longboard as well.
He's a great guy. He's another great guy that just loves to make you smile. Well, he's on the dance floor, on his longboard, or wherever. He's just one of those people that just emulates happiness. As we see our competitor in white, he's stroking.
As I said, we can call him Mitt.
Call him
5'10". Oh, and he completes.
MITT.
Oh, I love that little kickstall, like pull-off thing. It's unique.
Yeah, very unique. It's like surfing the old koa boards from the fins.
Yeah,
Gotta put
the
the
old
foot in.
the
to use
Australian toothpicks, the Okanuis, or the old redwoods.
Speaking about toothpicks,
yeah.
Little shout out to our man Tom Wegner.
Oh damn.
Oh, over in Noosa. Love you, Tom. The Wegner family.
Yep.
All of you guys. Recently, Sunday, his daughter, wonderful girl, has gotten into riding those toothpicks, and I had the fortunate experience to be able to ride one as well back in the day over at Noosa with Joel Tudor. It was a good time.
Very humbling.
Very humbling
Whoa.
indeed. It's a nice little hang time right there from our competitor in green, the Frenchman, Roland. Yeah. See how that score drops.
The thing is, if you're completing your waves, you're giving yourself that opportunity for a keeper score. And his Mitt, he gets that 5 and 10 combo.
You see that little
bang,
that little foot stall again as he kicks
Yeah.
out. There it is. Doop. Gotta be careful on that
Dude,
shallow water right there.
Yeah, absolutely.
I know. I believe it was Robin Chotto years ago. He's riding a soft top to the shore and he stepped off this little wave and tweaked his ankle. And I forget what he did exactly, but he tore some ligaments and I think he was out for like a year.
Oh, what?
And it's just, sometimes surfing, you never know what can happen. And you're talking about a pipe master, one of the all-time best surfers ever, and he got injured surfing a 1 foot wave. So maneuvers like that are very tricky and difficult. They seem like nothing, but anything can happen.
Strong paddle there. And he's hungry, and he's showing the judges he's activated. Whoa.
He's got that Russian power.
Yeah, he does. Oh, the soul arch pulling out of that one. So, activated is a really good word to use for Mitt here. Surfing strong, and he's back out there. He's going to get back in the lineup and get back in the mix with the priority. So, at this point, rolling out to an early lead, and we have Menchos in second spot, and we have our Filipino surfer holding it down in third. So
there's a jump.
Whoa!
In the heat standings, Menchos goes to last, but he's got priority.
Yeah.
He's got a total heat score of 5.33. He needs a 2.70 to advance into second. As our man in blue is looking for a 4.20, otherwise known as 420, to jump into first. And our competitor in white is looking for a 3.44 to jump into second and advance to the next round. But with 13 minutes left on the clock, folks, we're gonna have our man in red, Chos. He's looking for something. This guy's got tricks up his sleeves for days. He's gonna let this one roll under him as competitor in blue, currently standing in second, pops up, walks up, hangs 5, hangs 10, arms up, walks back, controlled, kicks out.
So the arms
of both. I'm surprised with our surfer in white. Dimitri's wave, a 327 for that 10, front side and backside, because the hands
Were
when he's
down.
walking back, and no, they went down, but they went back up in the whitewash, and he's gone to pull off, and it's sort of showing the judges you're maybe a little too activated and
losing some control.
Yeah,
Maybe you left those
composure.
crystals out too long in the moonlight last night.
That's it, activated.
Activated.
And then the same as we just saw there with our surfer in blue, Jefferson. So hands up. Judges want to see some relaxed surfing. So if we think back to some of the highlights of this round, Tucker getting some good ones. Augusto hands down the whole time. Really good heat there. And Cristiano Villanueva. See those relaxed hands?
There he is.
Wow, we'll see how this one.
See that? Hands up on the beach is okay.
That's okay.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Hands up
And
on the board.
there we have Katya and Anna, some of our Russian surfers down there supporting their fellow country person. And out there we have
there's
Menchos. And we're going to roll down to Jean-Marie Boise, our last heat winner, to find out a little bit more. So over to you, Flora, on the beach.
Take it away.
A little bit about yourself. What's your name? Where you're from? How old are you? And where's your home break?
And I'm Jomari Enebesa from Philippines, and I'm 21 years old, and my home break is in San Juan La Union Point Break, and so happy to be here. It's my first time, and thank you so much to UPSA, Philippine Sports Commission, Next Gen, para sa Next Gen, and Philippine Sports Commission, and Amihan Surf. Thank you.
If I'm not mistaken, did you go to El Salvador?
Yeah.
How was El Salvador?
We go in El Salvador. The waves was so big and so fun there, and so it's my first time to go there too, and very happy.
Amazing. And one other question: who is your favorite surfer in the world?
My favorite surfer in the world is Kani.
Kani Tsunami.
Yeah, Kani Tsunami.
Amazing. Last but not least, would you like to say hi or say thank you to your family, fans, and sponsor in the Philippines? And this time, you can talk in Pinoy.
Hello guys, magandang hapon sa inyong lahat dyan. Maraming salamat sa inyong suporta. Thank you sa lahat ng sumusuporta dyan, family, friends, and sa baby ko. And maraming salamat sa inyong lahat. Here.
Amazing. Thank you so much for your time, and good luck for the next one.
Thank you.
So a real international affair down there with local Flora hanging out with our previous heat winner, and now he's straight back to our Russian competitor out there, Dimitri, super activated and using that word, showing the judges that he's out there ready to surf. Currently in third spot, looking for a 4.24, and our Frenchman out there in green, but taking the lead so far with a 4.20.
You're gonna have to correct you. He's in second.
The Frenchman in second. Sorry, yes.
Yep, he's in
Frenchman in second, and taking the lead is our Filipino surfer, and in fourth. And a change around. Mencho's out in the lead
From
with a
first to
4.77.
last. If you ain't first, you're last, and he just flipped that one on us like.
But super close, super close. Everyone needing just mid-range scores. So
anything's possible here, folks.
this is a gnarly heat. These guys, no one's missing waves today for a start.
It's coming down to the clincher.
Yeah.
As we see our competitor in white.
Priority.
The Russian assassin, let's call him the wave assassin, as he's just been catching and decapitating the sections piece by piece.
Even more so, leaving the mystery to us to assume that he got the score. So
yeah, our camera guy's taking a nap.
That's okay. Oh no, he's something else. It's Menchos.
Look at
Oh,
that.
nice. He found a pocket.
Now he switched.
Whoa.
Look at
If he
that
can
technicality.
complete.
That's a
Oh.
complete. Look at the technicality right there.
Yeah.
I don't like
that was sick.
That's one thing to point out sometimes that I see get overlooked in longboard competitions like this is he walked up, hung 5, hung 10, switched his stance, did a cross step switch, hung 5, and then cross step back switch.
We'll get a replay very shortly.
And just the talent of this guy and skill, it's a beautiful thing to see. So with 7 minutes and 15 seconds left in the heat, Menchos, our current heat leader, sitting with a 4.77 and a 4.00, waiting for his last wave score to drop. And our competitor in blue in second, he's looking for a 4.858 to jump into first. So we're going to take a little replay break of our competitor in white. His wave that went out of camera view. It's a nice little nose ride and then drop down. See how that sits with the judges.
Right,
and
so
right behind him is Menchos. Let's watch this technicality of his footwork.
5, 10, back switch, and then back. Yeah, that was pretty sick.
See?
But, I mean, complete any free surf or edit, you'd be like, yeah, that's sick. But I guess he ran out of room. Just there was no wave left.
There was no wave left.
He did well. So
He
see
did
what
well
that
for
comes
that,
out.
especially to hold on.
Yeah.
Especially.
So what do you thinking that'll come in at? I think the judges are asking themselves that same question.
Yeah. Yeah. What do you think will come in? I'd like to see it come in, and at least
They've got to award it. They've got to fully award it, or they don't. So I think there has to be a line in the sand. Go, that's a 7, or it's a 3.5.
I just don't think they are aware of that technical difficulty of footwork.
Well, his hands were relaxed too.
His hands were relaxed, and he wasn't slow. He was in a critical section.
But did he complete? I think it left. If he walked out of it and sort of pulled off, definitely I would say that's just the only error of confusion.
Let's see how it comes through as we watch our man in blue.
Hands though.
Hands up, and it's incomplete.
And mitt incomplete as well. That's tides, as you said, bottoming out right about now. So this is as low as it's going to get, and so consistent still.
Yeah, it just pulls it in when that tide goes out here at the speed break, and that last heat, unfortunately, is going to get even lower. But for the free surf, look at that, Mitt. He's having a good old time.
Whoa! If he completes that,
that would have been a good score. Unfortunately, he couldn't rock back down.
So he's after a 6.27 now. So if he completes that, maybe a 4 or a 5, and that limits his next requirement. Sneak up in the third.
Definitely push him forward.
So 5-10, hands up.
Unfortunately, goes down.
Body language.
Definitely not a complete.
That's tricky conditions.
It is. That low tide just sucks up from under you. You know, it's going to be fun if anybody's sticking around as a free surf after this contest when the tide's pushing back up and that sun's dropping.
Yep.
It's going to be good old fun out here as we see our competitor in white. He's up there. He's cruising, control. Nice little short nose ride.
Yeah.
Very controlled. See how that comes through. Might better his score.
Yeah, it's just the ending was a little fast walking back, a little lack of composure. Yeah. So, personally, if I was judging, I'd like to see just a nice measured walk back and pulling out with a little more control.
Yeah.
But he didn't fall off, got the completion. So here we go. This is Menchos.
In red. See, he's got that goofy 5, 10. Oh, hands up, just a nose ride claim. That wasn't because he lost balance. That's because he was just throwing it up. He's feeling the stoke. There he's looking for the time as we see competitor in blue dropping in behind him. 5. He's got the control there. Almost lost it. Oh, he's doing a Larry layback. Oh, he dropped his wallet in the sand though, folks.
Tell you what, if any of these, whoever progresses and whoever doesn't progress, it's not through a lack of trying.
That's definitely not.
This is a pretty stacked heat and quite tricky. And all 4 surfers are up for the challenge, and they'll be watching this replay. They'll be going back and having a look to see if there's anywhere they can prove on. But at the end of the day, it is just tricky, and it's coming down to who can make it look relaxing and actually get some critical maneuvers, like our heat leader Menchos at the moment. And yeah, I don't know if that was a make. Jefferson just come and say, here we go, 5, 10, nice. And he does complete this, just a little wobbly. As a look back at
That's Jefferson's wave, and yeah, 6.33 and a 5.37.
All right, well now it's his turn for our man in white. The Russian weapon. Look at him go. That was like a knuckle stand up right there. He didn't even grab the board. He's up there. He's hanging 5. Just kind of went a little high. Kind of slowed things down. I would have liked it if he continued a little bit lower. Getting more speed, more critical. Then going to walk back and done a little nice up and down roller coaster. But it's a completed ride at the end of the day. He's looking for a 7.27. And unfortunately for me,
it wouldn't have been a score. He might chip away at it, though, but we'll see. Yeah, it won't be by a whole heap, but he's not off the pace. Like this is the thing. When it's tricky conditions like this, you can have an informed surfer just not click, and that can be the difference.
Luckily, he's, like you said before, activated, and he just slugged away.
Yeah, that's it, and that's what's required. Getting a lot of waves and just rolling the dice and really just putting it out there and seeing if you can land one of those critical maneuvers. Waiting for a set's not really a really good heat plan because the sets are closing out as well.
All right, folks, we're gonna let this one count down with 1:30. The Russian stallion in white, Dmitry. He's up and riding.
Nice.
He's on the 5. He's in control. He's up and down. It's almost kind of like a pump.
Yep.
Almost. He's finding the groove, trying to rock it back
Twisting
down.
him. Yep.
Oh, look at this score update. We got Menchos out in front. Behind him is the Frenchman rolling in green. And blue is in 3rd. And Dmitry in 4th in white. A minute left, folks. Let's see if there's a buzzer beater. Kobe Bryant style. Anything can happen here at Halfway Kuta Beach. So stay tuned and enjoy the show.
Just approaching the 30-second mark. And, Mencho's out in the lead, but he's not leaving anything for granted. And here he's hunting for this wave, punching down the line. He's up high on the face. Whoa! Okay, so I don't have a direct line to the judges, but I'd be saying that's the best wave we've seen in a little while. Even though it was a closeout, that was super technical, and he landed it as well with 5 seconds left. I'll fill you in with what those score is later on, but unfortunately for our Russian surfer and our Filipino surfer Jefferson, that's the end of their run, and the Frenchman and our Indonesian progress through. We're going to go to an ad break, and we're going to come back for our last heat of the day, concluding round 2. Tuning in to the final heat of the day. This will be Heat 8 of round 2. This is the men's division presented by PADROL. This is event number 2 on the World Longboard Qualifying Series in the Asia region. You have Jared Mel, Bang Bang Boogie, and Matt Chinosky,
The Waxhead.
The Waxhead. So we're tuning in, and we have some activated paddling. The word for the afternoon, and paddling back out there is Masaya Tsukimoto. And out in the red, we have Benito Narita from the Philippines, Rico Dumaguen, and Shohei Akimoto from Japan in green as well. So 2 Filipinos, 2 Japanese, and as we predicted, as that tide starts coming in,
he definitely found a corner there, folks.
Yep, and that there is excellent range if you can complete this.
That was our man from Japan. Oh, he just holds on.
So, a little sloppy at the end, but I mean,
Beautiful
you go for it, you got to do it. So I wouldn't be surprised if it goes 8. And the tide on cue.
Shohei.
And
our man in green, Shohei.
Waves cooking.
2 Japanese competitors, wonderful guys.
And Dimitri and that last hit, Jefferson, are probably just devastated.
Oh, going down in the shallow. Luckily, it's not reef.
Benito and Rico just can't believe their luck. They're seated in. They haven't surfed earlier, and they're just stepping out into some really good waves. So, yeah, I'm gonna go out on a limb and just sort of say there was almost an excellent range score there from a Japanese surfer. So
the Bali gods are definitely blessing the boys right now with these conditions and the tide coming back in. We're gonna see things start to clean up, which is gonna give the surfers more opportunities to score those high scores and push their way into the next round and further their campaign to making appearance hopefully on the WSL World Longboard Tour.
And to be honest, length of ride doesn't score, but when the wave is not long, like this in front of us, it's a shore break that's breaking now. Like you saw it, like 20, 30, 40 meters from shore.
Yeah.
When you get a wave like that runs down the beach,
great.
I mean, you can't not score it. It wasn't the amount of maneuvers, but it's where he did it, and he just surfed the tempo. That was the best wave we've seen in hours.
He had the composure.
Yep.
He had the speed. He was comfortable. Let's see him go again. He's on a smaller one. Unfortunately, can't repeat. But we're going to see his fellow countryman from Japan, Shohei in green.
Lovely guy, Shohei. So large 10 and completes as well. So
he is one of the happiest people I know. He's recently had a young pup. Beautiful little child. So congratulations to him and his family. So you see competitors in red and blue catch a wave. Not much for them on hand. They're going to... Look at that. Look at that power, that passion. Paddling back out. Oh, straight through. 16 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock. Surfers are going to lay it down on the line here for the last heat of the day of the round 32. Heat 8 of the PADROL Longboard Classic WSL qualifying series. As we see one of the local artist legends driving by, Andrew Wellman.
Oh.
Give him a little hello, a little shout out. But we're going to have a replay of Shohei out here in the green.
So, you know, Jared, something I always reference with small waves is that there's nothing relaxing about them. When it's like this in a contest, it's hardcore. You have to paddle so hard for these small little waves, roll the dice, get heaps of them. And I think back to some of the heats that we've had at Noosa together in those tiny little beach break waves, and it's hardcore. There's nothing relaxing about it. You're exhausted when you come in.
Oh.
Yeah, when it's pumping, you're tired, but your legs are sore.
Speak for yourself, mate. I can go for days, weeks, months, years.
Surfing small little beach breaks.
Yeah. I grew up surfing blackies.
True, yeah, no, and this is pretty much like that, blackies. So
it's pretty much replicating blackies out here. But these guys are definitely blowing past what we can do. As we see Surfer in blue, he's going for the hills. It's critical. He hangs onto it and completes the ride. And here's our man from Japan in white. He's up. He's fiving. Kind of slow. He's pushing water. Not my favorite nose ride.
Oh!
There was a better turn there, but unfortunately he loses it. It's okay. He'll get right back out there. He's pumped. Like you said, Chono, he's activated.
And this is the last heat of the day, and I'll tell you what's being activated on ice is the Bintang crystals. They are here and ready to go. And I'll tell you something that the Wurrungs down here at the contest site, they're serving them up.
You know what? Like the surfing culture down here, there's a plethora of things happening here, whether it's surfing spots, board design, bands, music, food. Oh, hold on.
And Bintang, he's listening on the beach.
I think he's
so
trying to
I
teach
think,
him.
yeah, well, maybe he's telling him not to drink and surf because we don't recommend that. Oh, maybe, I don't know. Maybe he's teaching him how to drink and surf.
I think he's showing him how to drink that crystal properly. He enjoys the crystal, the old legend down there.
Nice. Good on him. An OG down there. That surf hat's weathered. It used to be red, and now it's sort of grey on top. So
he's definitely protecting the beach and keeping it safe for all down here. Because, folks, that's what we're all about. First is safety first.
Yeah.
And fun later. but always smiling and having a good time because that's what we bring here in the longboarding
But
world.
the ocean, I must say, is no joke as well. So
You
we're down
definitely
here
have to be aware.
and respect it. And we do have an incoming tide, which will rush in very soon and swell in a few days. So we will see maybe some of that swell increasing this afternoon. We have seen some great sets in this heat. So wow, 14.17 heat total. That is quite a number. We haven't seen that for a little bit of time. So some amazing scores locked in already from these surfers with 13 minutes remaining. These guys are stoked.
That's going to be my good friend Shohei in green from Japan. I haven't seen this guy in years, and I was so happy to see him in the lineup the other day when I paddled out for a little fun surf to see what the competitors were, what their vibe was.
Yep.
Fortunately, it was a little too competitive for me, and I had to come in, but he definitely brightened up my time, as most do out here. These guys, I love them. It's such a blessing to see these guys just come to Bali and tear it apart. You see all their smiles, lovely good times. So here's all the competitors and everybody else as we see our man in white, another Japanese contender. He's hanging on to it.
So his first wave, a 9.33.
That was
So
that long one.
yeah,
Wow.
it did go excellent.
That's one of the best
Waves
almost the best
Yeah,
wave.
apart from the Japanese holding it down today, big time.
Big time.
And just coming stuck. So tell you what, with a 9.33 to 1.33 backup, it's pretty hard to even get a 4 out there. I know he just got a 9, but that was an anomaly. That was the best wave in quite a number of hours. But a surfing green with a 7.5 to 667. There's waves out there. We've had some great scoring waves so far.
Oh wow, he
Jumps
jumps
up
into
to
first.
6. So no one's in combo yet though. So this is a pretty hot heat.
This is it. What a great way to end the day.
Here it is.
There it is.
Long 5, high, pushing water, then back. But look at the wave, and then
He's
up
speeding
again.
down the line.
And this little redirect, back up again, quick feet, light.
He kind of needed that momentum to make it that far.
I mean,
he could have been back more, but that momentum and where he was trajected him into the next section to get that length of ride.
He wouldn't have been far from a 10 if he was to actually get some levitation on that. They would have no choice but to give him a 10. That was one of the best waves of the day, or like that we've seen. Obviously, the actual wave itself. But I mean, you paddle out in the heat, you're expecting it to be closing out. You're expecting it to be a shore break, and then that comes.
Oh, that was a nice stand tall.
It was a nice stand tall. So that was our
Competitor
that was
in red.
Benito from the
Yeah.
Philippines as well. So one of the 14 surfers that are over here from the Philippines. Huge shout out to everybody listening back home at the Philippines. An amazing collection of islands with some fantastic waves and a lot of hardworking people and some very friendly, I should say, longboard associates that do make their way over to Australia and America and Bali and regularly and Hawaii, and they'll have lots of fans all around the world supporting them. So watching online on WSL, YouTube, and heaps on the beach too. Lots of Filipinos on the beach.
Well, thanks for tuning in, everybody. From all over, no matter where you're from, who you are.
And a big thank you to our sponsors too.
PADROL,
Mamaka,
BGS.
Yep, BGS, Bintang supplying the beers, and BGS supplying the morning brews. So super stoked for getting behind longboarding, and super stoked to have Jared Mell here in the commentary booth as well. And I'm really happy to be here as well.
Yeah, it's a great time. It's good to catch up with you. We're fortunate enough to catch up back in Australia last month.
Yeah, that was great.
Doing some R&D for Channel Islands and their new longboard model that's supposed to hit stores shortly. So
we're just fans of good surfing, right?
That's it,
good boards, good surfing.
Good times. That's what it's all about, folks. Surfing's supposed to make you happy. You're supposed to enjoy the sport, learn the history, respect the rules, love the culture.
Love each other.
Love each other. That's it. Well,
I know these two chatting out there.
Just having a yarn.
Having a yarn. The two Filipino surfers just, all right, how are we going to do this?
Trying to come after the Japanese contingency as the two men from Japan and sitting currently in first and second. And we're going to break it down to a beach interview live with our last heat winner, Menchos, with Flora.
Oh, hello, boss. How are you? can you please tell me about yourself, where you're from, what's your name, and how's the heat?
Okay, the heat is good. Okay, I'm Mentos from Batu Karas. My heat, last one is so good, and then some in the beginning the wave a bit small, but in the end can catch good one.
Amazing. Did you do any critical switch, as you're very famous with your switch than everybody? His name is Menchos, and he's the best switch footer ever. Can you please tell me?
I'm not really sweet with the last one because the wave's so quick to do it, like a bit hard to do it. But I'm still trying like couple of switch.
Amazing.
Yeah.
And when did you arrive in Bali?
Oh, we arrived in 30 from last month. We just come in like, okay, and thank you for the PADROL for the make this event. And then thank you for my sponsor, Drifter. And then thanks for the all support like Batu Kara Surfing Club and PSOE Aceh. And then thanks for everyone. Halfway Kuta boardrider.
Amazing. Okay, thank you for your time and good luck for the next one.
Thank you.
All right, what another great post-heat interview with Flora and our last heat winner, Menchos. Beautiful switch head style. That's what we're talking about, that technicality footwork, as we see some technical nose riding right there from competitor in blue, with just under 7 minutes and 20 seconds left in the last heat of the day for the WSL PADROL Longboard Classic QS. It has been a spectacular day, and it's just going to keep on getting better for the sunset and our action tomorrow. So if you're around, or if you're watching at home, wherever you are, please tune back in and enjoy the rest of the event. I'd like to thank our sponsors once more before the day ends, and everybody a part of this contest putting it together, whether you're behind the scenes or on the sand. Shout out to everybody here. Currently sitting in first is our competitor in white from Japan with a 9.33 and a 6.00, Tsukamoto. And in second is our man in green, Shohei Akimoto, with 7.50 and a 6.67. And right now we're going to bring our local legend and just all-around good guy, Tippy Jabrik. My friend, thank you so much for having me, and thanks for showing up.
How you been, Jared? You've been here the whole day, I heard, yeah?
This is what we do, dude. We're living the stoke. We're living the dream. You got to keep it alive here. You got to keep the vibes high.
Oh, for sure, yeah. This is it's been a great day today, because there's a lot of good action. I'm sure you've been witnessing a lot of good wave ridden here, like this guy. This is
Blue.
Duma Green?
It's our blue.
What is his name?
Competitor in blue, Benito Larita from the Philippines.
Oh, that's Benito.
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's Benito is right here, red.
Oh yeah. Oh, sorry. There he is. We got a mix up in the colors, folks. That is Rico.
Yeah.
Dumagan.
Yeah,
Philippines. He's a fellow Philippine
surfer. I heard from Luke. There's a lot of La Union surfer here from Philippines, and
they're shredding.
Yeah, a couple of Siargao guys, but who's your highlights of today, Jared?
I always love the young bloods. Unfortunately, Adam Brasco and Dimas were knocked out. I think, I wonder if Alphon, I forget if Alphon
Alphon,
did he make it through?
I think he's the 12 years old guy.
Yeah,
Kid,
he's 12. I love that.
He's shredding, yeah.
He's shredding, sticking to these older guys. I know he beat one of the local legends in Bali from Canggu Surf Committee, Ayok. Took him down, which was, it's always good to see that, just the older generation serving with the younger generations, and sharing the camaraderie and the spirit of the sport, as they say.
Yeah, as we know, this event is super important, Jared, because this is, to choose one surfer to select the Asian region to the World Tour.
It's crazy. They're laying it all the line, and like we were saying, it's not cheap to get here.
No, it's
not. It costs quite a bit to enter, your flights, your hotel, and just another thank you to all the support from sponsors to families to friends, for all of our surfers. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you. We couldn't do it without you. As we see another surfer up in blue, he's got another ride.
There's Rico also from the Philippines, I think, Rico Dumaguin.
Yeah, he's just trying to capitalize with 4 minutes left in the heat. He's currently sitting on a 4.33 and a 3.63. He's looking for a 9.84 to advance. That's a huge score.
Yeah.
But
if you're talking about longboarding, Jared, you must understand like the history of also. Here's a replay from Rico. Nice hang 5 there from Rico. A bit of a trying to get a tap with a 10 there.
Well, speaking about history of surfing or longboarding, sorry, I'm quite familiar with it, but maybe you could familiarize the people at home with the history of surfing in Indonesia for longboarding. I mean,
yeah, I have to say, it's all started with the Batu Karas boys. But who's the Batu Karas boys influenced by are all those Deus crew who came down, to Batu Karas, back in the days is Harrison and those crew and
Roach,
Thomas,
Matt Cudahy, Thomas Beckson,
and
Zy Norris.
Yeah, so I have to say like Harrison have a big say on the movement because he used to be like this guy from Oz just come to Bali, surf Canggu and go to Batu Karas, and then one day that he's the world champion.
He's the world champ,
and that's the influence of what he did to the guy like Manchos, Teddy or Danny.
I mean,
they want to be like him also.
Yeah, look at the inspiration. It's definitely showing in the surfing, and they're competing because these guys are top of their regions, top of their field, and their skills are displayed beautifully everywhere they go in Indonesia and the world.
Yeah.
It's spectacular to see, especially knowing Harrison myself. He's a brother from another mother, and also those guys from Batu Karas and most of the local surfers here. It's beautiful, and I'm just excited to see where their surfing is going to take all of this and push the generations to come after them.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good future to come for sure because Indonesia have the wave, and we also have the up and coming young surfers like Alvin. So
why do you think I'm here, buddy?
You just want to shred Canggu every day, that's for sure.
No way. Well, let's go, bro. You name the place and time.
I know. So it's been you know what? It's all been a really good comments on the broadcast. Like there's a good shout from my friend Arya. He's in El Salvador now with the national team. He's one of the a strong movement for the longboarding crew here in Indo. He said like, wow, like you and Maddie is like always on point.
Well, shout out to the boys in El Salvador. Thanks for tuning in.
Yeah,
we're gonna tune back into some action real quick as a beautiful nose ride is displayed from our man in blue. He's looking for that 9.84. I don't know if it's gonna quite be there, but great surfing.
Yeah. So in this heat we have Masaya Sukamoto. So Masaya is I have to say he's like one of the highlights also of this event. Yeah.
That 9.33 was one of the best waves of the contest today. But you know who was taking it in red for the women's from Japan?
Matsakura,
what was it? Natsumi. That's her. Sorry, she got a 9.50 and a 9.00. What a beautiful display of surfing.
And we actually didn't see it because we had a very random power outage. So I said to Natsumi, photos. It didn't happen, so she's going to have to do it tomorrow.
Yeah.
She's going to have to put that beautiful surfing back on display for us.
Yeah.
But those power shortages are definitely random here in Bali.
Oh no, power shortage, Wi-Fi going down. It's part of the game,
It's part of the lifestyle, man.
It actually happened in Sydney on Channel 9 News last week, so it happens everywhere.
We feel better now.
Yeah.
If some big channel news have those problems, I don't think so. We have to feel too bad about it.
All right, you guys, we're going to count this down. It's the last heat of the day. Tune in tomorrow. Thank you to all our sponsors, PADROL, Bentang Crystal, BGS, ASC, Tippy. Thanks for having us here. Matt Chinoski, thanks for being on the microphone with me and holding the steed of the ship. To everybody behind the scenes, to you on the beach, to you at home, thanks for tuning in, folks. We'll see you tomorrow.
Finals day.
Finals day.
Look at that camaraderie.
Look at that. Beautiful showmanship.
Yeah. Good job, boys.
Thanks so much.
Kerja nggak kenal waktu, itu overwork. Chill bareng Bintang Kristal. Nyegerin, nggak overpaid. Waktunya Kristal Chill. Kerja nggak kenal waktu, itu overwork. Chill bareng Bintang Kristal. Nyegerin, nggak overpaid. Waktunya Kristal Chill.